the life cycle of a project using the Primavera. Now, according to the PMI, there are phases in the life cycle of the project, right? Okay. So, what are the phases in the life cycle? So, that is initiating, planning, execution, monitoring, controlling, and closing. We make sure that we are able to do all this with the Primavera. So we will learn the project management concept. After we are clear with the concept, we will have an introduction to the Oracle Primavera P6 interface. What are the various buttons? What are the various menu options? What are the various shortcuts? Then we will learn how to set up the Primavera P6 environment, which is configured to our local needs. Then we will understand that how the Primavera stores the data. So we will understand data structures, OBS, EPS, organization breakdown structure, enterprise or project structure. Then we learn how to work with work breakdown structure and activities and tasks in the Primavera. So activities, as we call in Primavera, they are called tasks in the MS project. Then we will learn how to work with resources. So guys, you tell me that what are the resources used in a project? What types of resources we use in a project?
Plant.
Yes.
Manpower. Materials.
Yes.
Same.
The 3M.
Okay, so guys, I'm going to give a shortcut which I use for making keeping in mind 3M plus C. Just keep in mind any kind of a project requires man, machine, material, and cash. So basically, the cash or the basically the planned expenses, they represent the work which is to be done by the external resources like subcontractors and vendors, right? So basically, these are the four resources that we use in any kind of project in any kind of domain: man, machine, material, and cash. So that's a shortcut. You just keep that in mind. You can take a short note. So because we are going to refer to this in many places. Okay, so then what is next? Then we learn, after understanding the resources, then we learn how to assign the resources to activities to calculate the cost in the Primavera, which is very, very important. Then we understand how to baseline. Baseline means how to freeze the best values of planning and how to use them to compare and track the project in the execution phase. Then we will learn how to create and generate various reports. So the reports are used to track the health of the Primavera. I mean, the projects which are ongoing in the Primavera. So various reports can be generated inside the Primavera. Then we learn how to generate a report by exporting the data to Excel. So we will learn how to make graphs in Excel as well by using the Primavera data, right? So before we go any further, so these are the three gentlemen. So we pay tribute to them. These are Les Saskin, Dick Ferris, and Joel Kopelman. So all these three gentlemen were civil engineers, and in 1979 they realized that the civil engineering projects are huge. So they have got big drawings, they have got lots of data to work upon. So they have to write the activities, they have to create the Gantt chart, and if the client changes his mind regarding the design of the product, they have to redesign, and they have to make the corresponding changes in the work breakdown structures and activities. So a lot of changes are taking place on the paper, which takes a lot of time to manage. So the paperwork was becoming very huge. So they conceptualized the Primavera in 1979. In 1983, they launched the software under the company name Primavera. So basically the name of the product was Primavera, name of the company was also the Primavera. And Primavera, from the day one, it has a two-tier architecture. One is the business logic layer, the second is the database layer. They collaborated with the Oracle Corporation from day one. So they kept the data in the Oracle, which is the world's greatest relational database software. Just for an idea, so basically all your countries data, like your census data and your social security number data, all these are huge amounts of data. Banks, airlines, they use the Oracle relational database. So they worked with the Oracle very closely to basically they would package their software with the Oracle, and then that would be used by the construction companies. Later in 2008, it was acquired by the Oracle Corporation. The Oracle Corporation, it acquired the intellectual property. So from 2008 onwards, it was called Oracle Primavera. So Oracle became the brand name and the Primavera became the product, right? So Oracle developed it further and Oracle made it more open. So now you could connect your Primavera to some other databases like SQL Server, Sybase, some other many other databases you can use for which you had the license, right? It was not no longer necessary to use the Oracle database only. And plus, if you have many Linux operating system based PC, you can use the Primavera version on that also. They released another version which works on the Linux. Okay, so basically their main aim was to get the world rid of the project failure due to huge projects paperwork. Yeah, that is huge. So basically it's like this. So if you look at the next picture, this is a picture from the 60s, 70s, maybe till the 80s. So basically, these engineers, so what they're doing, you know what they're doing. So they're making the product design. So they're using the drafter, they are using the huge sheets of paper, and if there is a change in the design, they will all have an impact. And after you create the design, then you will write your activities in the planning sheet. So there were pre-printed planning sheets with the columns printed on top, ID, activity name, duration, start date, finish date, predecessor, and then successor. Then you will write the resources, then you will write the resource units, then you will calculate and write the resource cost, right? And of course, you had to create the Gantt chart as well. This is the product design, then activities, then the Gantt chart. So you do see there are three layers of the paperwork that you have to do, right? But after the advent of the software, so your life is like this, right? So one person will handle the job of at least 20 people there down there. So basically, the person can basically translate the design into the work breakdown structure from here or here, right? Okay, either you can look at a paper or you can basically look at another computer screen and you can use that to write your WBS and automatically the Gantt chart is created, right? So that's cool. And you can basically share this instantly with many other people, not only the people in the room, but across the internet, right? So basically across the internet means whole world, right? You can do that instantly. And then you can get their feedbacks. If you want to adjust anything, you adjust. Now, so one more tribute is due to Mr. Henry Lawrence Gantt. He was an American mechanical engineer, right? So he created the Gantt chart. Actually, he called it the time chart. So the most important part in the Gantt chart is this time scale. So guys, do you see a scale on top? Right? So basically, he represented the time like a scale. That was a very good idea so that you could lay out the activities against the scale. You could see the duration, you could see the start and the finish date, right? How the activities are lined, and you can see that how the activities are sequenced. So, guys, do you see this sequence here? So
Yeah.
basically, this made it easier for the project stakeholders to understand it. It is not only that only a few person will understand because he was very good in maths. And of course, all the engineers have to be good in maths. Without maths, we don't have any engineering at all, right? We need maths at every step, but he was exceptionally good. He could visualize the numbers into pictures. So basically, he created this, what he saw in his mind. So what he saw there, he brought it here so that people could also understand that what is a schedule and how does this schedule work when laid out. Okay, so this is very important. So this is something which the software does automatically these days. So he created the time chart in 1910, then later after his passing away, so it was named after him. So that is true. Now, what is the software that we are using? So we are using the free official version. Yes, this is distributed by the Oracle Corporation through their website. It does not expire. It lets you learn the whole thing. It uses a local database, which is called a standalone database. Its name is SQLite. As the name suggests that it is a lighter version of a relational database, SQLite, right? And it has the same features as the desktop. version. Now, this desktop, which is the licensed version, it costs around US dollar 3,500, which individuals can't pay. But of course, your company can pay for that. But before you can join there, of course, you have to learn it. So that's why, for the purposes of learning, Oracle has provided the free learning version. It doesn't expire, and you can do a lot of consulting work as well on this, right? And if you want, if you join a company, then you will be working on this version, which can connect to the Oracle and the SQL and many other relational databases hosted on the cloud computing centers. Now, the advantage is that when you have a database which is centralized, then you can connect to it through the Android-based P system member and the browser, which is used mostly for reporting. P system member. It is basically used for just, if you're traveling, it is just used for keeping a tab and the progress of the project. That's it. But this is the real version. It is the same as this, right? But it doesn't connect to the cloud. It connects to a database which is hosted on your laptop, and that's why we also sometimes call it the offline version, because it can work offline, because it runs the database on the laptop or your computer, right? So installation part has been done. Now we will go hands-on. Okay, so Rahul, you have joined? Yeah, fine. So now we are going to talk about the project. So guys, tell me, what is a project? I'm not asking you a question. It's not a question. It's about what do you think is a project. What do you think of what is a project? It's not a question.
Hmm. It's a discrete effort involving, three M plus C that will deliver a product that would provide benefits.
Yeah, so it's going to create a product. Okay. Anything else? Would you, does someone would like to add more?
Yeah, so if uh, anything we if anything we want to create any product or anything to create that we need a certain process, and in that process there are many small activities which are involved. So combining all those activities, we can call them as a project.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, that's your perception, which is good. But we will go by the standard definition as given by the PMI in their PM box. So basically, the PM box, the first project management body of knowledge. So this handbook was released in 1972. So the PMI came into existence in 1969. So basically, the project managers, they realized that when they want to work together, so on a project, since they come from the various different domains, so they are all using the project management book. So everybody is carrying the book written by their professors, right? They are trying to use that, right? So basically, the best thing that you can know is from a book which is written by your own professor. So they were trying to do that. Then they realized they're talking about the same thing, but in a different manner, which was creating a sort of communication gap and confusion. So they thought that why not set up an institute? So they called it Project Management Institute. It was set up in 1969 in the Pennsylvania state of the US. So basically, in this, the project is described as it's a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or a service, right? So how temporary is that? So basically, it is temporary because it has a beginning and an end. So you will see that on the in interface, there is a start column and there is a finish column. Now, about the temporary, how temporary is temporary? Basically, it can be 2 days, it can be 2 weeks, it can be 2 months, it can be 2 years, it can be 20 years. It depends upon how much time it takes to complete the project work. For example, if you have been assigned the task to build a bridge, so your project will go on till the bridge is complete. Then you will commission it and you will hand it over to the users, right? So that's why we say that the project ceases when the objective has been attained. Then what happens? The team is disbanded. Upon the project completion, then the team members are reassigned to some more projects in the company's work pipeline, right? So each time you are joining a project, each time there will be separate team members, because the team members are selected according to the requirement of the project and product, right? So the team size will be different. Team members will be having different skills, right? So This is how the project teams they work. They are selected according to the objective of the project features. Now, how unique the product or the service is different in some way from the other product or the services. For example, you are a civil engineer, so you might be approached for designing a school, a college, a residential complex, a commercial complex, a shopping mall, a highway, a building, bridges. So basically, your engineering stays the same, but you are making different products. So outcome of the project is called a product, right? So in long term project, the product characteristics are progressively elaborated. They are detailed out in phases. Suppose if you understand that you are going to take 5 years, so you divide the each of the years into a phase. Phase one, phase two, phase three, phase four. First you detail out the phase one, right? You write down all the activities in the phase one in details as you are nearing the end of the phase one. So then you start detailing the phase two, phase three, phase four, and like that. Okay. So now we have to understand the project by we visualize the project like a triangle. It is called a triple constraint theorem. So guys, you tell me that what is the meaning of this word constraint? It is not a very rare word, right? You must have heard it or you may have used it.
It's a condition or a restriction that could determine how long things might take, how much they might cost, when you might be able to do a thing.
Yeah, that's right. And someone would like to tell something more or different.
Yeah, constraint is anything without which or without doing that particular thing, you cannot move ahead.
Not exactly like that, but constraint means that limitation, right? So I'll tell you how does it work. Suppose you are a consultant, right? And a client comes to you. The client says, and then you understand the requirement of the client, right? So then you tell the client, sir, it will take me 36 months to complete your project. Then the client says, no, I cannot give you 36 months. You will have to do it in 30 months. Then you talk about the price. So for the price you say, oh, 10 million. So that's going to basically be taking 10 million. So he says, no, I cannot give you 10 million. I can give you 9 million. So basically your time and the price, it becomes a limitation. So you have to work within the limited time and the money, right? So, but it's not that you cannot do it. Because limitation is not a blocker. It's not completely blocking you from doing things. Basically, it is creating a sort of a little bit of you know narrow bandwidth, right? There is a narrow bandwidth of time, there is a narrow bandwidth of money, and within those narrow bandwidths, so you have to plan very efficiently and super productively, and then you have to complete all the work of the project. So that's how we visualize that. We make sure that it is not too narrow, because if that happens, what's going to happen. If there is a huge time constraint, that's going to impact the quality negatively. If you see a huge monetary constraint, that's going to impact the quality negatively. If you are not able to complete all the work that is required to be done as part of the project, then it's going to impact on the quality very negatively. So we make sure that we understand the constraints very well, and we make sure that we can balance them, and then we start the project, and then we commit to the project. Just in case if you find that anything is too much to create a good quality product or a safe product, so then you immediately tell the client, you escalate it to the client or the sponsor. You make sure that the quality gets enough room from three sides. It has enough room for time, it has enough room of cost, it has enough room to complete all the activities. Otherwise, the quality will be negatively impacted. So, we must understand the triple constraint. We should not create any product which is unsafe to use, right? So that's how we visualize the project in the beginning. So once we are sure, basically you can use the Primavera for the estimation purposes also, right? So once you are sure that it works fine, then you commit to the project by signing a contract, right? Now the time, it has got two components. There are two components of the time. So I'm going to write the names here: duration and schedule. So, guys, you tell me that what is the duration and what is the schedule? These are common words, right? We have heard them many times. We might have even used them.
Is how much time you consume, to do the task, and the schedule is where that duration fits in the overall timeline.
Okay, someone would like to add more? Please feel free to give me a wrong answer, right? It's not a very huge crowd here.
Yes. So duration is for any particular activity, a single activity, and schedule is for the multiple activities. So combining multiple durations, it becomes schedule.
Okay, guys, now let me tell you the clear picture. Basically, the duration is units of time. Now, I'm going to write the first letter, and I'm sure that you can guess. Let's start with the smallest unit of time.
Hours, days, weeks, months, years.
Right. So basically, if you start with the smallest unit of time, M will represent minutes, then the greater unit, then that is hours, days, weeks, months, years. So you know these are the 6 units of time which are possible to be entered in Primavera. So Primavera can take them in the duration column. Now, what happens is that once you provide the duration to the Primavera, so based upon the structure of the calendar and the duration, the Primavera will provide you this. The Primavera will calculate the start and finish date for you, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Basically, when we start basically the project management early on, so we find we find the Excel, oh, near our hand. So we say, oh, it's here already. So we can start planning. So we write like this. We create activity number, serial number. We write activity name. We write the duration. We write the start and finish. Then once it becomes bigger, we say, okay, let's create a formula to compute the finish date. So duration plus start date equal to finish, right? So it goes on for some time, then we realize that we have lots of non-working days on the calendar. How do we factor that in? So basically, then we max it out. We are not able to create any resource baselines. We are not able to create any schedule baselines, right? So then we max it out. Then we can move to some project management software. So basically, the schedule is computed correctly and accurately by the project management software. Any project management software is based upon the same fundamentals. But the start and finish, it is not just the date, because internally the software computes the date plus the time component. But in our engineering projects, we basically switch off the time component because it is not required, it is not significant. That's why we switch it off. But nevertheless, internally, it computes the date from the time. For example, guys, if I ask you that if you add 60 seconds, then what do you get? What is the unit of time you get? If you add 60 seconds, then what do you get? A minute, right?
Yeah.
Fine. If you add 60 minutes, then what do you get?
1 hour.
1 hour, right. So if you add 24 hours, then what do you get?
1 day.
Yes. If you add 7 days, then what do you get?
1 week.
1 week. If you add 4 weeks, then what do you get?
1 month.
1 month, correct. If you add 12 months, then what do you get?
1 year.
1 year. Yes. If you add 10 years, then what do you get?
Decade.
10 years.
Yes, you get decade, right? If you add 10 decades, then what do you get?
Oh, decade. Very good. A century. Right. Okay. I see where we're going.
Century. So we all love centuries, right? I hope you watched the cricket match, right? We want our team to achieve a century as soon as possible, right? Okay,
Yes.
but in the projects, we neither work with centuries nor we work with the seconds. We mostly, if you observe your project, we mostly work with which units of time? We mostly work with the days and the weeks, right, guys?
Yeah.
We mostly
Yeah.
talk about the activities in terms of days and weeks. But of course, if you're going to learn the subject, you must understand from the seconds, right? You must understand the time deeply because that's where our main expertise lies. Because the most constrained parameter of a project is the time. You cannot get more time. But if you ask for more money, your boss may provide you more money. But he will say, no, I don't have more time because I have already signed a contract. If we delay, then we are going to be penalized heavily according to the contract terms and conditions. So I don't have more time. So basically, you have to work very, very carefully with the duration and the schedule, and your time management has to be good. Because I'm telling you this because during the last 16 years, I had taught so many people. I'm still keeping in touch with all my students. I have a students group, and there are almost like 400 to 500 students there. So many of them are now big boss. So what does the big boss says to me? Big boss says that, oh, I get very good people, from very good colleges, and they have got very good certifications, genuine ones. But the problem is that they are not able to understand the schedule. They make mistakes, right? So guys, make sure that we will not make any mistake in the schedule, because it is highly visible and it has a huge negative impact if it is done incorrectly, right? So we will pay very close attention to the schedule management, right? So basically, the duration is entered by the user by using their expert judgment, right? So basically, I want to clear certain doubts here in the beginning. So guys, you know that where does an expert judgment comes from? Hmm?
Any experienced person?
Experience.
Yes, expert judgment is based upon your experience. It is based upon your past work, and it is based upon your working memories, right? If you acquire a lot of memories during your work, right? So expert judgment comes from there. I hope you guys remember Baba Black Sheep, right? You remember that?
Mm,
You
yeah.
remember?
Yes, yes.
You do, right? Humpty Dumpty. You
Yeah.
remember that, right? So if you do, it means that you have a good memory, right? You have a long-term memory. Hug, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will use that, right? So when we work, we observe, we remember, we take notes, we make sure that we are working. We are not only working, we are trying to also learn from our mistakes. We remember that. So all that adds up to our expert judgment later. So when we move from the technical to the planning role, we draw upon our past experience to write the durations. See, basically, we are able to compute the resources. We can do a lot of things, but at least when I'm talking about the time, I say, okay, I'm going to do excavation. So I know this is the total volume and this is the speed of man and machine. And then I compute that it's going to take me 10 days. And according to my expert judgment, I'm going to assign one extra day as a buffer, right? Then I would baseline that as the 11 days, right? Is that clear, guys? That's your
Yeah.
expert judgment. So you tell the software the activity and also the duration. The software computes the schedule and it shows up on the interface, right? Just keep that in mind. Okay. Now there is another term which is the cost. And if you want to understand the cost, then you have to relate to another term which is called the price. So, guys, these are common words, but in the project management, they acquire different meanings. So tell me, guys, so what is the meaning of cost and what is the meaning of the price as you know of it right now? What does it mean to you right now?
Well, I guess the cost is the basic amount of money that you will pay to get something done, right? But the price would include additional factors like overheads, any access costs, and profit.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, cost and price, both of them are the amounts of money, right? And cost is the amount of money which is spent, which is used to get the work done. So, what is the main cost? 3M plus C. Guys, is that clear?
Yeah.
This is the primary cost of any project. I won't expand it any further because I know you know it. At least you have taken a note of it, right? So this is the main cost component. These four items. Yes, of course, you have the overheads, environmental cost, and then you have a lot of facilitation costs are there. So those are called the additional costs. But in the project manager's knowledge, these are the four cost component which are the main, which has to be planned into the Primavera, right? Now, what happens when you create a product? The product acquires a certain value. So basically, the price is another amount of money which represents the value index of the product. So basically, the price is another amount of the money which represents the value index of the product. And then, so how do you get the value, right? So I'll tell you. For example, if you take 100 liters of milk in the evening and you convert it into curd or yogurt, if you sell that in the morning, so that's going to fetch you more money. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So you may make a profit. You make a profit which represents your time and efforts and your expertise, right? So now what you do after some time when you are stabilized into this business, then you think that, okay, let me create more value. So you go train yourself, then you start making butter, right? If you sell butter, so you fetch more, you make more price. I mean, you get paid more, yes or no?
Yeah. You will.
Okay, so from the butter, you then move to making chocolate. So you are creating maximum value, right? And you get even paid more, right? So basically, in the human society, we are exchanging two kinds of values. Note it, goods and services, right? So
Yeah.
we use an instrument called money to index the value, right? So basically, in the beginning, the mankind didn't have the money. They didn't have this instrument called money. So they will exchange their goods and services directly. So they will gather up at one place. So they called it the marketplace. Everybody brought in their stuff. Everybody brought in their services. So everybody was there. People were exchanging the goods and services directly. Someone brought milk, someone brought fruits, someone brought, livestock. All those were exchanged directly, right? So that was goods and people exchanged services, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So someone gave you the haircut, you gave him some milk, right? Okay, so basically, people were exchanging, but mankind then later realized that this way they are left with a lot of perishable items, and those if the perishable items cannot be exchanged, so you lose their value because they perish, right? So that mankind came up with the idea of the coins, right? The coins were basically made up of the precious metals. What were the precious metals in those days? The precious metals were mainly copper, bronze, silver, and gold. The coins were made of those. So you produce a lot of milk, right? You took that milk to the market and you came back with a lot of coins. Next time you go to the market not with milk but with coins, you get something for yourself because the amount of the milk you sold that is going to last you a couple of weeks, right? So for a couple of weeks, you just take your coins and get something for yourself, right? Is that clear? So after
Yeah.
some time, mankind realized some of the metals like gold and silver, they are too precious to be used as coins. So they released them. So they started to make jewelries, and instead of that, they started to use printed money. So printed money, they represent the values of the gold, right? It was written on that, right? So all those currency was backed up with the amount of gold in the kingdom. Okay, so people would exchange that. Okay, so after some time, what happened? Mankind realized that if you're buying something big, so you have to carry lots of money from one place to another. So that could be robbed. Then they came with the idea of banking system and writing checks, right? So the checks were very good and convenient. So the check represented a huge amount of money. You gave it to another person. He gave you the valuable goods and the services. He would take the check to your bank. He will take the money, or he might basically take the check to his bank, and his bank will bring in the money from your bank into and write that into his account book, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So he can keep that number in his account book and he can withdraw that much cash whenever he needed to, right? So this worked on for some time. Then there were lots of checks were exchanged. So banks came up with the idea of electronic fund transfer. So they came up with the machines that will scan the checks, that will read the check numbers, they will transmit the check number to another bank, they will validate it and they will transfer the money. So this was called electronic fund transfer, right? So after that came the pure electronic fund transfer. So these days what we have, is the QR code. If you go to any shop, you just scan that QR code with your mobile app and the money is transferred from your bank to the seller's bank, right? Okay, so basically the money has become literally a number, nothing. It's not even paper. It's not even gold, right? We can transfer set of number from one, but that number, it represents something. So if you are basically, you are making something, so you are getting price from your customer, pays you the amount of the money which is called the price, and the amount of the money which is spent in doing the project is called the cost. Now, guys, you just tell me what is price minus cost? Oh,
Awesome.
profit.
Yeah.
Now, where do you think the profit comes from? Profit comes directly from the quality only. So, guys, you tell me something. So, would you buy something which is of poor quality, which doesn't match your requirements? Would you
No.
pay for something? No, you won't pay for something, right? So similarly, your client won't pay for something which does not match his quality acceptance criteria, right? But the thing is that why are we trying to understand all this? Because you have to understand price is under competition. It is under a lot of, it takes a lot of pressure from competition. What does the competition do? The competition is trying to push down the price, because if you ask for a certain amount of price, it's okay, but if you try to go even more, then your client will say, oh, I can get a better product and a service in lesser price, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So when you have competition, you cannot push up the price. Then how do you survive in the business? Because businesses cannot survive without profits, because the profits are used not only to pay the salaries immediately, they're used to pay for the depreciation of the machines. They are used to replace the depreciating machines. They are used to pay for the research and development. They are used to pay for the training. They are used to pay for some reserve, which is very essential to basically help the business in times of crisis, right? So basically, the profit does a lot of things to run the business. So without a healthy profit, we can't run a business. Is that clear, guys?
Yeah.
So if you can't push up the price, then what you can do? Hmm? Then what you can,
Reduce the cost.
yeah, basically you can optimize this. So how do you reduce the cost? By optimizing man, machine, material, and the cash usage, right? If you optimize this, then you can basically increase the profit. If you optimize this, then your profit can go up, right? Okay. So if you are using the man machine material and cash in a very optimal manner, but to do that, you will need to use Primavera. You need a software to optimize your cost. If you optimize your cost and then you maximize your profit, this is what the Japanese companies were doing. So after the Second World War, when it's a country, small island nation hit by two atom bombs, right? So they were so huge. They caused a lot of destruction. So after the World War II, if you look into the 50s, so Japan and America, they signed peace deal, and basically they signed a free trade agreements, right? After that, what happens? So by the time 60s and 17, the American market was flooded with Japanese cars, automobiles, and electronics. Japan didn't invent any electronics. All the electronics was invented in the US. They invented all those color TVs and the VCR, VCPs, and those computer games. So, but they were mass produced by Japan. So, what did Japanese people do? Right? They basically, they reduce their cost. They reduce their cost by automating their production lines, right? By using a lot of mechanics and lot of, robotics, mechatronics, right? So they reduce their cost. They came up with a consistent quality in large numbers, so which created a greater value, right? So their products have a great value, but at the same time their cost is low, and that's why they are so prosperous, right? So the American companies find it very difficult to compete with them. So you have to learn how to optimize the cost. But of course, we will optimize the cost by planning well, by optimizing our resources, because we cannot push up the price, keep in mind. But we can always bring the cost to an optimal level. So which will make sure that we get the acceptable quality according to the criteria. And then we are able to make a good profit and keep the business going. So before we come to the quality, there is one more word we must be very clear about, that is the scope. So, guys, The scope is related to another word which is called the requirement. So guys, you tell me what is the difference between scope and requirement as you understand it right now?
Well, the scope might not necessarily deliver against the requirement. You know, could be an issue there, which might drive scope creep, but it's because they're not identical, really.
Okay, someone would like to tell me more?
Yeah, similarly, the way Hug explained, the requirements can be many, but scope can be defined as per the necessity or whichever is very important to be done. So both can be different.
Okay.
I think there's assumptions, isn't there, with the scope? I mean, when you develop the scope, the assumption is that it's going to fully meet the requirement. But as you develop and understand more, as your design develops, then sometimes you can find that your assumptions around scope may have been a little bit optimistic.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good, but I will make it much more clearer and easier to understand by using certain situations. The situation is like this. Let's say that four people they go to a restaurant, right? So they're seated, and then the waiter would come up to them. The waiter would ask them, "Sirs, what would you like to have?" So he will show them the menu, and this gentleman will pick up four items, right? Item number one, two, three, four. So these four items will be noted by the waiter. And what are those four items? Those are requirement of food, right, guys?
Yeah.
Requirement. So they require those four food items. The waiter will take this list to the back end. What is there at the back end in a restaurant? It's a
Kitchen.
kitchen. So the kitchen is managed by a role called the chef. So the chef will look at that four items. He will tell the waiter 6 minutes. Ask the guest to wait for 6 minutes. And tell them we always cook fresh food, right? So what the chef will do, he will give activities to his team members. Activities. So he might sound like this: you bake this, you fry this, you cut this, you chop this, you mix the spices, you blanch this, you put this into the microwave. He will assign activities to his team members, right, guys?
Yeah.
So after all the activities are completed, so the four food items will be ready. So we bring that, you bring that, that is the same analogy into the engineering. So what happens that in an engineering, the requirement of the product features and functionalities is provided by the client side stakeholders, right? So it's like this. So what is the requirement? Requirement is a list of products, features, and functionalities as stated by the client's team and and documented and signed off. It has to be signed off. That's really very important. That's a project management process, right? So now I have listed this. Okay, Rahul, you are here. Rahul, you unmute your mic and you read this.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Hello.
Read the text.
I'm audible, sir?
Read the text in the rectangle.
Okay, sir.
Well, all of us list of products, features, and functionalities as stated by the client's team and documented and signed off.
Yeah, good. Thank you. So, basically, so this is signed off. It has to be signed off because without the signing off, you are not sure that what to do with that. Because
Right.
if the client leaves any features and functionalities open, and if it is not conclusive, then you know what is the problem. The problem is that you might have a wrong design. The design may not be complete. And if you base your work breakdown structure and activities upon the wrong design, he will come back with a complete design or some other parts. Later, if you change the design, then he'll have to change the activities, and then your project's estimates will change. It will have an impact upon the duration. It will have an impact on the schedule. It will have an impact on the resource units. It will have the impact upon the activities cost, and it might increase the risk, and it might even decrease the quality, right? So basically, it has to be sure. So when you ask the client to sign it off, the client will, oh, okay, I have to sign it off, really? So do I have to make it 100% sure that what I want? Yes. So that will basically make the client be more aware of the process, right? Okay. So is this clear?
Yeah.
So basically, you need a signed off document to make a very, very sure technical specification document, right? So once the requirement is signed off, then okay. Now what we need to do, that we will develop the scope. So what is the scope? The scope is basically developed by the project management team and engineering team. So they look at the signed off document, which is basically listing the product's feature and functionalities, and then they write the scope document. So what is the scope document? Basically, it is a list of activities to be done by the engineering team using the currently possible technologies, right? Or you can say currently available technologies. So we try to use the latest. So here we are not basically inventing, but we are using this list of activities to be done by the engineering team using the currently available technology. So basically, this document is highly technical. It contains technical requirement specification, right? Okay. So basically, this document, it contains mainly the focus is on features and functionalities, right? So here the main focus is on the technology, right? So basically, how we can optimize our work, and we use the latest technology, okay, technology and work. So that is the main focus here, right? So that is called the scope. So scope is basically the work to be done by the engineers. So they have to write it. So what work they are going to do, right? So basically, if the requirement is big, then the scope will be big, right, guys?
Yeah.
Small project, small requirement, small scope, less work, right? So big product, big project, big requirement, big scope, right? More scope, more activities you have to do. So is this clear, guys? Okay. Now, how do we get this? So basically, the requirement is first translated into the scope document. So from the scope document, this is translated into something which is called the product design. So then the product design is basically translated into WBS. And the WBS are listed, basically the WBS are populated with functionalities, right? Or we can say activities which gets the job done. So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, the requirement is given by the client, and the scope is determined by the engineers and planners, right? So if the requirement is frozen, then you can be sure about the scope, right, guys?
Yeah.
So basically, it's a very, very important you follow the PMI process. PMI says that the projects fail in the beginning, not in the end. Why do they fail in the beginning? Because you have got incomplete or inconsistent requirement. You didn't ask the client completely, or maybe the client didn't tell you completely and you didn't even notice that. So it's your job to be very sharp. In IT industry, there is a role which is called BPA, Business Process Analyst. You know what this guy does? He will go to the client side and he will basically have a meeting with all the client stakeholders those who have an interest in the product's features and quality testing. So he will meet all the team members that have an interest or that have a role in providing the requirement and that also have a role in doing the quality testing. So there might be a different set of people, right? If you make a mistake in meeting only the people that provide the requirement and you didn't ask the client that who's going to check the quality, then those guys may turn up later and they might say, okay, this is not acceptable. So guys, you make sure that you understand and you meet all the stakeholders, you ask for them proactively. You tell the client side manager, I would like to meet all your team members, those who are going to define the product requirements and those who are going to define the quality acceptance criteria, right? So you should list them both because according to PMI, the quality has to be planned in. Quality cannot be inspected in because by the time you inspect something, it might be too late. Is that clear, guys?
Yeah.
Because once you understand the quality, then you will be selecting the rightly skilled people. You will be selecting the right machines and you will be selecting the materials of right grade and quality. And you will be selecting the right subcontractors, right? Which are matching up to the requirement of quality goals. Is that clear? So the requirement document should have both features and functionalities. It should have a list of quality acceptance criteria, right? So I'm writing this. It should be both included. List of quality acceptance criteria as mentioned by the client team. So once you know the quality acceptance criteria, then if you will work, then it will be easy for you to work towards the quality goals. So you will not be able to list out all the activities to be done. You will be also be able to list out the quality inputs for the standards. So you will be able to adopt the right standards. The standards could be prevalent. The standards could be taken from the standards organizations, like you can select standards from the ISO, right? So which will help you in achieving the quality, and you can create additional standards of your own to be used internally. So you combine that with the requirement, then you are able to define the scope. The scope means a list of activities to be done by the engineering team using. So when you're listing the activities, that include your quality activities also, right? So quality activities are also a part of the scope, right? So there are two kinds of the quality activities. One is the quality assurance and one is the quality testing. Assurance is before you make the component, right? You ensure that you are using the right you are using the right material, you are using the right machine, you are using the right contractors, you're using the right processes, you are using the right standards, right? So you assure that by documenting the quality requirements and work upon them. So once you make something, you test it, right? To make sure you verify the final thing, because if you don't verify, because it can lead to any dangerous situations later, right? Okay. So that is the part of the scope. Then you apply your technology and you do the work and you get a product design, then you get the WBS, then you get the activities, then you apply resources, then you get cost. Now this is the point where you start using the P6, right? And what do you use here in the product design? So guys, what is a CAD?
Computer assisted design.
AutoCAD.
Yeah, computer-aided design softwares, right? So basically, you can see that the P6 comes much later, right? Is it that? Because some people think that I'm using the P6, I'm using the Primavera, but they have no idea about the project management ecosystem. Remember, guys, the P6 works inside the ecosystem of the project management. Though basically, it is just like this. So basically, I'm going to draw a circle here, right? So just a moment. Let me use a different color. So this is the circle of the project management, and this is the circle of the P6, right? So is that clear, guys? So basically, the P6 that we see, it has basically a small presence here. So if you think that P6 is going to solve all your problems, no. So you have to establish the project management ecosystem, right? So how do you do that, right? First, you change yourself. So you say that, okay, I'm going to follow all the processes, right? Before I reach the P6. So you establish the ecosystem. You tell everybody, guys, we are going to use the PMI fundamentals. We make sure that we have gathered the requirement correctly and completely, and we will use very, very well-defined document templates, right? You can get them from the internet, or if you want, I can provide them to you. Okay, just don't worry, because if I'm going to teach you the Primavera, I'm not going to isolate it from the PMP, right? So it has to work within the project management ecosystem, right? So once you do that, when then you come to the pieces, you will see that you get very, very reliable baselines. So what are the baselines? Baselines are the well established values which you can use to do the work, and you can do a very good comparison, and you can know what is the health status of the project regarding the schedule, regarding the cost, regarding the quality, regarding the risk, and regarding the resource units. Everything has to fall within those baseline values, and you will be sure to achieve the quality, right? So basically, what is the quality? Quality is well defined set of acceptance criteria which are defined in the beginning, right? So quality can't be vague, and it should not come as a surprise to either of you. It should not come as a surprise to you, nor it should come as a surprise to the client, right? So quality should be well defined along with the requirement. So quality goes hand to hand with the requirement. Requirement tells you the features and functionality. Quality tells you what should be the performance level of a particular feature and functionality, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So basically, you are going to install a lift. I will give you a very small little example. What does a lift do? It just takes the people up and down a building, right? It is quite convenient. So we have large buildings these days. We have to go through tens of floors. So if you walk all the way, then you won't be left with any breath to do your work, right? So if you use a lift, it's quite convenient. You conserve your energy and your time so that you can do your work on the 40th floor, right? So that is what the functionality is. Then what is the quality? The lift should be safe enough for, because some of the lifts they mention maximum 10 people. Yes, you may fit in 15 people, but the lift says the safe limit is 10 people, right? So basically they have tested the lift for 20 people. So that is called the quality, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So basically, what is the feature? Feature is that it will take you up and down. And what is the quality? It should be safe for this maximum number of people to. So similarly, we have quality mentioned at many places, right? So the quality goes along with the functionality. Functionality tells what it can do. Quality tells at till what level it is good and safe, right? Okay. So and how long it's going to last. Okay, so that is something which is defined by the quality, and quality has to be planned in. And again, if you want to plan in the quality, so what you have to do? You have to look at 3M plus C once again, right? So is that clear? Because the quality has its requirement of own set of people. They are not the people that make, they are the people that they define the quality standards required. And there are a set of testers, quality managers, right? Okay, then there are external contractors also for the quality. It is not necessary that you can do all the quality checks all by yourself. Similarly, the client would also employ external agencies for doing the quality checks. So you will use external agencies to define for you how you will manage your quality by defining the inputs. So once that is done, so you will check that according to the checklist that you and the client have. You have the same checklist, right? You will use that checklist to bake, and the client will use that same checklist to check, right? Is that clear? So quality has to be acceptable. If the quality is not acceptable, then what do we get? The client is not going to pay for something which is below the quality acceptance criteria. Then what we are left with? Do you know, guys, what is something that you can't use? That is called a scrap, right?
Yeah.
right? So we don't want scrap. We are basically, the role of the project manager has got several meaning. One meaning is that you are PM. PM means profit manager. How do you manage the profit? By optimizing the resources, by planning them well, right? So you achieve the quality and you get a healthy profit. So you are profit manager, you are people manager, you are process manager, you are productivity manager, and you are problem manager, right? And top of all, you are promise manager. So what is the promise? Your company makes a promise to the client by signing a contract, right? So what are the greatest promises made in any contract? Any contract makes three great promises. First, we will finish your project on time. Right, guys? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Second
Yes.
promise is that we will give you a product of acceptable quality. Third is that we will not charge you more price than mentioned in the contract. Right? So these are the three greatest promises made in any kind of a project and any kind of a contract. A contract might be a very detailed document. It might have hundreds of pages, but these are the three main promises, right? All over the world, right? First promise, time. Second promise, quality. Third is the price. We will not exceed the price and we will give you a product of acceptable quality within this time limit. So who carries the burden of this promise management? That's you, the promise manager, right? Your boss signs the contract, but but the responsibility is yours. So you got to be PM. You know what is PM? Primavera master, right?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Do you agree with this? PM. You want to be PM. You
I
want to
agree with that.
Primavera, right? So basically, there are a lot of things you are doing. Of course, you can basically tell your boss sometimes, right? Boss, I'm doing all these things in your company. Give me a raise. No? Okay, fine. I don't have a boss, so I cannot tell anybody. That is the point. I'm a consultant, just like, we have. So, who is a consultant? I just forgot your name. So, Hemant is a consultant, right? So, he's doing exactly the same thing, right? Nearly the same thing that I'm doing, right? Only
Correct.
extra thing that I'm doing here is that I'm teaching, right? Maybe after some time, he will also start teaching on the weekends.
Who knows?
Okay, good. So, now we move to the next. I hope that this is clear to you guys. You take a good snapshot, a mental snapshot, right? Okay, make
Yeah.
it as good as your Baba black sheep. Okay. So now we have the introduction to the planning aim. So first of all, when you're planning, as per the PMI says first you should identify all the stakeholders and requirements and scope that should be frozen. Then you should try to evaluate different project delivery methods. For example, if you're going to build a bridge, you can build a bridge by various ways, by cantilever method, by arch, and by hanging ropes, right? So you can do it in various ways. Make sure that you try to write some alternate methods if something is big and complex. So if something that doesn't work on the site, you can switch over to another alternative very quickly. You have the other alternative ready and you identify the deliverables under a logical breakdown of the project, often called WBS or PBS. Now, guys, we come across a new word that is called a deliverable. So, can you tell me that what is a deliverable? Guess it.
Oh, well, that's a defined outcome. That in the form of something tangible, physical. That's part of the project product.
Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. Suppose if you're making a building of 10 stories, so if you ask the client, oh, I want all the payment upfront. So do you think the client will pay you? No. The client
No.
will say, no, no, you show me the progress step by step, then I will pay you. At the completion of each step, I will pay you your fees, right? So you say, okay, let us divide the building into 10 deliverables. So each of the floor that I complete would be a deliverable, right? And it will be completed on a particular milestone date. So what is a milestone? Milestone is basically an achievement that you make. when you complete a deliverable. So you attach the deliverable to the milestone date and you achieve the completion on a date, and he checks for the quality acceptance criteria. He finds it fine. He makes you a payment. So basically, the deliverable is a part of the product which is measurable for progress, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
A part of the product which is measurable for product. So let me write this, and you also write this in your notebook. Okay, fine. Then what you do next, you identify the activities required to produce the deliverables, right? So you write them under the WBS, you identify and optimize the use of resources. So what are the resources you use, guys?
PM plus C.
Yes, that's it. Keep it in mind, 3M plus C. I'm trying to create certain shortcuts in your mind. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm able to transfer my experience to you. So this training is not about the Primavera. It is about, basically, I'm trying to transfer my experience to you so that when you use the Primavera, you use it like a knowledgeable person, right? Okay, so you keep that in. Then you evaluate if target dates may be met. So what are the target dates? So guys, remember, a project doesn't have one finish date. A project has multiple finish dates according to the milestones, right? So basically what we do, we subdivide the product into milestones and the deliverables linked to that milestone. So once we do it, then what happens? So we have a target date. So then we make sure that by the target date, we are able to complete that deliverable, right? And once you complete all the target dates, it means that you have completed the project on time. Is that clear? Okay, guys. Guys, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. The next step is that you are going to identify the risk and plan and prevent and minimize them. So, guys, tell me, what is a risk? What is the meaning of the word risk? Risk.
It's a hazard and a likelihood, and from that we could determine, a potential cost impact and provision we'd need to make should that realise we would also seek to mitigate that and prevent it from happening in the first place.
Yeah. So basically, risk, according to the PMI standard definition, the risk is an uncertain event which has a likelihood of occurrence. So remember, guys, there are two kind of risk. One is known risk, which in layman's language is called predictable risk, and one is unknown risk, which is called unpredictable risk. For example, what you can predict in, at least in context of India, we can predict the period of rainfall. We can safely say that the period of rainfall could be from the last week of June till the end of the August. So we can plan many activities around it. So any activity which is negatively impacted by the rainfall, we will try to schedule that earlier. We'll try to speed it up and finish it earlier by using more man and machine. And any activities which are positively impacted by the rain, so we will leave it for that. And any activities which can be done only after the rainy season is over. So we schedule that approximately after some time. So rainfall is predictable up to some extent, but what is not predictable is the floods. So are we going to have floods this year during the rainy season? That is unpredictable. So you would also agree that earthquake is unpredictable, right, guys?
Yeah.
Earthquakes, no, you can't predict. So similarly, you cannot predict these tsunami waves. You cannot predict sudden climatic changes which might occur. So there are a lot of things you cannot predict. The next corona-like pandemic, you don't know what virus may get released from which part of the world, and it spreads around like a wildfire, and it affects us negatively, right? So those are called unknown risk. So basically, for the predictable risk, we trying to work around them. If something is within our control, we try to prevent it. We can prevent fires, right? And basically, we can set certain norms. So basically, we can prevent fires, right? If you take a flight, so you're not allowed to carry any flammable object, right? Yes or no? Are you
That's correct.
anything flammable? No. So basically, that is prevention. Now, if you go to any big building, so basically, they cannot impose a restriction on every visitor. They cannot scan every visitor. That are you carrying a lighter? Are you carrying a matchstick or not? So basically, if you go to any big building, you will see that you can find a fire extinguisher within your eyesight, right? So what they're doing, so they're minimizing that. So, there might be a good person pick up that fire extinguisher and put out the small fire, right? So that is minimized. So basically, for certain risk, we can only minimize that. So, we must have a foresight to the risk and we must list them. And we also include the tasks which are possible to prevent and which are possible to minimize. So minimize means mitigation. Okay, if that happens, then how do we minimize that? So if a fire happens, we use a fire extinguisher to put out that fire. That fire might cause a small damage, but that can be very, very minimal. So we provide a baseline. So guys, what is a baseline? What do you understand by the word baseline? Till now, what do you think it is?
It is the initial schedule which is prepared based on the scope of the project and by identifying all the risk when exactly we can complete the project. So the first base schedule of the project.
Okay, someone would like to tell me more?
It's a point in time against which all the tasks are measured, so as you can determine whether you are on time or in delay, and it also gives you a measure as to the amount of float you may have consumed.
Okay, so basically, I'll tell you in a very simple layman's language. Read this. Read this, guys.
That's good, yeah.
Read this, Rahul. Okay, someone read this.
Yes, sir.
You want us to read it? Set of values which
Which point, sir?
we can trust and compare against.
Yeah,
set of value
yeah.
can
I'll just
trust and
tell you.
compare against.
Because we think of, we think of baseline, which something happens in the, actually, we are surrounded by baselines. I'll tell you guys. So guys, have you seen a mercury thermometer? It has a red cutoff mark. Have you seen that? Right?
Yeah.
So where do you think, what is the temperature at which it is marked at? In centigrade scale or Fahrenheit scale, whichever scale you are comfortable in. Where do you think it is marked?
Well, the red mark, the freezing point of war.
No, I mean the thermometer which is used in homes to measure fever. We use it for human
Oh
beings.
yeah, 32.5 or whatever it is.
So basically on the centigrade scale it is 37, and on the Fahrenheit scale it is
That's 37, isn't it?
98.4, right? So which is the normal human body temperature. So this temperature has been determined as the baseline temperature of the human. Right? Is that clear? So if someone is running a temperature on the Fahrenheit scale, oh, we say he is running 102 degrees Fahrenheit, so it means that he needs some medical intervention, right? So because he has a variance, right? So similarly, what is the normal blood pressure of human body? It has got two ranges.
120/80.
Yes. So basically, when the heart is squeezing, it is 120. When the heart is relaxing, it is 80. And the doctors say, the medical science say, oh, 80, that should be normal. Your heart should be able to relax. If it is not relaxed, so you need some rest, you need some medicines, right? Similarly, the medical science has got over 250 baselines to compare against, right? So if you looked at your comprehensive medical report, you will see one column. It says reference range. And there is another column which says the patient's range, right? Patient values. So what do the physicians do? What do the doctors do? So when they get your comprehensive report, they use their expert judgment to look at the variance, if there is a variance. If there is a variance, then they try to comprehend that. So does that variance require any kind of intervention? Yes, if it does, then he will basically set a course of treatment for you. Right, guys? Right or no?
Yeah, yeah,
Similarly,
that's correct.
the project managers during the execution phase and of the projects, they use a set of values. So, set of values as baseline. What set of values? Baseline duration, baseline schedule, baseline resource cost, baseline activity, your resource units requirement, and the baseline quality parameters. Right? So, they basically check the actuals with the baselines and they find out if they're missing something. If they're missing something, if they're varying a lot, then they try to control it. They try to make sure that the project finishes within time, within the price, and it achieves the quality, right? So you have to do it from day one. So quality has to be planned in from the beginning, and the quality has to be monitored from day one, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So we need to have some baseline values against which we can measure and we can manage the project's health at any point of time. So basically, for that we need reports. So we generate reports to assist in stakeholders communication, right? We need to generate reports and we need to assist the management to think ahead and make informed decisions. Decisions for what? Decisions for correcting. So staying near the baseline. That is the aim of the planning, right? So now read this, guys.
Projects fail in the beginning, not in the end.
Yeah, they fail in the beginning and not in the end. I will give you a very classic example for this. So basically, in the year 2021, we launched, I think it was in the year 2021, right? 21 or 22. So we launched, that was the Chandrayaan 2 project. Chandrayaan 1 was successful. It was just sent to plant a flag. That's it. Then the 2 was designed to find what is there on the lunar south pole. So basically, what happened? Everything worked fine, but the lander failed. The lander crashed onto the surface, right? So what do the scientists do? They studied that, they did a gap analysis, and then they planned it well next time. So Chandrayaan 3 was hugely successful. So basically, our aim that the surface rover will come out and it will explore the surface for 15 days, but it worked for 18 to 20 days, which was quite good. So basically, it matched the quality acceptance criteria. So that is the reason we say project fail in the end. So it didn't fail on the surface of the moon. It was already a failure when they had launched it. Right, guys? Is that clear? They fixed all that. Maybe it was a failure of the programming. Right? Okay. So basically, it was success from the beginning. So make sure that you guys are not managing a failure, right? You are managing a success, right? So this is how you do. You follow the PMI fundamentals. You use the P6. Read this.
Yeah, whatever gets measured gets managed.
Yeah, so you don't leave any vague values. You don't say, okay, we will determine the baseline duration later, we'll determine the activity cost later, because if you leave that open, that will never be managed. So put some measurement there. It might be an approximate measurement in the beginning if you're doing a unique project for the first time. So if you document that, it will become a definite value for the next one, right? So, but definitely you must have a starting point of the measurement if you don't know something. Right. So these days, it's not very difficult to know something. You can go to the internet earlier. We used to go to libraries, then we used to go to Google. Then these days, we use the AI, right? AI, you know what it does? It uses the Google in the backend and it organizes the answers for us. That's what it does. It saves us a lot of time. Earlier, we will get the Google result from various sites, which we will copy and put the data into Excel. We will do the comparison. Then we will make our own conclusions, right? So make sure that you use and try to get the correct values into the baseline, right? Now, guys, we will look at the benefits of the planning. So we will have a comparison between two companies. One is the A and one is the B. So in the A, what is the work culture like? The project manager says, guys, let's plan quickly. Let's not waste too much time in planning, right? The sooner we plan, the sooner we start doing the work, the sooner we can finish the project. Now, how do they proceed? They proceed. They do something and then at a particular, just before the milestone, they compare and they find something is not matching. The quality acceptance criteria, they undo it. So, guys, do you see this U-turn here?
Yes.
So that is the undo. So they work like this. Do, undo, redo, do, undo, redo. They complete the job and they show it to the client, and client says, okay. Client has no problems. He says, yes, it matches my quality acceptance criteria, right? Now, in the second one, the project manager says that, guys, we are going to use the PMI fundamentals. We make sure that we gather the complete requirement, we make the correct design, we have reviewed it with the client, then we make the current specification, then we make all the WBS and activities, we use the right units of the duration and the resource and the cost, and we make sure that we check it with subject matter experts. We check it out with the subject matter experts. We make sure that our plan is complete and correct. It has to be complete and correct in all respects, in respects of schedule, in respect of scope, in respect of the resources, in respect of procurement, in respect of quality, right? So everything has to be complete and correct. So if it is complete and correct, so what do we get? What we get is a very solid baseline. So what does the baseline looks like? Basically, the baseline looks like this. So guys, this is a baseline. Do you see this black line here? That's a baseline. Now, when you work against the baseline, so your work looks like this green line. So green line is basically, varying. It is varying to some extent. Then you control it. You keep it near here, right? Okay. So you are controlled. It's not having a loop back. It's not having a U-turn. You will not see a U-turn here, right? Do you see any U-turn? No. There's no undo. There is variance and you control it. And then you complete the project here and then you show it to the client and client says, okay, right? Now, you derive certain benefits of the planning. So, guys, you read this. What are the benefits of the planning?
Saving of time, cost, and resources.
Yes, we save the time, cost, and resource. So, let's say the organization A is able to complete and deliver 10 projects per year, right? And the second organization is able to definitely, since it is finishing the projects earlier, so definitely it will be, let's say that it is able to complete and deliver 14 projects per year. So, guys, which organization makes more money? Which makes more profit? A or B?
B.
Right. And possibly which organization would be able to pay more salaries?
B.
B. And which organization would you like to join? B or A?
B.
Yeah, again B.
Again, B, because I'll tell you, why do you want to join the B? Because the salary is good. But you know, these guys, they are going to check you, right? Because they are very smart. They are already using a lot of processes and Primavera or MS Project or whatever is that, right? They're using software and process side by side. They would like to hire people that are knowledgeable. They have got subject matter expertise. Now, you join this organization, you are a right fit. Within a week, they say, oh, we have hired the right person. He has picked up the job. He has picked up the process. He has picked up our work culture. He fits in very well, right? So you are considered a productive person very soon. But if you work here on the in B for some time, and after some time you move to the A, so what you can do in the A, and you tell this guys, so this is the amount of the profit that you can make by following my processes that I'm going to tell you. And if they do, then they save lot of losses, right? And that if you save money, that turns into a profit. So you look good, right? Isn't it? So basically, what I'm trying to say is that if you have knowledge, if you have the skills, then you are a right fit everywhere, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Because the skills run the world. This world that we live in is run by skills. When we are a passenger in a plane, the pilot has flying skills, right? Yes or no? When we are using the mobile, so basically, you know, these are the skills of the mobile engineers. They know that how the tower should run and how your mobile phone should work, right? So basically, we are surrounded by skills. A doctor has a skill. He has the skill to identify your ailment and provide the right treatment and the right medicine, right? So if he doesn't have full skill, then we are at risk, right? Okay. So make sure that we are also skilled. We can't be a caveman in this modern world. I cannot write on my resume, and I can't say on my resume, oh, I know how to make fire by striking two stones, and then I expect to get hired. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Right. So make sure that you are skilled, you fit in, because in the modern world, if you're enjoying the benefits of the modern world, then you have to catch up. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
I can't say on my resume that, oh, I have very good project management qualifications and knowledge. I'm using Excel. Will that sound right? No. You have to have the knowledge of at least one tool, right? Which is significant. Okay. So these are the benefits of the planning. Now, how do we go about? Basically, you know, from here, we start from here. From the basically this is how it goes. Requirement. Then requirement gives you the scope of work. Then the scope is translated into what? This is the design, right? So, guys, do we jump directly from the design to the work? No. From the design, we go to the planning. We plan the baseline, yes or no? So, this is your WBS, and these are your activities, and these are your duration, these are your start and finish days. We plan the baseline. So, after that, after planning the baseline, then what do? We do the work. So, when we do the work, we use the 3M plus C, right? Okay, we use the man machine material. So here is the man. So here is the machine, and here are the materials, right? You can see. And this guy might be the contractor, right? Is that clear? So basically, we do not jump directly onto the site to do this. So we start with a very well-defined requirement, which is signed off. We then scope, we write the technical requirement specification. Then we design, then we WBS, then we activities, we put the activities, then we freeze it. We check the completeness and correctness of the plan, right? So once it is complete and correct, then we freeze it, which is called a baseline, and we work against the baseline. So while we do the work, we use during the work, we use resources optimally, right? So guys, if we don't use the resources optimally, so can we make a profit? We can't make a profit, right? So using the resources is not enough. You have to use them in the right measure, right? Is that clear? If you use them in the right measure, which is neither too much nor less, that you make a healthy profit, and the healthy profit keeps the business going. That is very important, right? So The role of the project manager is that of the profit manager. You manage the profit by planning well, right? Now, guys, read this.
You prompt an alert when updating actuals against baseline.
Yes, I've seen some lot of engineers, they create very good baselines, but but they are very lax once they are in the execution phase. In the execution phase, you should be doing a very prompt, monitoring and controlling. So this guy is doing that. He's very, 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 very alert, right? Day and night. Okay. So we must do that. So that's why we need to understand the subject of the project management. So what is the subject of the project management? It is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectations. So what kind of knowledge? What kind of skills? Basically both. So we need our technical knowledge and we need our project management knowledge. We need them both side by side. Once we combine them, then we are able to make the best planned values of baseline and which can be used for the best monitoring and controlling. So who is the stakeholder? Individuals and organization involved in or affected by the project outcome. So you are the stakeholder, your client is the stakeholder, his team is the stakeholder, your team is the stakeholder, your program manager, your portfolio manager, and your procurement manager, your joint venture partners, and your suppliers and vendors, they're also stakeholders, right? And they're affected by the outcome. So everybody wants a positive outcome in a project. Everybody wants the project to be successful because they benefit more, they profit more, right? They are able to do more business, right? So that's a stakeholder. So, okay. Now, your job is to make sure that you are able to coordinate all the stakeholders in the project. So the Primavera can take care of sub-projects. Someone read this.
Components of a project that are often contracted out.
Okay, so can you give me an example of any project which is a part of the project is contracted out?
Scaffolding.
Yeah, scaffolding. Yes, I'll give you another example, which is good. Yeah, scaffolding. Suppose you're constructing a building, so would you make the lift yourself?
No. So specialist equipment.
Lift. So basically, you will outsource it to another company. Maybe you will outsource to some good brands like Kone, Schindler, like that, right? So basically, you know what these guys will do. So basically, they are making a component. So the lift is the component of a building, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, these guys are specialized. It has to be contracted out because you cannot make it yourself, right? So what you will do, you will give them a time limit. You will give them a price limit and you will tell them that, look, this is my quality acceptance criteria, right or wrong? So there are
Right.
various components of a building which are contracted out, like your electrical work, plumbing work, HVAC, and maybe some buildings they are using a lot of solar panels. So solar paneling work and the landscaping work, right? All those things are the sub projects, right? These sub projects, they will be having a set time, they will be having a set price, and they have to have a quality acceptance criteria that will be checked by you. That is all mentioned in the subcontracts, right? So these are the components of a project that are often contained. And Primavera can take care of that. And what is a program? Suppose you have bought a huge piece of land, you're trying to develop a township, right? So basically, you are trying to create a lot of value, huge amount of value. So what you will do, you will first clear out the place, you will set up boundary lines, and you will set up the boundary walls, then you will provide access road, you will provide electricity, then you will start developing further, you will make residential units, you will make commercial units, you will make a community center, you might provide a swimming pool, you might provide a school, you might provide a medical center, and it looks like a complete township where people would be interested to buy units and flats and move in, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
because you are doing multiple projects at the same time, right? So that's a program. So the Primavera can handle sub projects, it can handle projects, of course, it can handle programs, it can handle the entire portfolio. So that's what we are trying to do. These are all related endeavors. So, guys, this is the life cycle of a project. It is taken from the PMBOK so that it becomes easy for you to understand. So, when we are interacting with the client. That is called the initiating phase. So what we are trying to do in the initiating phase, we are trying to understand the requirement of the client. We are also trying to understand if that is possible to be done by us. Is it within our technical capabilities, right? Is it within our capabilities of knowledge, right? So that is the initiating. So if that is yes, then we are trying to determine, is it a profitable venture for us, right? Is it a profitable business deal for us? If both the answers are yes, if both the answers are yes, then we sign a document with the client. What is that document called?
Oh, contract. All right.
Contract. So at the end of the initiating phase, we get a contract, right? So then we start planning. So what do we do in the planning phase? We plan the various knowledge areas of a project. We do the scope management plan, we do the cost management plan, we do the schedule management plan, risk management plan, quality management plan, resources management plan, communication management plan, procurement management plan, right? What we should procure at what point of time, and stakeholder management plan. So what do we get at the end of the planning? Hmm?
Program, baseline program.
Baseline, right? Yes, baseline program or the baseline values. So we get a baseline of duration, we get a baseline of schedule, we get a baseline of cost, we get a baseline of quality, of risk, right? And activity cost, we get the baseline. So once we have the baselines, then we start doing the job, right? So when we are doing the activities, we are also monitoring and controlling. Monitoring means we are watching and gathering the actual values and comparing it against the actual values. So when we find a variance, we do controlling. I'll give you an example. So when you are driving the car, you are executing, right? So would you drive with your eyes closed?
No.
No, you will monitor the road around you, right? You will monitor the way around you. So you will keep yourself safe. You will make sure you don't make a mistake. You are also ensure that if someone else around you is making a mistake, you stay ahead, you stay away from that, right? So while you are driving, you are watching and you are controlling the car, right? You make sure that you are driving safely, right? So that's what you do when you are managing a project, right? So you are getting the activities done and you are monitoring for the actual values. You are comparing them against baseline values and you are controlling those values to stay near the baseline as much as possible. So once you complete all the activities, then what do you get?
You get acceptance. Yeah, acceptable.
So
Acceptable
you get
product.
an acceptable product, right? And then you start doing the closing process. So closing means that you are winding up the project and you are exiting gracefully, right? So basically, you will do the closing process. So closing process would mean, for example, you will clean up the project site, right? Just a moment. So basically, the closing process steps, they are a set of checklists which you use to basically you will hand over you will hand over the product, you will commission that, you will provide training, you will provide the documents, and you will provide all the maps and drawings to the client. You will provide certain fitments and fixtures so that suppose you constructed a building, right? You will provide them all the kind of fitments which might not be basically be available after some time in the market. So you can basically give it to the client. Client may use them in the future to replace something which is worn out, right? So then you will basically do the quality acceptance criteria with the client, and then you will raise final invoice, you will get final payment, you will make final payment to your subcontractors, you will release them from project, you will release your internal man and machine, you will gather up the unused materials from the site, you will remove temporary structures from the site, you will clean up the site and exit gracefully, right? So that is the closing process. So basically, the execution means that end of engineering. So closing process means end of the project, right? Okay. Now, what is the relevance? Okay. So basically, so guys, do you see the shade? I put a shade over the whole diagram. Do you see this shade?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, what does it mean? Basically, this shaded area. So, guys, you read this. What did I
Area, area of Primavera's control over the project lifecycle.
So you want this control, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, you should want this control because you're the project manager. You should be always in control, just like the
So you've delivered, Sujoy, you've deliberately left off the initial part of initiating. So we come in shortly after. Is that deliberate?
Yeah, so basically this part is not under the Primavera's control because when you make an initial contact with the client, then what do you use? Use PowerPoint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Basically, you are
Just
trying to
checking.
sell, right? So you might use PowerPoint, you might use PDF, you might use an Excel, you might use some videos, you might use some basically some documents to show that you are good, right? You try to establish your good credentials, right? Then you get further, I mean, into discussions with the client, and then basically, if you are sure that you are able to if you are able to help the client with your capabilities, you have that, and you are able to make it a profitable one. Then what do? You sign a contract with the client, right? So you sign a contract with the client only when you are sure that it is within your capabilities and it is profitable. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? So because we are here to do business, right? So we make sure that we sign the contract which is doable, and then the rest of the process, right? Okay. So part of the initiating is not. So once you sign a contract, basically in the Primavera, you can write a lot of documents, right? You can create a project workspace from the beginning. In the beginning, we use the Primavera to write and store the documents which are visible to all the stakeholders across various locations, right? It doesn't require that you should be in the same office, in the same place, or in the same city or country, right? So we can have multinational teams working on the same project, and we make sure that we are able to share the documents. We are able to basically version the documents. Everybody is working on those documents in a sequence. We are creating the design, we are creating the specifications, we are creating the risk management plan, we are creating the quality management plan, we are making the communication management plan, because the Primavera can take care of all the 10 knowledge areas of the PMI process, right? It is highly compatible with the PMI process. Is that clear, guys? So
Yeah.
basically, you should use it, right? You should use the PMI process. You should read sometimes if you haven't. So I will share the PMBOK with you. You read the PMBOK, right? So that will give you more insight, and in the future, it will help you become much more, proficient project manager, right? So that is the point. So you just keep this picture in mind, which is good enough for now. So basically, it will help you understand. So, guys, today we are going to do the sort of, you can say, the initiating. So, from tomorrow, we will do the planning and execution. On third day, we will do the monitoring, controlling, and closing the life cycle. So, basically, we are going to learn the Primavera according to the project's life cycle, right? So, basically, we will learn all the features, and of course, I'm not here to sell you the software. So basically, I will not be teaching you the features as listed in the manual. I'll teach you all the features as a person, as a project manager. You need to use them, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that you not only use all the features, but you're thinking like a project manager all this while, right? So what I need to do in initiating, what I need to do in planning, execution. So basically you would be able to use all the buttons, features, and functionalities in the initiating, in the planning. You will so once you're in the planning phase, your mind will highlight a different set of features, functionalities, and buttons which are to be used then, right? Okay, fine. Okay. So this picture is clear, guys? Okay, so we will move to the next slide. So basically, this is what a WBS looks like. We talk a lot about WBS. So, this is the main project. So what we do, we subdivide the project into project management process. We must determine that what are the methodologies we are going to use. We plan the scope of the work, right? How much work we have to do according to the requirement, of course, right? Then we do the foundation, building, interior, landscaping, right? So, this is just to give you a broad idea. So, different projects will have the different WBS. Now, this is the project life cycle. This is also taken from the PMBOK. So, let me tell you something. This is phase of the initiating and planning, and this is the phase of the execution, which is called the carrying out the work, and this is the phase of the closing. So, now I'll just tell you. Suppose if you do something in the initiating and planning phase, that is organizing and preparing, and you made a mistake worth $1. If you want to get this corrected, you might have to spend only this much in the correction, right? So basically, where you are still inside the computer, right, guys? Is that clear? We don't even print these days until we are sure, right? So you can make a correction in your document, in your design, in your plan. You're still in the computer. Only thing that will cost you is the time of the subject matter expert. Now, what happens when you go with a faulty design to the site and you carry out the work and you make a mistake of $1? And do you think it's cheap? No. Guys, it has been observed from my own experience. I have seen that companies, when they make a mistake, they might have to spend $10 to make the correction, make it look good, because it involves the penalties as well, right? So make sure that when you are carrying out the work, so you have a very sure baseline. So basically, if you do everything right here, so you'll be right here, so you won't need that. You'll carry out the work quickly and you will be able to coolly able to close the project. So keep this in mind, right? So this has been basically taken from. So basically, when you carry out the work, so in carrying out the work, it has been observed by the PMI that you require, you basically utilize around 68 to 72% of the project's funds, total budget, right? Okay. So if you have a project worth $100, then $72 are used up in execution phase, right? So make sure that you do it right. So this is the nature of a project, regardless of the domain, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. So at least one person can tell me if that is clear. Otherwise, I'll continue to tell you again and again. So now this is the levels of the scheduling in project, right? We must have heard about this, right, guys? So basically, level 0 is called executive summary. You write a document, free flowing document in Word. Then you create the WBS, right? Without any resource. Then the level 2, you are having the activities only, right? But without any resource. You are basically monitoring only the schedule. Then you make a schedule with resources, right? Then you are in the level 4, you are monitoring with resources, right? Then level 5, creating activity steps. You are further subdividing the activities. So most of the times, I'll just tell you the truth. We don't use the level 5. We don't use activity steps. We don't need that. So if you go up to the level 4, you are fine. So in the level 4, you are monitoring the schedule and cost both, right? Okay. So make sure that you keep this in mind. Okay. Now we just go. So guys, is this picture clear to you? Carrying out the work? How much do you use? You use 72% of the project funds here. Make sure that you are doing something which is very right, right? Okay. So is this picture clear?
Yes.
Okay. So this thing is clear? Hmm?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's like this. It's not a direct thing. Okay. So is this clear? The benefits of planning is clear?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I hope. So this triple constraint is clear?
Yeah.
Fine. So we make sure that, the quality is achieved. So we make a measurement in the beginning. We make sure that we make some rough plan using the Primavera. We make sure that before we sign the contract, we have something which is basically satisfactory to the client and it is profitable for us, right? So that is the triple constraint. Now, guys, we are going to take a break. So the break will be for about 20 minutes. So I'm going to send a message in the WhatsApp, right? So guys, you look at the timestamp. So you'll see the timestamp in your own time zone.
20 minutes. What's that? Yeah.
Okay. So guys, do you see the timestamp in your WhatsApp?
Yes.
Come. Okay, fine. Then you count 20 minutes from the timestamp and you come back. You join back, right?
See you then.
Okay, fine. So during this break time, I'm going to pause the recording. You can also do the same. That will be fine. So Rahul, you just go ahead and share your screen. We will start with you. So guys, I'm going to use Rahul's screen for a while because he joined in yesterday, late in the night. So I think I'll have to install his software first so that he is also up to the mark. So Rahul, are you in a shared room?
Yeah, sir. Sir, right now I'm in
Okay,
office,
fine.
sir. So
You
yeah,
quickly share your screen so that I can install the software. Then I will move to another one. So quickly.
sir, I've already installed, sir. I
No, no,
already
no,
installed.
no. You have dictionaries,
Check.
find,
Check.
publish,
Check.
reports.
Check.
Good. So we have selected 6 checkboxes. We will see 6 rows of buttons on the top, right? You can see them, right? Okay, fine. So once we are done, we stop here. We click on the close button. Okay, so now we are going to organize the buttons into the panel number 2. So guys, this is your panel number 2 and we are going to organize the buttons. So I will move the first group of the buttons and then you will move the rest, right? So guys, so basically, if I move my cursor to the left side, it will turn into a four-sided, I call it the claw, eagle's claw, right?
Yeah.
Now, basically, you have to use the sensitive. You have to be as sensitive as when you are parking your car in a tight parking, right? You have got lots of car around. You are sensitive that you should not brush against any other car and you reach an empty slot and you park your car there, right? So use the same mindset here as well. So you just go to the left side and you drag it, gently. You have to drag it to the right side, okay? Then you place it here. So basically, if you have a wide mouse, so that is going to give you a good control. Now you do this thing, you move this here and you place it here, right? No, you have gone out of the sequence, so let me fix it.
Okay.
Okay, let me fix it. You just drop it. Okay. So guys, make sure that you are using the correct sequence because I want both of your screens to look the same, at least during the training, because if I have to switch to another person's screen, it should look the same. There should not be any confusion, right? So now this has been placed correctly. Now you try the next one here and try to drag it in a straight line. No, you have to basically grab it from the left side. Yes. Perfect, right? And you do the next one like that, same. Okay, so you're left with the last one. You bring it here. No, not so fast. No rash driving, man.
Okay, sorry.
You're driving rashly in the parking. You drive very gently. 5 kilometers per hour, right? Is that clear? Not more than that. And when you are inside any township, it is 20. When you are on the road, so it can be 60, 70, 80, 100, right? On the highways. You're in the parking, right? So you park them in the right places. So you're done, huh?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay, fine. Now we will basically work upon the next part. So in the next part, what we will do, that there is a group of the buttons here. So we would like to bring them down. I'll tell you why we need to do this. So basically, I'm sharing my experience. This is not a standard knowledge, but this is a basically a best practice, right? Now you do this thing. So you move this set of the button on the top toward the right side, and you bring it into the green box. First, you move it right. And when it is parallel, then you drag it down gently. Drag it down a little bit more. Yes, drop it. Okay.
I've done that.
You are fine?
Yeah.
Good. I'll tell you that why is it so? Because this is a special group of the buttons. It has a very special button, which is very useful to be used. The first one, right? So now you click on this triangle. After you clicked on this triangle, you click on add or remove the buttons. Then you select lock all toolbars. After that, you select expand all.
Lock all toolbars, do you say?
Yeah, lock all toolbars. You should look at your extended monitor, right? I'm sure that
Yeah.
you're using one.
Yeah.
You have an extended one? Right.
Yeah, well, I'm viewing your screen in the extended one. I've got my Primavera screen open on my PC, which is a 14-inch screen, but I'm managing.
No, you can do the opposite. You take your Primavera to the bigger monitor and then you watch it on a smaller screen. The smaller screen is supposed to give you some reference, right?
Right, all right, good
So
plan, man.
you
Good
flip?
plan.
Can you flip that?
Yeah, I've done that, yeah.
Okay, good. So that I believe would be much more comfortable. So basically, you just need an idea that where you should be pointing at, right? Oh, okay, fine. Did you see?
So see that I got that lock all toolbars. I've done that, and then you said expand all. I've not done that, but do I need to do that?
Yeah, do it. Then you select collapse all.
Hang on. Add or remove buttons.
So they're all side by side. Expand all, collapse two. So all these three are side by side. Okay.
Oh, hold fire. Hold fire. I've got something different there. Yeah.
So if you got something different, so don't worry. You just show me your screen. You just share your screen. Make sure that you
That's fine.
are sharing the screen which you are working on, right?
Okay. Now, is that how do I do the share screen? Let me see now.
Okay.
I'm not too sure how to do that. Share screen. How do I do that?
So you just look down. Now I've stopped the sharing. If you look down, you will see the share button.
Oh, I see it. I see it down there. Yeah, I'm not used to looking at Teams. Right. Okay. So I'll do, I guess that.
Share and you share your entire screen.
Which is that one? I don't know if is that the right one? Can you see it? Is my mouse moving on it?
No, I think it's not the one which is running the
Try
Zoom.
that one. Ah, I got it. This one.
Yeah, first you click on the share button, then you select the option share. And then basically the option is by default, it is on the share entire screen. And then we will be able to see your screen, right? We
Have I not done that?
we have already done that before. I installed your software with you, right? So,
Yeah, you did.
you just try to remember how you did it at that time. So use the same configuration. I believe that you can bring your Primavera into your laptop monitor. So I think you are there. So you can share it from there.
You want me to do that too? Do you see it now?
No, I don't see anything yet. First, you click on the share button and then you click on the entire screen. So let me do this thing. Let me make a video call to you. I will show you on my screen, right? You observe it on the WhatsApp video call, okay? Just all you delete the font name which exists. Make the font box clear. Now you type on the letter V. Just type only one single letter. Then you select Vardhana. Then you select regular. Then you select 8. So you will select this font, Vardhana regular 8. Then you click on the OK. And then click on the OK once again.
Okay.
Now, do you notice any different? Does it make your reading any better?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, Hug, I'm asking you. So, are you using your monitor in a duplicate mode? Please set it in the duplicate mode. You do not need to.
Do you want me to plug my HDMI back in?
Yes, because you are using a smaller screen, which can cause stress. You put the HDMI back in and you use the mode. You press Window P and use the duplicate mode. Okay.
Window P.
And you press Window P.
Yep.
And then you use the option duplicate.
Yeah, I've done that.
Right. So you're comfortable now?
Yep.
Looks good. And then now you can look at your bigger monitor, right, during the trading. So that will. So how?
Yep.
So what is the size of your bigger monitor? How much is that?
28.
Oh, that's good. So it is. I'm using 27, So, that's why I don't need to use any glasses, right? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now you select activities and do the same thing. So guys, you apply the same font in all the tabs. You select activities tab now and you apply this font,
Okay.
right? So one by one you apply. So select activities. Activities, man. Activities here. Now apply the same font. Click on that font. How you can still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah.
I've done it, haven't I? I thought I'd done mine.
No, you have not done it. You have to do it on each and every tab. You select activities, now you apply it once again. Each of them are different.
All right, okay. Right, okay, so get rid of that.
You just backspace it, delete it, and type V. Select Vardhana regular 8. That's it. Click OK and OK. Right? Yeah, that's right. Now it changes, right? Now do it for
Yeah.
WBS resource and reports, right? No, you miss the WBS. Don't miss that one. First you select the WBS, yeah.
I've got my I'm trying to get rid of, do you see I've got the meeting sitting there, it's annoying me. I want to get rid of that. Right, there you go. Right, okay, so WBS, so I do the same thing for this and
Correct. Then
right,
you go,
and resources is
yeah, resources.
Yeah, done for all 5
Yeah,
tabs.
reports. Okay, so
okay,
that's
I'm all
fine.
done.
So basically, I'm sure that now you can read better. So this is something which will reduce the stress. Okay, now the next thing is that after we have basically set the font, now we are going to add more columns. No, we are going to first understand the functionality of the button, right? Okay, so let's do that. The first. So we look at the first pair of the buttons, right? You see this? This is a pair of the buttons, right? So now you click on the left side button, click on the table button and observe then what happens. So what happens when you click the table button, you see only the table, you don't see the Gantt chart. So basically what is the use? So just in the near future, we will be reaching a point, a situation where we do not need to see the Gantt chart and our screen is full of columns. We need to look at a lot of columns, right? That's why we did this. Now you click on the right side button. So you get the Gantt chart. Now you do this 20 times, right? So each time you do it, you tell yourself mentally, table, Gantt chart, table Gantt chart. You do that 20 times in total, 10 for each button.
You want me to do that now?
Yeah, do it. You click 10 times on the left button, 10 times on the right button. Do it. Now you click on the right button.
Oh, do you?
Right, right button on the Gantt chart button. Right?
You want me to just do that? Is this just to embed this behavior, is it? I think that's 10.
Good. So I'm sure that it becomes a permanent memory, right? So that is the benefit of live training.
It's a muscle memory, yeah.
Okay, fine. Now you will see another pair of the button. First you click on the right side button. So what do you observe?
The bottom screen's gone out, so it's more rows.
Yeah, so you can see the full data from top to the bottom. So the bottom window is gone. Now you do the same thing. You go click and click on the left button and you do that 20 times. 10 plus 10. And when you are clicking, you should tell yourself, right? You say details, no details, details, no details, right? Like that.
Yeah.
Details. No, what will have details. Details.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm sure that's a permanent memory. Okay, so it is as good as your nursery rhyme, right? Good. Fine. Now you click this one more time. Okay, now we are going to look at another pair of the buttons. Those are basically complementary and mutually exclusive, right? Now you click on the double minus button which says collapse all. Click this button. So you can see that entire data is collapsed on both sides, right? Now you click on the expand all and you do that 20 times. Not on that one, not on that one, man. You got to be careful, right? Where your cursor go. Only this, double plus, double minus, right? And you should tell yourself where you are clicking. You need to do it silently. Expand all, collapse all, expand all, collapse all. Because very soon we are going to use these buttons and then I'll just tell you, show me the whole data and collapse the whole data, right? Show me the detail and hide the detail. That's it. You should remember these buttons today itself. That should be a permanent memory for life.
Well, we'll see.
No, you can do it if you remember your nursery rhymes. Do you remember the Twinkle Twinkle?
Little star. Yeah.
Okay, if you do, then you have a good memory. Use that.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm there.
Yeah, good. So, this is basically a pair of the buttons. Then it has a third one also. Now, this is the button which shows you the plus minus symbol, right? You click that button once. Now you're going to get a pop-up box. So we move this a little bit toward the right side. Now in this pop-up box, so what we have is a collapse grouping band store. Now from here, you select level 1 and then click on the apply button. And you click on the apply button. So what do you observe? It shows you just top level of the data. Then you select level 2 and click on the apply. Right? Okay. Then you just stay here. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to ask you something, in fact. So you can see the top level word is enterprise. So guys, you tell me what is the meaning of this word? What is the meaning of enterprise?
Then it's all programs within the organization.
So basically, in the project management, the enterprise means a group of companies or a group of different business, right? Group of companies, right? Now, the person who runs this is the CEO. So, what is the full form of CEO? What is the full
Chief
form?
Executive Officer.
So, what does he do? So, basically, the chief executive officer, he ensures that all the businesses which are running under this group, they are running good, they are healthy, they are profitable, and they make good sense to be there, right? So, if he finds
Yeah.
a new opportunity, he will add that. And if he feels that some business is not doing good, he will try to help it, right? He will basically push in resources from the other companies into that one and try to make that healthy. And if some business is creating a product which is no longer required, he may shut down that business, right? Okay. So he's the guy who basically started the group and he is managing that. So can you give me an example from UK group of companies?
Companies. Yeah, I'm sure I can.
Virgin Group.
Taylor Woodrow,
So Virgin Group. So who is the CEO of that?
Richard Branson.
Yeah. So what businesses does he run?
Well, travel, airlines, retail,
Retail, Virgin
banks.
Yeah. And there is one more new business he just added, Virgin Galactic, space tu-
Yeah,
space tourism.
space
Right?
travel.
So he knows that he can see a future. He can see a profit there, right? So basically, he makes sure that he's one of the first. And there is one more guy, that Jeff Bezos, right? He
Yeah,
recently he traveled himself to space, right? He
yeah,
made sure that it is good, and then it makes a good business sense to take people there, and it is safe to take them there and bring them back, right?
yeah,
Okay, so fine. So in future it will be normal, just like it is now normal to fly. So it was not so normal. So when the first aircraft was invented by the Wright brothers, right? So it taken some time. So today we'll travel so reliably. So there will be a time we'll be basically orbiting in space and enjoy the weightlessness and come back, right? So that would be a new business. So this is what the CEO does. He makes sure that if you look at these businesses, these are all diverse. They have no relation, right? But they all make profit. Do they seem related?
yeah.
They are not. Engineering and construction and information technology, right? Okay.
A
Fine.
little bit of it. Could argue they
Now,
are related, but they're quite distinct and separate. Yeah.
yeah. Now, what you have below them, so there is another word for them in the project management. They call it portfolio. Portfolio is a line of business. It is managed by a manager, portfolio manager. So, portfolio means that it's a different line of business, right? So, the person who manages that is portfolio manager. So, what is the focus of the portfolio manager? He ensures that that he gets more business, he gets more projects, and he is able to keep that particular portfolio healthy, right? And if there is anything unusual, he can report it to the CEO and get a backing, right? So that is the portfolio. Now you select from here the level 3 and click on the apply button. Sometimes a portfolio may be subdivided into programs, sometimes, not always. A portfolio has to be there always, but some portfolios, when they expand, they may be subdivided into programs. So you can see this program, right? You can look at the product development portfolio. It has been subdivided into two programs, program 1 and program 2, right? So program basically means that it is a specialization in that particular portfolio, right? So basically, it is optional. Programs are optional, but remember, under all these portfolios and program, what you have is projects. So you have got these projects here. You have got projects. You have got projects. This is a project, and you also have projects inside the programs, right? So I write here project, and a project is managed by whom? A project manager, right? That's you and me.
Yeah.
So we're doing that, right? We aren't. So basically, we are doing project management. So what is the focus of the project manager? The focus of the project manager is to manage the promise. What is the promise? The promise is that we will finish your project in the given time limit within the price limit and will give you a product of acceptable quality, right?
Right.
So basically, all other managers, they are managing the business. He's making sure that he is able to deliver the business which was obtained, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that is the job of the project manager. So we will focus on the project management only. This is just to give you a greater understanding. That's why the Primavera is called EPPM, Enterprise Projects and Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management Software, right? So it helps you look at the data from the enterprise level, from the portfolio level, and from the project level as well. The programs are optional. Program may or may not be there. If your portfolio expands, then the CEO may decide to subdivide that into programs, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now what we will do, so we will click on the OK. So this box will be closed. Now, once this box is closed, we will click on the collapse all button. Now, after the collapse all, so we can basically expand the group in another way. You click here, and that is going to expand the enterprise. Okay, fine. Now, you expand the energy portfolio, you click here. If you look at this portfolio, so you can see 6 projects are there, right?
Right.
Now you expand the product development portfolio. So basically, you can see the product development portfolio has been subdivided into programs, right? And if you want to know the reason, you expand both the programs, you will know the reason. Now, if you count the number of the projects in the portfolio, in this portfolio, that is the product development, you count how many projects are here. Count the white rows.
Total 10, 6 and 4.
Yeah, total 10, right? And if you count the number of the projects in the energy portfolio, how many are there?
6.
6. So basically, the CEO felt, right, we are expanding in this product development. Let us create some specialization, right? And we'll hire the program manager to manage them better, right? So he's making sure that there is a healthy ratio of the manager to the number of the projects that are running, right? Okay, so that he is under control. Everybody is under control, right? So if you wish to expand the name column, you can expand it. That's up to you. What makes you more comfortable, right? Now, guys, what we will do, we are now going to basically configure it even further, right? We want to do the data analysis. So to do the data analysis, so what we do, first of all, we click on the expand all button. And after the expand all button, we click on the table button so that we see only the table. So once you look at the screen, you can see, click on the expand all. Yeah, click this button, expand all, double plus button. So now you scroll to the top row. You just use your mouse scroller and place your cursor on the top row like that. So you can see, there is a lot of space here, right? So we are going to use that space to add more columns, right? Okay. So then we will do the data analysis. Okay, fine. So, okay. So guys, would you like to take the lunch break? So what about you, Hemant? Would you like to take the lunch break or would you like to continue for some time?
I don't have any problem. The
You
way
don't have any
group
problem.
decides.
How you are fine? You took a good breakfast in the morning?
Yeah, lunch break. It's 12 past 9 here, so yeah, it'd be a good time to have a break. Yeah,
Okay, you want a break?
I'm happy to have one. I'm go with the flow.
Okay, fine. So make sure that you are not stressed. So make sure that if you're feeling hungry, you should let me know. We will take a break, right? Okay. No stress here. I run a small batch for high quality and zero stress, right? Good knowledge, good practice. Now we are going to add more columns here. So to add more columns, so guys, I'll tell you that, you can right click any place here. But mostly we prefer to click near the center, right? You right click here. So once you right click, you will see a menu, right click menu, select columns, then you select customize. So once you select the customize, you can see a column selection box. To use it in a better way, so we drag this up, right? And then we expand it sideways. So what do? You drag it sideways up to the tip of the arrow, up to the tip of the arrow. You have to drag it sideways, the edge up to the tip. Yeah, release it. So you are getting a reasonable height and width, right? You can see the columns better. Now you can see already applied columns here. These are the columns which are already applied on the screen, but we want to add more columns, right? So one more thing, guys, let me give you the word of caution. So if you don't want any trouble, do not touch these buttons, right?
Okay.
Basically, these are the buttons which are very dangerous. If you click any of these buttons, they are going to shift all the columns toward the right or the left, right? So don't do it. Okay. So stay away from these buttons in every case, right? So consider them as high voltage buttons, right? Don't touch them. Okay, that's a practical advice. Now, if you want to select a column, so you will use this button. If you want to remove a column, use this button. So these are the only two buttons that you are going to use. Okay, so just now I'll show you how to add more columns. We would like to add more columns after the project name. So we select the project name. We keep the selection here. Now, what we want to see? We want to see the project's status. So basically, the columns that I foresee that I should be seeing here: percentage of completion, the planned duration, baseline duration, actual duration, planned dates, and then actual dates, then the planned cost. Planned cost means a baseline cost, right? Baseline cost, actual cost, variance, right? We want to see all these columns. Now, we are going to add more columns by, first of all, you expand the percentage complete group. Click here.
Okay.
And then you select this column, schedule percentage complete.
Mhm.
And then you take it to the right side, right? You click this and it goes to the right side. The beautiful thing about the Primavera is that when you take a column to the right side, so it basically is removed from the left side, right? So that gives you an idea that what column you have selected. Now, since you are done with this, so you can close the percentage complete group. So after that, we focus on the duration. So you expand the duration group. So after you expand the duration group, you select BL project creation. I mean, BL project duration, you take it to the right side. After that, you select actual duration. Actual duration at the top. You take it to the right side. Now, BL means baseline project duration. Baseline literally means planned project duration, right? Okay, so this is the planned project duration. So we are creating pairs of data. No, just wait. We don't need that. I didn't tell you to use that. So basically, when we put these two, we are able to see what was planned and what is the actual, right? Now you close the duration group, close it, and you expand the dates group. So in the dates group, you will select start. So alphabetically, it is at the bottom. Okay, just a moment. So we got to make sure. So just make sure that your start column is below the actual duration, right? Okay. Now you select the finish. After the start, you select finish. You take it to the right side. Correct. Then you will select actual start and actual finish. Right? So basically, these are for knowing the actual data, and then we can do a comparison. Now you click on the dates, to collapse the dates. Now, what do we have after the dates? After the dates, we need cost. So we expand the cost. So after you expand the cost, then you select BL project total cost. BL project total cost. You take it to the right side. After selecting the BL project total cost, you select actual total cost and you take it to the right side. So after the actual project total cost, then you select the variance BL project total cost, which is at the bottom of the list. Variance BL project total cost. So after that, you select the remaining total cost. Okay, so these are the four columns. So Hemant, please confirm that you are synchronized.
Yes, yes. I will, once this is done, I will just share a photograph on the group just
No,
to
no,
confirm.
no, no, that's fine. So you can look at the demo screen here.
Yes,
So
yes. I'm
we
looking
have
at it.
selected this set of columns, right?
Yes,
You can see your demo screen, okay?
correct.
And then you make sure that you have them and they are in the same sequence. So after you have them in the same sequence, so you click on the OK button.
Yeah.
So once you click on the OK button, so these columns will get applied. Now we are going to basically use our basically common sense to right size the column so that we can see the maximum amount of the data without scrolling, right? So what we do, so we reduce the size of the schedule percentage complete, right? We have some blanks. So we have some blank space here, reduce. Now, if you want to shrink the start column, you go to the start and finish. In the middle, do you see the double-sided cursor? Here it is just like Excel. You double click here.
Okay.
Seems to me, yeah. I'll
Good.
double click, yeah.
Yeah, hit. That's it. You do it in the or do it on the next one, right? So it resizes itself.
Yeah.
It determines the right size, right? Okay, now I'll tell you something about the monetary column. On the monetary column, you should not be looking at any partial data. If you're seeing something like this, so basically it won't make sense to you. Just a moment. So let me show it to you. This will not make any sense, right? Is that clear? But if you see a partial project name, that's okay. We can say city center, we can say Nesbit, we can say Hythen. Still, we recognize it. But a partial numeric data doesn't make sense. So you make sure that when you expand the cost, you make sure that you are able to see the currency symbol. If you're looking at the currency symbol at the top row, then rest of the rows would be just fine, right? Since we don't want the total activities to be visible on the screen, so what we do, we give the remaining space to the project name, right? Like that. So we want to see only up to the remaining total cost column. So Hemant, make sure that you have also distributed the space to the various columns like this, nearly like this.
Yes.
Okay. So now once you have done it like this, so you have done a lot of precious work. So that precious work is called the layout. So you have basically designed the layout of the screen and that needs to be preserved, right? So in the Primavera, the layout and data, they are saved. Now we will save the layout. You click on this button. This is a save layout as button. So if you do that, so you will see the name, right? Now you write here, you complete it, you write here. After the project, you write layout by, then you write your own name. Okay, yeah, that's right. So yeah, yeah, that's right. So actually, okay, okay. So let me tell you projects layout. Oh,
You actually did say that, right? Okay.
okay. So you just press your caps lock, then you fix it.
There you go, yeah. Yeah. I'm forgetting you're at my computer.
You write here projects layout by, then you write your name properly, right? Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
So basically, this is looking right, then you click on the save button. So once you click on the save, I would like you to notice something. So this layout name appears here, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So this thing, basically, you can switch layouts. So this layout name, if it appears here, it confirms that this is the layout which is now controlling the appearance, right? Okay, we can switch layouts. So if you switch layouts, it will be another name. Now, why did I ask you to basically tag it with your name? So the advantage is that, the advantage here is that, so if you share this layout with your colleagues, so basically in the Primavera, you can save a layout, you can share a layout, you can import a layout. Suppose this layout is very popular, it goes many places, so maybe someone would like to talk to you. So, Hug, so can you give me another version? Do you have another one? You say yes, right? So you can give him another one. So this is just to tag that who created this, right? Now we will see that how the layouts they work, where the layouts are stored. So you click this button, open layouts as, open layout button. So once you are here, you can see that in the open layout box, there are two categories. One is the global and one is the user. Global means that the layouts which are under the global category, these are visible to all, these are accessible by all, and these are usable by all. And the layouts which are kept under the user, that is you, admin, you are the admin. So these layouts are private layouts. Nobody can see them except you, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this, where do these global layouts initially come from? Initially, the global layouts, they come as part of the package. So once when the Primavera is installed for the first time, so it comes with a lot of sample data. It comes with a lot of sample layouts, sample calendars, sample resources, sample projects, right? So all you can see, these are all sample projects. Why does the Primavera provide you the sample project? So that you can understand the extent and power of the Primavera, how big businesses it can handle, right? And this sample, these projects, if they match any of your future projects, you can use these projects as a starting template, right? So that you don't have to write lot of the WBSN activities, right? You can select your domain and you try to find that if you have a project which basically matches yours, you can use that. You can make a copy and use it. Okay, so this is the sample. Now, what we do, we drag this box a little bit toward the right side. We keep it on the right. Now we will see that what is the effect of changing the layout. You select the chart view layout and click on the apply button. And click on the apply button. So if you click on the apply button, it looks like a chart. So what is there at the top? Level number one. So guys, what is the level number one? Level number one is the enterprise. What is the level number two? Level number two is the
Program.
Portfolio.
and level number three is optional. If it is there, then what does it stand for? So that would
Program.
right. And what is there below the portfolio? This is project, 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 and projects, right? So
Yeah.
at the level number two and three, what we have is the projects. So this is the effect of switching the layout, right? Now we select the project coding and click on the apply. So basically the project coding is basically not showing you the status of the project, rather it is showing you the biodata of a project, right? It is showing you the identity of a project. It's a flat list, if you would notice. ID, project name, estimated size, manager, status, strategic rating, location, sponsor. So one of the interesting column is location. Let's see what are the various unique location this company operates in. It operates in China, Russia, Europe, Latin America, Australia, Russia. Oh no, Russia, I've already marked it. So then Brazil, India, and North America. So guys, you count that how many unique locations I have marked here?
8.
8. So basically, in the future, you might be also working in a company as big as this one, right? Okay. So this company works in 8 places. And how do the people basically work together? Basically, they have a shared database which is hosted on some cloud-based data center. Like it can be on the Oracle cloud, it can be on the Amazon cloud, it can be a SQL server hosted on the Microsoft Azure cloud platform, right? It can be there as well. So it can be any one of them, which is the best and which is the best suited. The company can hire some space and it can be hosted in any of those and people can then access it. So you can say basically the Primavera is like the Facebook of projects, right? Okay. So it's like this. So everybody knows about the project. Now you select the project cost and click on the apply. So in the project cost, you see this column. So guys, can you tell me that how do we interpret schedule performance index?
I guess it's actual cost versus projected baseline cost.
Yeah, basically, the schedule performance index, the index is based on one. It shows you the speed of the project. Now, what is the normal speed? The normal speed is one. If some project shows you one, it means that it is all the activities are starting on the start date and finishing on the finish date. It is not delayed, right? And
Yeah.
what about the CPI? What does it show?
Well, that's what I thought initially. That would show your actual cost against your projected cost at that point in the program. And if you're below, then it's cost less, and if you're over, it's more than one.
It shows you the efficiency of money. Basically, if it is around one, it means that your project is going efficiently. So all the activities are finishing within the allocated budget amount. If some or many of the activities are spending more than the budget allocated amount, then the index will fall below one. If the index is at one, it is normal. If it is index is more than one, then you can say that the project team is very smart. So they are able to achieve the quality acceptance criteria, but at the same time, they have used less money than the budgeted amount of the money, right? So then, in case the CPI may go over one, right? So speed is calculated by earned value divided by planned value. Just a moment. So it is calculated by earned value divided by planned value. These are financial parameters of the project, and this cost performance index is calculated by earned value divided by actual cost. So it's like this. So if you get a little bit more into the subject, so you can know it and you will be able to interpret it also. Okay, now you click on the standard project view and click apply. So it looks like this. So it has a finish column, but it doesn't have a smart column. So basically it has a forecast column at completion total cost. It's a forecast column. It is forecasting based upon the current status of the project. And it has another forecast column at completion labor units. So it says that if the project continues like this, so at completion, it would be using those many labor units, and that would be the total amount of the money, right? So that's what it means. Now you select project layout by and your name. Now click on the open. This time you click on the open. Basically, when you click on the open, it does two things. It will apply the layout and it will close the box, right? So if you just click on the apply, it means that what you are telling the Primavera, you apply and stay there. So when you click on the open, you are saying apply and close the box. I want to switch off the box. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you like your layout? It looks good.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Now we are going to use it very soon. Now I'll tell you something about the columns. Basically, these columns can be sorted just by a click. So you click here at the column head just one time. So do you notice that you have a triangle here?
Here,
No,
yeah.
no. That is the pyramid. So just a moment, hold on. Look here,
Triangle, you say?
yeah, it is. It is very discreet.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, yeah. It's like a Garmin sign. Yeah.
So let me use. Okay, so let me keep it marked out, right? Now you click that once again, just hold it. Now let us interpret what does it. Hold it, man. Let me explain to you. When the triangle is upside, so you will see that the sorting is from smallest to the greater value, right? And
Correct.
when the triangle is upside down, then you can say that data is also upside down, right? Now you click it. Now you look at the numbers, the project ID. The greater values are at the top, right? Smaller values are going downwards.
Correct.
Yeah.
The same group, right? Now you can sort any column by clicking that. You can sort only one column at a time. Now click here on the project name. Now you will see that the columns are, this column is sorted alphabetically from A to Z, A to Z from top to the bottom, right?
Correct.
Then you click it again, then the sorting will be reversed. So if the triangle is reversed, the sorting will be reversed, right? So basically you can sort any one column at a time and we can use to analyze the data. Suppose if you sort here the BL project total cost. So you will be seeing that that this column is sorted. You can see the smallest value project to the largest value project, but within the same portfolio, right? The sorted data is done. Sorting is done within the portfolio, right? So basically each of the portfolio will have the values displayed like the smallest to the greatest, right? So we can basically understand the status of a project. Now, if you want to understand it even more, so we will do a real life like analysis. So you click here, schedule
Oops.
percent, right?
I'll just put that back. Right.
Okay.
Oops. Shit.
Okay. Just keep it here, right? No. Just keep the triangle upside. Okay. Just hold it now. Okay. Fine. Now we are going to do the data analysis. So guys, let's go for the lunch. And after the lunch we come, then we will do the data analysis. So you keep it just here, right?
Okay.
Right. So basically, I'm going to send a message in the group, and you can confirm that you understand the timestamp, right? So guys, I'm sure that you are getting a timestamp.
Yes, we have.
60 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So you take. Now, during the break time, we stop the screen share and we pause the recording, right? Okay, Hug, you share your screen?
Who's sharing it this time?
Yeah.
Me. All right.
Yes.
Hang on. Share. Is that it there? There's that.
Fine.
All right.
Okay, fine. Now we are going to basically analyze the data here. Okay, so first we have sorted the data. Now let us look at the first one. Okay, so guys, you read what is the name of this project?
Elizabeth building expansion.
Correct.
Do
So,
you want me to select that?
so what is the completion percentage of this? How much is that?
Completion.
It is 0% complete, right?
Yes.
All right, okay.
Now, if it is 0% complete, you will see the actual start and actual finish. These columns are blank, right? So we don't have any actual start or actual finish dates for this project, right? Now, if you look at the project plan cost, that is the baseline cost, and the remaining total cost, you will find that both of them are same, right? Because you have not used any money at all,
Correct.
correct? And if you look at the actual total cost, it's zero as well, right?
Correct.
Since you actually haven't used any money, so you can't have a variance as well. So the variance is also zero, right? So this is how basically it tells you about the status of a project. Now, let us look at the next one. Read, what is the name of this one?
Sunset Gorge routine maintenance work.
Right. How much it is complete?
100%.
100%. So that's why you see that you have an actual start date and you have an actual finish date as well, right?
Yeah.
And you should also notice that, the start and the finish date, they have a suffix of alphabet A, the letter A, right? Because what does it tell you? It just tells you that, okay, if you're only looking at start and finish column, it will tell you, okay, you have an actual start, you have an actual finish, right? Okay. So in real life, actual start and actual finish, they vary. Now, let us look at the project total cost. So what is the total cost of the project here?
$92,259.86.
Okay. Okay. Now, if you look at the actual total cost, how much is that?
It's $97,259.19.
Yeah. So it is almost like you can say that $5,000 in excess of the planned cost, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the variance, so you can say that, okay, the amount which is mentioned here in the bracket, it is almost like $5,000 if you ignore the cents, if you round it off. So that would come to $5,000. And since it is a negative amount of money, it is mentioned in bracket. That's a financial system thing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And since the project is totally complete, you will see the remaining total cost is zero.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, it finished with $5,000 more. So basically, there is a variance, right? So guys, you tell me that what is the ideal variance? Ideal zero. So basically, we just can't have an ideal variance. It's not possible, right? So we just try to make sure that we finish somewhere around the planned values, right? So we make sure that even if we have some variance, so it is acceptable. Just like in engineering, there is a term called tolerance, right? You understand what is the meaning of the tolerance?
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, tolerance means that the difference which is acceptable for use, right? So that's why we have something in the project. So once a project has been planned, then so one of the subject matter experts who is handling the project planning, he will just let you know that how much variance you can have in the cost, right? So basically, he might tell that we can have a variance of plus 5%, right? But guys, remember one thing. The variance, which is acceptable variance for the schedule, is zero. Is that clear?
Yes.
You must always finish on time, right? You can basically have a little bit less profit because you have a margin in which you can work around, right? So if you quoted something with a price of 100 and your cost can be around 60, so you have a margin of 40 to work within, right? So if you spend a couple of dollars more with a cost baseline of 60, so which is fine. Basically you cannot accurately predict the cost, but you must have a 100% control on the duration of the project and schedule of the project. There is zero tolerance. Okay, fine. Now let us look at the next one. So the next one, you read, what is the name of this?
It's
Town Corporate Park.
So I think corporate park, right? And
Right.
how much is it complete?
31%.
31%. It means that 69% is yet to go, right?
Correct.
Correct. Now, if you look at this, you have an actual start date, right? Because this project has started, but it haven't finished yet, right? You will see there is no finish date yet, right? Because it hasn't finished, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now let us look at the amount of the money it has spent it has spent till now. This is the actual total cost for completing 31%, right, guys? Hmm? So basically, it has completed 31%, it has spent this much amount of the money. Now, if it has spent this much amount of the money, definitely there is going to be some variance as well, right?
Right.
Now, look at the variance. What is the variance till now?
$4,525.
$4,500.
Yes, that's right. And is it a positive amount of money or a negative amount of money?
Positive.
It's a
Positive.
positive. Now, you guys tell me, how do you interpret this?
It's slightly ahead on cost.
Yeah, basically,
So we spent a bit less. We spent a little bit less than we forecast.
correct. So basically, what was planned, so it has spent 4,525 less than the. So, guys, remember, if the quality acceptance criteria is met, then these guys are very smart, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, what they have done, they have spent this much amount less than the planned amount of money at this point. Okay. So what is the ideal variance? Zero. So they have the right to spend the amount of the money which has been planned. That is perfectly all right. But if they spend less, less than the planned, so that is a smart move, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they spent this much amount less than the planned amount of the money. But the thing is that they got to be careful because they still have the 69% of the way to go, right?
Right.
So if they are not doing the monitoring and controlling regularly, then this amount of money can slowly become zero. And at the end of the project, it might even become negative like the previous one, right?
Correct.
So if you are keeping your variance as low or near zero, so that is fine, perfectly all right, right? Okay. Make sure that this happens. So you should monitor and control your projects on a regular basis. Creating a good plan is good, but monitoring and controlling regularly is the right thing to do, right? Okay. Now you guys look at the next one.
City
City
centre
center
office
office
building
building.
addition.
So you can say that, okay, it's 17% complete, right? So it means 83% is yet to go, right?
Yeah.
Now you look at the variance right away. So does it look good? Considering the
Mhm.
fact that that this team has completed only 17%.
No. No, they're going over.
So that's a lot of variance, right? Let's say that you are asked to join the project at this point, right? As a project manager. And you have been told that you said things right, right? So what will be your strategy when you meet your new team? So what will be your strategy? What will you tell them to do? How will you proceed?
So I tell them I look for efficiencies in the work that remains to be completed.
And
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
First thing, first thing is to analyze the cost sheet and then try to see where we are expending much and try to reduce that.
Yeah, basically, the first thing that you will tell them, guys, let us look at the root cause. So you will do a root cause analysis of this losses, and
Sujoy.
first you will plug.
Sorry, sorry, Sujoy. Can I be excused for a minute? Someone's arrived at the door that I need to attend to.
Yeah, yeah, perfectly all right.
All right. Right,
Yeah,
I won't be long at all.
yeah, yeah, not an issue. Okay, fine. So let us continue.
Sorry about that, chaps.
Yeah, fine. So basically, what we are saying is that. So what will you do? What will be your approach? First you will tell your team. So guys, let us do a root cause analysis. Then we plug the losses here, because if you're trying to reduce the cost in the remaining activities, it might be possible that our quality may fall below acceptance criteria. We don't want to take a risk, right? So we just keep it here, and we make sure that we complete the project and we provide a product to the client on time, which is of acceptable quality. We take a little bit less profit this time, but later we can make up for that, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So always make sure that you deliver something on time and something which is acceptable. There might be a little bit of cost variance, so that really doesn't matter. So what matters is that your good relationship with the client and and a good business reputation. That's what matters the most, right? So keep that in mind. So this is how you analyze the data. So this is one way. Now there is one more way to analyze the data. So first of all, you click here, click on the project ID. So guys, remember that this is the best practice. You make sure that the triangle is up.
Yes.
That's the way. Now you switch on the Gantt chart. So if you look at the Gantt chart, let us resize the activity timeline. So we have the years and the quarters, right? Now I'm going to highlight a particular year. So guys, you look at the year 2000, right? So 2010, we are actually in 2010, and we are looking at the future, right? So looking at the quarter four of the 2010, how many projects are running there?
Oh,
Four projects. Yeah, that's right. Now, if I go a little bit forward in time and I look at the year 2012, so how many projects are running?
6.
Six projects are running the entire 2000. So, you know what will be the concern? The concern will be to get the right number of the resources, right?
Yes.
We make sure that we are focused on getting the resources for all the project. You know, the CEO, that's what he will tell all the project managers. So, guys, so if you need any resources, you can come to me directly. We make sure that we deliver all the projects on time. Now, if you look forward further, and if you look at the year 2014, then how many projects are running?
Two.
Well, two really. There's one
Okay,
just finishing at the beginning, but two.
exactly right, right. So basically, you know what the CEO will tell. So he will turn toward the marketing team. He says that, guys, and you start your marketing activities in the quarter two of 2013. So by the time we reach 2014, we make sure that our working capacities are loaded to the full. I mean, they should be full according to our basically resources. So we must be basically we should not be having idling resources. They are not good for the business, right?
Yeah.
So this is how basically the EPPM is used, because EPPM is getting the data. But how do you get an updated data? So when individual project managers, they're updating their individual projects, the data gets updated, it gets sorted here, right? And it gets updated here. So how do the people at the top level they get to see the data? So from time to time they click on the refresh button, right? So what does it do if you click that? So basically, it gets all the updated data here, and then you can see the changing columns. You can see the shift in this Gantt charts, and then you can make an interpretation, right? So basically, you can say this is a sort of a dashboard. This is an inbuilt dashboard like we make in the Power BI or Excel, right? So basically, it's a very powerful software. You don't have to basically gather up data from various sources and take it to some external source to look at this. This is already inbuilt, right? So you just have to make sure that everybody is updating their projects on time and they are updating the actuals on time, and they're entering the complete and correct data at all the times. And once you refresh, so you will be able to see what changes have been done and how does it reflect at the top level. How does it reflect at the portfolio level, program level, and enterprise level? Okay, so this is how it works. Fine. So this is the EPPM feature, but we are more concerned with the project management feature, right? Okay. Now, before we can use those features, let us configure the software. So we'll do the configuration. So to do the configuration, let us do this thing. You click on the table button so that we again start seeing the columns, right? Okay. Now we will start from the admin. You click on the admin. So in the admin preferences, so we will select, okay. Hemant, you are here?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Fine. So basically in the admin preferences, the first preference is general. So in the general, so one of the first options is code separator. It says a dot. So we are fine with that. So code separator, this dot will be used to separate the parent and child codes and concatenated codes when we print a report. So we are fine with that. Now we will set the first day of the week to Monday. So Monday will be better because when we look at a calendar, the weekends will be bunched up or collected on the right side. That is more easier to interpret, right? Now, the default duration, you set it to 6. Why? Because when we create an activity, so we need for our project, we need the duration of 6 more often. So if you need something more often, you set it as a default value. That is convenient, right? Okay, so we need the 6 more often. So we set it to 6. And if we need anything else, we can change it there and then. Now we select data limits. Now in this data limit, so basically it is telling me the limit of the tree like this, right? So basically it says mostly it is 20. So do we really need 20? We no, never need 20. Look at this. This is the first level. And the portfolio is the second level, and the program is the third level. So we are mostly fine with up to 4 levels. So we never would need 20. So that is basically redundant. So we have got nothing to do here. We are fine. Then we come to the next option, that is IDA. So ID, you know, it is identity. So according to the rules of the project management, right? So the project management says that if you want to manage, you know, your entities, your items inside the project, you should provide a unique ID. And it's not because that it is being done because we have a software. It has this rule has been followed since we started to create the manual worksheets, right? So basically, every project manager will write a ID. He will write an ID for project, for WBS, for resource, for activity, for cost account, for roles. He will create an ID. And here, what is the provision? How many characters have been provisioned for? 20. Do we really need 20? Let's do this. Let's count. You count that how many ID, I mean, how many characters have been used in this project, water relay. Count the number of the characters.
8.
8. So we don't need 20. So we are fine with mostly 8 or 9 characters. So that's fine. So we can skip this as well. Now we come to the time periods. So for the time period, so basically what we have, we are talking about the working man hours per working day, right? So, okay, so Hug, so I wanted to show a document. I think we need to stop the sharing. I would like you to share the entire desktop so that I can reach that document in the Primavera folder. Please share the entire screen.
Documents.
You just click on the share, then you select entire screen, option entire screen.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize we were off share. Bear with me. Bear with me. Oh God, where are we? Share. I think. Hang on, Sujoy. Where the hell are we? You're on Zoom here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Right. I'm not as familiar with this Zoom really as I should be. So bear with me. Right. Okay. So that's one there.
If
Share.
required, I will share.
No, that's
Right.
fine.
I think I'm there now. This one, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted you to share the entire screen so that I can easily switch back to the Primavera.
Yeah.
Then I have to stop the sharing. Just wait. So let me show you something because I wanted the notes and the Primavera to be on at the same time, right? So that I could switch it myself. So I loaded the Excel, I believe, but I'm not able to see the Excel.
I can see the Excel.
Yes, you can see the Excel because you shared to, you have the entire screen to yourself. I can see only this folder because you shared only the screen. I want you to share the entire screen option, right? So you look at the screenshot which I shared with you. You do know how to share the entire screen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to install your software. You look at this, look at the screenshot which I shared in the group, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this
Right. All right.
screen option is there at the top. On the top left, if you click on the share button, right? So you will see entire screen. You select that, then you once again you click on the blue share button.
Does that work this time?
Yeah,
No.
right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. This is called the entire screen, right? Now you give me the remote control and so that I can show you something. Right. I go into the Excel and then, so we look at the, I want you to read this. Read this.
The global standard for 1 man day is almost universally accepted as 8 man hours. This standard originates from the International Labour Organization (ILO) Hours of Work or Industry Convention 1999 number 1, which established the 8-hour work day and 48-hour work week as the international norm or industrial work.
So that's why we say 1 man day is equal to 8 man hours, right? So basically, what is the clock day? Clock day is 24 hour. Man day is 8 man hours. So basically, this was basically established after a lot of long discussions, basically, because the business owner would say, oh, I can't run a profitable business if people don't work 10 to 12 hours. And that was almost, like exploitation, right? So this was quite terrible in those days. Then in 1919, under the International Labour Organization, so basically the world was getting more organized, more civilized. So then they established that for the industrial work, 1 man day would be equal to 8 man hours, right? And everything will be based upon the multiples of man hours. So basically, this is the table. So which shows you that how much is the output of 10 people, right? How much is the output of 10 people? 80 man hours, right? If you put 10 people to work on per day basis, so basically they're basically as per our international standard, it is 8. And 8 multiplied by 10 is equal to 80, right? So similarly, you can then you can estimate the number of the people that you need. So basically, it is based upon the capacity of a standardized capacity of a person to work 8 hours, right? So majority of the people can work 8 hours. It has been scientifically proven and medically acceptable, right? Okay, some people can work more, so they are exceptions, but we talk about the majority. So that's why if you look at the software, right? So you just get into the admin once again, click on the admin button, and you select preferences. So once you come to the time period, you will see that by default it mentions 8 man hours per day, right? Because if you open any software, right, so it will show you by default 8 man hours per day, which is 8 hours the working day. What they mean is the working. If you look at this organization, it mentions 40. So what does it mean? It means that
5 days a week.
is 5 days a week, right? Similarly, they have got man hours per month, which is 172. So they expect a person to work like 172 man hours per month. So if you want to convert it into man days, so what you can do, you can pull up your calculator. So you go there in the search, and in the search you write here calc, and then you set your calculator to the taskbar, and then what you do this, or you make it smaller, right? You make it right size, and we keep this here. We will need that frequently, and we can come back to it later. Now you do this thing. You do this calculation 172 divided by 8. You can use your keypad. So, these are the man days which are expected from that person, right? So, if one person work, he is expected to work 21.5 man days a month, right? Now, you do this thing. Now, this time you do this. You divide 2000 by 8.
That's the same thing. I just add to 250.
No, 2000. Okay, fine. So that's fine. 250. Okay, so basically, you are basically a person who works in this organization. So he's expected to work 250 man days, right? So basically, so how many non-work days are there in this organization? That would be 365 minus 250. How much would be that? That would be like
What was that?
non-work days will be 115, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
now if I want to change it, if I wanted to change it to something like 6 days a week, so what do I do? So I can make it 48. 8 says the 48. You write here 48. And then if you multiply 48 by 4, you will get 192. Now you guys tell me, what is 192 multiplied by 12? How much will be that? If it is
304.
230. First of all, you write here 2304.
2304 was that?
Yeah. 2304. But we are assuming that every month is perfectly 4 weeks, but it is not true. Basically, there are approximately 5 months in every year, 5 months, which have an extra weekend, right? I'll show it to you in the calendar.
Yeah.
So I will just pull up the calendar from the system. I'll start from the month of the January, right? Now you count how many Saturdays you have there.
4.
Saturdays, 5. You
No,
look
5. Yes,
at the
5.
calendar carefully, right?
Right.
Then I will find another one. Now you look at the month of the May. How many do you have?
5.
In fact, you have 5 Sundays as well. Enjoy. 5 weekends you have in the month of May, right? Okay. Now you look at the month of the August.
Again, same. 5
Five,
Sundays, 5
five,
Saturdays.
5 Saturdays, right? So basically, we are interested to know the number of the working days. Now look at the October.
5 Saturdays.
Again, 5 Saturdays. So it means that every year has got 5 extra Saturdays. We need to basically fine tune this amount, this count of the hours for the entire year. So what do you do? 5 Saturdays or 5 days multiplied by 8. So that's 40, right? You add 40 here. How much you get?
2344.
Yes, you make this 2344, right? For the entire year, you make a correction. Just like you would add an extra day in the month of the February for the leap year, right? So I'm sure that you understand what is the reason to add that extra day, right? So fine. It is for the same reason we are tuning it up to make it. Now, you set the months to MO. O means the letter O, small letter O. And you set the minutes to M. I will tell you the reason for that. The reason being that, so in the future, you would be working with MS Project as well. So when you have to switch between MS Project and the Primavera, you are now mentally compatible, because in MS Project the minutes is M, month is MO, but you can't change it there. But making the minutes as M and month as MO, it makes sense, right?
Right.
And when you're exchanging the data, there won't be any problem. You would be able to exchange the data very smoothly. I face this problem, so I make sure that you are perfect, right? So you make it here like that, and you can use it in the future. Now we come to the next one, that is the earned value. Basically, earned value is a set of formulas which is used to track the status of the project. It is part of the cost management knowledge area in PMP, right? So it tells us the status of it lets you calculate earned value, planned value, actual cost, cost variance, schedule variance, SPI, CPI. You learned all those things. So the formulas which have been selected here, basically the procedure which has been selected here, so that is absolutely fine. So we don't have to change it, right? Okay. Now you come to the reports. So basically this, this is sort of a signature you can put at the bottom of a report. So what you do in the header, you write your name. And in the footer, you write your company name. If you wish to, you may write A, B, C, that's okay. Write something here. Yeah, so basically, you know what's going to happen when you print a report. So this will be basically imprinted at the bottom like a signature. So why does the Primavera let you do so? Because you know Primavera has matured a lot since 1983. Suppose you are one of the contractors to the client, right? So when a lot of subcontractors are using the same software and they send a report, so basically the client can identify who printed this report, right? So he can see your signature and your company name, so that identifies where it came from, right? Okay. Then you come to the options. So in the options, we have got basically a URL. So okay, do this thing. So you start copying from here, from zero until HTTPS, right? So you only copy that much, and then you come to the browser. So after you come to the browser, so we put this URL into the browser. So where is the browser going? Is it going to your extended monitor? Oh,
Well,
okay.
I guess so.
You just bring it here. So basically, you can use your monitor in the duplicate mode, right? So you just bring that browser here, drag it here.
Wait, asking me right. Hang on. How's it not going?
I think the browser is gone to the right side. Okay, right monitor.
Was that there?
You've got to drag it a little bit more so I can see the edge. I can see it is there on the edge, right?
I'm not seeing it. I'll do that maybe.
Okay, just a moment. Just wait. Just leave it there. Leave it there. Okay. We will use another one. Let's see if this one would work. Right. But make sure that you do it in your main browser, right? I mean, your favorite browser. So I'm going to paste it here. So once I paste it here, so you will see that it opens up the home page of this version, because every version has its own home page. So this is the home page of the version 25. So what you can do, you can bookmark it and you can keep it in your favorites bar, right? So what you can write here, you write here P6V25. You should give it a meaningful name. And once you expose your favorites bar, you can access it quickly. So you can get a lot of information. But I've already brought you the main thing, that is the guide, right? You have the import export guides and the user guide, right? So you need only those, right? So basically you can come back to it later. Okay, fine. So it is bookmarked. Now you click on the rate types. So the rate type is the standard, so which is okay. So we don't have to change it. Now we skip to the industry. So industry, we set it to engineering and construction. So Primavera has got a lot of templates in build and a lot of columns. So the best one, which gives you the widest choice, is the engineering and construction. So we select that one. And we can skip exception site list. We don't need that because we are using an offline version. So basically, the exception site list would be to add the URLs that the Primavera should not connect. Okay. So we are fine. We don't have that risk here because we are using an offline version. Now click on the close button and click OK. Okay, so some of the settings have taken place, but some of the settings will be shown to you when you reload the software. We'll do it later. We will make all the settings and then we will restart the software, right? Okay, now we go to the next part of the admin. We select categories. So categories means classification. How do you classify your data? Now, one of the categories is the baseline types. Right, baseline type. So basically, that when you create a baseline, how would you like to classify that baseline? So I think the categories that we have here, the types, we are fine with that. We can use any one of them. We don't need a new one. Now we go to the expense categories. So in the expense, we do need two new expense categories. Basically, this is the cash part. So when you're planning to spend some cash to facilitate an activity, you need to tell that under which head you would like to spend that money, right? So we have to tell that in advance. So click on the add button. And after clicking the add, so you write here, transport expenditure, right? You clean this and you write transport, you just backspace it, it will be clean, transport expenditure. So basically the transport is an external resource, right? So they basically work for cash, right? You press enter. So every time you create some new value, you should press enter. Now you shift this up to the top of the list because if you're going to use something more frequently, you put it at the top. Now click on the add button once more. And then you write here staff welfare. So staff welfare is an account head. So where you provision some money, for example, for food, for medicines, for clothing, for transport, for whatever which makes the people comfortable, right? If you make the people comfortable, that facilitates your project work. So that is the staff welfare. We are going to use it very soon. Then you come to the next one, that is WBS categories. So here we have basically the project life cycle. So in the project we have got basically 5 phases. So they are mentioned here, but they are out of sequence. So they should be like this: initiating, planning, executing. So what we do, we select the executing and we push it up by one step. And the fourth one should be monitoring and controlling, not controlling and monitoring. I'm sure you can fix that, right? Just get into this, double click, and you cut the word monitoring and paste it at the front. Yeah, and then you write and controlling. And you press enter. Now, what is the utility of this? So when you create a new WBS group, so you can tag it by including this column. So that tag basically identifies what exactly the activities are doing under this WBS summary group, right? So if you tag it with planning, it means you can assume that all the activities which are going to be listed under this particular WBS, so they pertain to planning activity, planning work, right? Right, so it's like that. So it is easy to understand and easy to create more reports, more clearer reports. Then we come to the document categories. So guys, I had told you that the Primavera can store documents, but it's not like your OneDrive or the Google Drive. So basically, if you want to store document in Primavera, So you have to tell. So when you upload a document to the Primavera will ask you date of creation, name of the author, name of the document, topic of the document, document category, document status, document keywords. It will store all this meta information along with the document so that when you have lots of documents, so that it is easier for you to locate a required document very quickly by inputting those information or any of those, right? So it will be quite fast. So it would basically work like a search engine, right? So document categories. So the categories are quite comprehensive. We don't need a new one. But the fact is that, so if you need this detailed design specification more often, you push it to the top. You select it and you click on the shift up and you push it to the top, right? Like that. So it stays there. Now we come to the document status. So in the document status, we have to tell that what is the current status of the documents. All these are fine. But one of the status we can add that will be quite good. You click on the add button. So that status is rejected. You write here rejected. Rejected, and you press enter. Now, why you should keep a rejected document? You keep a rejected document for some time. Don't delete it right away. If some document is rejected, you keep it. You tell your team members to study what got it rejected, right? So that they can avoid the future documents and they make them good, right? Then we come to the risk categories. Basically, I told you that the Primavera is a PMI process compliant. So one of the areas of the management is the risk management. So before when you start a project, you have to create a risk register based upon your perception of risk to the project. What kind of risk do you foresee, right? So when you create a risk, so basically you have to put that particular risk under a category. Then you have to write the risk name, then you have to write the probability, then you have to write the basically what is the percentage of impact, then you will calculate the monetary impact or the monetary loss it can cause. So you will have a complete idea that which risks are high priority, right? Because if you work with limited resources, you should first basically focus your resources on preventing or mitigating the high level risk, right? Okay. So this is risk register. Now, one of the categories has been, you can say, has been not structured properly. If you look at this, so basically the resource is a broader term. So what you do, you put the resource on top and you bring the people and customer below it. Shift left. No, you got to shift it left first. You click on the shift left button and then now you shift up. Now you select people and you push it right, shift right, and then you select the customer, then you shift left, right? Okay, fine. So this is what you have to do to get this corrected. Now, under the resources, we need two more resource categories, which can be also a possible risk. Click on the add button. And then you write here machines and equipments. The machines and equipments are also considered as risk. Why? Because if you're not having the right ones at the right time, they can delay your project, machines and equipments. Then you add one more. So that would be materials. Materials. If you're not getting the materials on time, or if you're not getting the right type, then the project is at a schedule risk, right? Okay. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Now we come to the notebook topic. In the Primavera, you can write detailed notes about anything. So you can write in details about EPS, you can write in details about the project, you can write about WBS, about activities, about the resources. Now, Primavera is a very disciplined software. So if you want to write a note, you cannot write it randomly. You always have to select a notebook topic. But sometimes you might not be able to select a topic right away. I'll tell you the workaround. So you click on the add button. And then in this row, you write here general notes. You write here general notes and you press enter. And you push it to the top, shift up, click on the shift up. So the general notes is a category which you can use with anything, right? So later, if you feel that you have identified a better topic, right? So you can shift it there. So in the beginning, you can put it under the general notes. So that would be quite useful. Then we come to the units of measure. Okay, now let me tell you something about the units of measure. There are 5 units of measure: count, or units, or numbers. Then what is the next to the count? That is the length. Then length, then area, then we have the volume, and we have the weight, right? So guys, you just check this out and tell me if we have any other way to measure materials, any other way. Count, length, area, volume, weight.
I can't think of any other way now.
Okay, fine. So now, if you look at the dollar, so dollar isn't a physical measurement, right? So what you can do, you can select the dollar and you can delete it because that isn't a physical measurement, right? You click on the delete and click yes. Okay. Now there are two ways, basically, basically the world uses two kind of systems. One is the British and one is the metric. So counting in the British system would be like you can say like your dozens, okay, gross, right? So okay, so Hug, can you tell me how much is gross? I mean, what is the count when I say gross? Dozens means 12, right?
Oh yeah, well, 140. I don't know. I mean, we don't use that in Britain. We refer to that as the imperial system. I mean, we use the metric system, and the British system now is the metric system, apart from road distance.
Yeah. So how much is gross? I was wondering.
Gross, I think it's 144.
Okay, fine. So 144 makes one gross, right? So that's fine. In the decimal system, we'll be counting like 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, billion, right? This. Now the length in the British system would be like you can basically talk about in inches, in feet, okay, and then feet, and then yards and miles, right? But in the decimal system, what you have is the millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer. And if you're using feet, then your area will become square feet and your volume will become cubic feet, right? And if you're using the meter, then your area will become square meter and your volume will become cubic meter, right?
Yeah.
And similarly, the weight. So basically, the weight, as I know in the British system, in the imperial system, the weight will be like ounces and pounds, right?
Yeah.
And in the metric system, it will be like milligram, gram, kilogram, metric ton, right? Okay.
So, that's. I mean, you're talking America here. America still use all that stuff. In the UK, they don't. But anyway.
Yeah, fine. So basically, I'm going to share certain units of the measure which we need, and you can basically use that screenshot to write yours. So how you will start? So you'll add a blank row. So when you add a new row, it comes in the second spot. You shift it up. Okay. Now you just keep your eyes on the WhatsApp, right? I'm going to send you a list, and you can make copies from there. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, I have sent it. So you can check out your WhatsApp and you can start writing these. And if you find that something already exists, so the Primavera will tell you, right? If the Primavera says that it is a duplicate, you can skip that. No, the first one is meter. So basically,
Meter.
So it is a
Oh,
small.
we got to copy it exactly, right? All right, all right.
Yeah. And then here you write in the unit name, you write METRE. So there are two spellings of meter. I believe that you understand the difference. MET,
I do, yes.
yeah, METR is the measurement, METER is an instrument, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then you add another row, blank row here.
Oh,
You
add one.
Yeah, you have to add. You got to push this up, shift up, right? Yeah. Now you write the next one and so on.
Right. And then,
Click add. No, you don't
oh,
have to
no,
get
no.
that up. So you just let it remain there. Just click on the add button.
So what we got there? NOS.
The third one will be cubic meter. You just write here M3.
M3.
M3, yeah. And that would be cubic meter. Right. Right.
Right. It's NOS number.
Yeah, NOS's number, it is used in some places.
Yeah, I know number, but NOS, I don't know. But anyway, I did NMBR, but anyway, no worries.
Yeah, so now you know. Write it.
All right, done.
And click on the
And
add.
then,
No need to, yeah, add. Add.
yeah, and then what we got next? Item.
Yeah. It is used to count.
Then
It's the same as number.
yeah, and then we've got metric tons, right?
Yeah, so first you write the tons, then you can write the metric tons as well. We have that as well, right? So,
Yeah,
so we are writing as many units as possible. So when we come across any requirement, we can use it right away to tag the physical item. Physical
so
items have
so
to be tagged with the units of measurement.
we've got. I mean, you've got tons in your little list there. We've got tons, right? So I'm going to put EA.
Yeah, so you can skip that. Yeah, you can skip that one, right? It's the software is going to tell you. So then you go to the
Already,
so each is also there. You go to the ID that is inch diameter. Yeah, inch diameter. So basically, you can get started with this much, and later, when you come across a new material, you just look at the packaging. The packaging will tell you how it is measured.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Hang on. You spelled that differently. Right? We'll have that then. That's right, probably correct. Kilograms ID, square feet. Have we got that? No,
Square feet.
don't know square feet.
You just, if it is a small test, you just pinch it to make it big on your mobile, right? No, you got to add a new row first.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What we got next? Metric ton.
Yeah, that's you can add is metric ton.
RM running meter. It's linear meter. Linear feet, not get linear meter. Right.
Yeah, you can write here the running meter. Then I think you are fine. So basically, these are good enough to get started, right? And we are going to use some of them very soon, right? And you press enter. That's it. So in the future, if you come across a new material type, so you can look at the packaging. So the packaging will tell you how it is measured. Now you click on the close button.
And this, what we've just done there is universal across all future programs that we would bring in. So that's like an overarching set of parameters there. So, I mean, it's not just going to relate to the program we're working on now, is it?
So now, because it has become a global data, so this will be visible to all and accessible by all and usable by all. Now we come to the next one, which is about money, right? So basically in the Primavera, you can have a true conversion of value from one currency to another. Now you click on the admin and you select the currencies, right? So basically the US dollar is the base currency all over the world. So when you are sending money from one country to another, basically what you are sending, your bank is sending US dollars, right? Okay, so basically the exchange rate of the US dollar is one, and then you measure all the other currencies against the US dollar. Now this time so since these values are very old, so you got to find the new ones. So you can go to the browser, and in the browser, you pull up the site xe.com, and if you want to see the latest rate, so the first thing it shows you by default, I think it will show you the value for the euro. Now what it is saying for the euro, it is saying 0.86212, right? You can update the euro first. So you go to the euro. Okay, you just write here decimal 86212 and you press enter. Okay, and then we can go back to the browser. And then here we select a GBP, and you can have this value 0.744961, right? 0.744961. Nine six one 0.74496, and you press enter. Now there is one more currency that we would like to add, which is not right here. So you click on the add button here. And then you write in the currency ID, you write here INR.
What? INR?
INR is for Indian rupee, right?
INR.
Yeah, that's the international three-letter code for currency. And you write here Indian rupee, RUPEE, okay? And then you come back to the symbol. I'll type that for you, okay? So just a moment. Hemant, you do this thing. You press the 3 button, Control Shift and number 4, you will get this symbol, right?
Mm.
It is inbuilt into the Windows, but you can get it using this 3 key combination. Then you can write it like approximately 95. You write here 95.
95.
Yeah, 95. It is hovering around that these days. You press enter. Now this is basically the master data. So did you change it, Hemant? Are you synchronized? Are you here? So please, you can let us know. You just unmute your one of your devices and let me know. You are on the mute.
Oh, sorry, I was talking. I'm completely synchronized. I have also put the rupee symbol as well, the way
Oh,
you instructed.
okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now you click on the close button. You know, this is the master list. This won't be effective immediately. This won't take effect immediately because it's in the admin. So basically, if someone wants to use any of these settings, so he'll have to basically choose his own user preferences. Now, guys, let me tell you about the admin. So when you join a company, so you won't have access to the admin. You will not see any option here, admin. But why I'm teaching you the admin? I'm teaching you the admin, but if you join a small to mid-sized company, then you might be asked to take care of the admin part, right?
Right.
In a very big company, you know, this is a specialized role. And the person who is an admin, he will make sure that you have a lot of the master data already filled in and you have the updated currency rate and everything else is done for you. But you must learn it as a skill so that you basically can use it if you are required to use it, right? So it will be useful to help yourself to set up your software correctly. So that's why. Now, after you have set all the master data, so you will apply your own preferences. So, there is a button here, user preferences. Now, this is a very frequently used button. So I'll tell you that how you can get to this button. This button can be accessed from these two places, right? Okay. Is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll hit that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the same button. Now, once you click the user preferences, the first is the time units. So how would you like the time units to be displayed on the interface? So basically, we are seeing the time column, but right now we don't know what is that. Is it a day or is it a week or what? Then we say that, okay, show me the duration label. You click here, it will start showing you days. Do you see the example here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you say, I want to see the fraction of the day, right? So that will be the subunit. You want to see the hours. But when you are only displaying the hours, so you select this checkbox, then you say that, okay, show the unit label as well, right? So it's like this. Okay. So is this clear? Then we come to the next, that is dates. Now, since we are going to learn about the scheduling, it will be useful for us to switch on the time component. I told you that usually we do not switch on the time component because it is insignificant. But for the learning purpose, it is important to understand the time as well. So we will use it for some time, then we'll come back here, we'll switch it off. We might do it as per our requirement, right? Then we come to the currency. So we will basically switch from the default to our required currency. So you click here and you select INR. In the search box, you type INR. No, you type INR, you will narrow down the list.
I'm doing that. I'm doing that. Yeah. I thought it was where we just put it, but anyway.
Yeah. Now you click on the selection. You click on the plus button on the right side. Yeah. So we will see that it is going to convert, right? Now you click on the assistance, which means help. So we actually do not need this help. So you just uncheck this because that will be too much. Because activity is a very small item, right? It is just one row. And we don't want a series of forms. We don't want the wizard, right? So that will be inconvenient. So then we switch to the application. For the application behavior, we say that, okay, when the application starts up, it should start up in the projects. So you set from here projects, right? So basically what happens, once you select projects, it will be good because it will start up here. Because if you let it remain at activities, and in fact, if you switched off the activities last time, then it will show you a blank window. So that would be quite, distressing. So it is better that you see all your projects, which assures you that, okay, I have all my data. I'm not missing anything at all, right? So that will be good. Now we can skip the password. We don't have to change the password because once you work in a company, the password policy will be implemented by the Primavera administrator. Then we come to the resource analysis. So resource analysis, whatever is here is correct. We are fine with that. We don't really have to change. Then we come to the next one, that is calculations. So the calculations are set according to the PMI standards. We don't have to change. So we are fine with that. We come to the startup filters. So basically, we don't want any filters, right? So it will be very useful to basically select all these radio buttons on the right side. So we'll be seeing the complete list of resources, complete list of roles, OBS, activity codes, and cost accounts, right? That would be quite helpful. That would be quite good. Now, after we have made all this change, we click on the close, and some of the changes will be implemented right away. So you can see a little bit of the screen refresh. You can see that the currency has changed, right? Okay. So
Yeah.
let's do this thing. Let us first of all we will close all these tabs. You click on that small little cross button till the screen is blank.
Sorry, I just left behind in the user preferences. The last one, startup
Close.
filters. We
Uh,
have to keep the filters as is, right?
no, no, no. You have to basically, use the right side option. Just a moment. So
Okay, no filter wala.
no filter, right?
Okay,
We want to view the complete data.
okay, okay.
Then you click on the close, so you will see the screen will refresh itself. The data will be refreshed, right?
Right, right,
Now,
yes.
do you see the currency in INR?
Yeah, I can see.
Fine. So what you do, both of you close all the tabs. You click on this cross button, you close all the tabs. Close them all. Close them. So now, if you close them all, so there is something that you should notice at the top. So what does it say?
Well,
The project name.
PC0060 Saratoga, and then my screen. There you go.
Basically, what it means is that there is a project still loaded into the memory. So you are not displaying it, but it is still loaded into the memory. Now, if you want to display the project activities, see, most of the buttons are deactivated, right? But you
Yeah.
will get this is activated. So, guys, this is the button for displaying the activities, right? You click this and you will see the activities tab, and then you will see the list of activities. Now, this is the button for WBS tab. You click this and you will see the WBS as well, right? Okay. Now you do this thing, you press Control W. Basically, the Control W is a shortcut for offloading, means, to remove the project data from memory. And why you should do it? You should do it as frequently as required. Why? Because once you offload a project data from the memory, the project data, the updated project data, it goes back to the server for safekeeping. That is the best thing that you can do, right? Each time you have made a lot of changes. If your laptop crashes at this point, then what you can do, you can log in from another one and you will find your data, right? It is just like Facebook. If you posted your data and you can find it in your mobile, right? If you log in from the mobile app, now you click on the yes button. Now you look at the top. What does it say?
No current projects.
And you look at these two buttons. These are now inactive, right? Deactivated, right?
Yes.
Because you don't have any data to work upon. So it is built upon a logic. If you don't have any relevant data, so the buttons that basically work upon the project data, so those buttons will be deactivated, right? And only the master buttons will be active. Okay, fine. So it's like that. So I think that it will be useful for you to connect your charger.
Hold on. Good thinking, back boy. You're on the ball. Right. We have power. All right.
Yes, good. So basically, when you're at home, you should always stay plugged in because you're using an intelligent device that
No,
automatically.
you know what I was doing? You know what I was doing? You said that we could have have an independent keyboard. So I've got one, but it needed charged. So it was on charge. That's what I was doing there. Anyway, so no worries.
Because a project manager, PM is a prepared manager. You are prepared for any situation. If someone asks you, okay, let's go. So you'll always have a fully charged device, right? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we will exit from here. Click on the file exit and click yes. Right. Now once we have exit, so we can start once again. Click on the P6 and you log in.
Laptop. Oh, it's over here. So it's on my other screen. I don't know what that's all about, but anyway, not to worry. Admin. Right, there we go. Next. It's all happening now.
So do you see that it automatically starts with the listing of the project? That is quite reassuring, right? That you
Yes.
that you have all your data. Now you do this thing. You click on this cross button.
What this?
Yeah. Okay, fine. Now, how do you get the list of the projects without restarting? So, guys, you take a good look at this button and remember, right, what it does. What is the face of this button, right? What is the shape?
It's a folder.
So basically, it's like a folder, right? So it gets you back all the projects, right? So you know all these buttons will acquire meaning when you use them at least once, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, slowly and slowly you can also take a printout, and if you keep the printout visible to you at all the times, and basically even without using the Primavera, you will still remember some of them, right? And then when you are ready to use, you can recall something you saw on the paper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that way you will be able to learn quickly. Now, let us look at the data, what changes have taken place. Now, if you look at the duration column, you can see the label as day, and this is the fraction of the day, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you will also notice that a date column also has the time component. You are able to see the time component, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And the monetary values have been converted from the US dollar to rupees, and the number of the digits have increased. So, since your column was already wide enough to accommodate that, but suppose just in case your column was not wide enough and it was like this, so you expand it to make sure that you are seeing the currency symbol. So once the currency symbol is visible to you, you can just leave it there. If the top row is visible completely, basically all the rows down below, they are fine, right? Because the top row contains the maximum values, right? Okay, so this is how you readjust your screen. And if you feel that you have done lots of changes which are very useful to preserve, so you can click the Save Layout button. So it will preserve the layout till now. Click that button, Save Layout. So it will basically save it in the current layout. This one will be updated so that your screen continues to look the same when you re-log in. So basically, the looks of the screen will not be lost. Right, guys? Okay, so I think we deserve a break. So let's take a 20 minutes, 25 minutes tea, coffee break, and then we just come back again. We analyze the data even further, right?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
So during the break time, we pause.
Right. Share. Right, I'll be getting used to
And,
this.
and you make sure that you share the entire desktop, right? Just like before.
Yeah. How's that?
Yeah, that's right.
Oops. There we go.
Okay, that's fine. Now we will learn that how the data is organized, right? Okay. Now you just click on this button, which is the plus minus button,
Oh, sorry, what are you there? Right, okay, yeah, magic.
and you select the level 2 and click on the OK.
Level 2.
Yeah, click on the OK. So you can see the level 2, right? Now you expand the energy. You expand the energy portfolio.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
on it.
okay, fine. Now, what the boss says that it looks good. So he says that we are expanding. I mean, we are getting more business in the energy services. So we would like to subdivide this portfolio into three programs. So this is the way he plans to subdivide the energy business into three programs. So it's like this. The first one is the renewable. And the second line of business, the second program will be non-renewable. So it will be coded like this. And the third one will be the nuclear, right? So basically, all these are the different forms of the energy. So they want to specialize into these lines and be better able to manage the business, right? So this is the plan. Now, how to subdivide this? So basically, you can see that the EPS is represented by the pyramid symbol, right? You can see that's a pyramid. And the same symbol has been provided on the left side, right? So that is the control button. So you click that. Now that's going to get you the toolbox for managing the enterprise project structure, right? So if you want to see it better, so what do? You have to just drag it sideways, right? From the corner, or you drag it this way, and then you can increase the column size, right? And if you want to see it even better, so what you do, click on this triangle option, click that. And then you click on the option table font and row here. And after that, you select here font. You click on the font. So you select the font Vardhana Regular 9. And now this time you select the 9 and click on OK. And click on the OK once again. So whenever you have the basically opportunity to use more space, you can use 9, right? So you can use 8 and 9 more interchangeably. Now, enterprise is basically, the group of companies. So each of this, which is under the enterprise, is a portfolio. So what you do, you write the word portfolio after the services. You write here portfolio. And you press enter. So that is portfolio. Now we are going to create 3 new programs under this. So click on the add button. So that creates a new row, but it creates it at the bottom. So we are going to push this thing up and bring it just right here, just below the energy. So you can push it using this push up button, shift up button. No, you just bring
One too many. Yeah, there we go.
Now you shift it right. Use the shift right button.
Shift it right, yes. Yes, yes. Sorry.
So it becomes a child element, right? Now, then we modify this. So once we place it here, so you will go into the ID and you write here REN. No, just a moment. You just write here REN, that's it. Just one single N is good enough. Then you write here the full name. You write here Renewable Energy Program. So that's a program because anything which is under a portfolio would be a program. Renewable Energy Program.
Enter.
And yes, of course, you will press enter. Now we will make a copy of this. You click on the copy and then you paste it. Then you click here no, click no, right? And then you got to push it toward the left. You push this toward the left. And now we will work smartly on this and we will basically make only the required changes. So first, let me make the changes in the ID. The changes in the ID is very simple, right? And if you go at the beginning of the renewable, you just write the word non and that's it, right? Yes, press enter. So we have created this very quickly. Now you click on the paste button once again. Then you click no. And then you push the left button. It moves to the left. Now in the ID, you write here new, which is the short code for the ID, NUC. Okay, yes, you can change it from there, but you should better change it from here so that you can see it in front of you. Right here, NUC.
Right.
Okay, now you go to the name and you replace the word renewable with nuclear. You write the word nuclear. and you press enter. Right? So you can see that whatever you create here, so which is getting applied on the screen, right? So you have these 3 new programs here. Okay. Now you click on the close button. Close. So you can see them here. Now we are going to organize the projects here. So, okay, Hemant, you make sure that you have this arrow pointing upwards on your screen.
Yes, yes.
Right? Okay, fine. So if this is pointed upwards, it means that the data is sorted in the correct order, top to the bottom. Now we are going to organize them into program. We select the first 2. You select these 2 and you cut them. Control X. Use the shift and arrow. Yeah. Yes, you can.
There we go. Right. Control X.
Yeah, Control X.
Yeah. Done that.
Yeah. Now you select the renewable and you do Control V. So basically the V will paste. It is a cut and paste. Same as in Windows, right? Okay. Now you select the next 2 and then you cut Control X and you paste them into the next one, that is non-renewable. Control V. Then you select the next 2, 940 and 950. Control X. And then you select a nuclear energy program. Right? So basically what you have done, you have moved the projects into their respective group. Now you expand the group. That looks good. Okay. Now, basically the CEO is here and he's having a meeting with you guys. Right? So this is your focus. Your focus is here basically on the energy services portfolio. The total value remains the same, but we are able to now see distinctly how each of the programs is doing. So if you look at the renewable energy program, and this is the value of the projects here, right? And this is the non-renewable, and this is the value of the projects, and this is the nuclear, and this is the value of the projects here, right? So guys, you do a comparison and tell me that which program is having the most value of the project, which is having the maximum value of the project, which program out of these 3?
Nuclear program.
Yes, nuclear. So what he says to the guys, those who are working on the nuclear energy projects, he says that guys, so you can come to me directly and I will approve all the resources you need as soon as possible. You know, these are high value projects and highly prestigious projects. And we make sure that we deliver them on time with quality, and we make some good profits, right? So that's his concern. So none of the projects should be delayed due to lack of resources, right? Okay. Now he's asking that which program is having the least value of the projects?
Renewable.
So it's the renewable.
Renewable, right? So he turns toward the marketing guys. He said, guys, you need to take care of this. You need to work a little bit harder and bring in more business, right? Is that clear? So that we are basically rightly occupied to our capacity, right? So, this is how it helps. So basically you can subdivide a portfolio into programs and you can do a finer analysis, right? So basically how many levels of the data you are going? You're going up to 3, 4, which is good enough, right?
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea that where you should focus more and more. Now it tells you that renewable energy program. So basically this is quite good. It is having a large potential, but we need to get started more into this, right? Okay, that's the idea. So this is how the businesses, they are able to manage the data on the bigger scale. Now, where does the update come from? The update comes here from the projects. So when the project managers are updating the status of their project, so all the data gets consolidated here. They just only have to refresh it from time to time and they know what's happening, right, in the enterprise. So that's why the Primavera is one of the best EPPM enterprise portfolio and project management software, right? So this is what is the past and this is what is the future. At this point of time, it seems so, right? No software has come very much near it. Okay, now what is the next? So next is that he says that we have created these three new programs, right? We need the appropriate program managers. So we need to create three positions for the three program managers and apply them, right? So how can we check out the manager of a portfolio or a program? So first of all, we make sure that our cursor is on the energy. Then you click on the detail button.
How do I get rid of this bar up here?
You click that button. So once you click that button, you will see the detail window. So once the detail window comes up, then you select the general tab here, right? Have you selected the general tab?
Yes.
Oh,
It's open, yeah.
so once you select the general tab, you can see the manager here, right? And if you look at the icon of the manager, it matches this icon, right? So this icon is having a human, basically human picture with a blue board behind it. And this one is having only a human, right? So basically what it means, the first one means that's a resource. And the second one with a blue board, in a small picture, they're trying to tell us he is a member of the board, member of the management board. So that's why he has a board behind him. He's a member of the management board. So what do the members of the management board do? They manage the business. And the project manager, remember guys, he is not a member of the management board. He is a resource who works inside the project, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So the project manager will be here. And all the business managers are like your CEO, portfolio manager, program manager, okay? So marketing guys, these are part of the board member, right? So they take decision at levels outside the project. The project manager takes the decision inside the project, right? Okay. So his job is to deliver the project. Their job is to manage the business, right? So let's see that what is the current structure of the board member. So you click on this button. This is called OBS, organization breakdown structure. So usually this is roughly equal to the EPS, right? So we have got roles which match. Now what we do once this box comes up for the first time, we make it better. So first we increase the length, then we increase the width, then we increase the font size. So you click here on this triangle option here. And then you select here table font and row. So after selecting the table font and row, you select the font. And then you select the font here, Vardhana regular 9. You select here Vardhana regular 9. Right.
Can we not default it to that in part of the settings? Because I mean, you know what I mean? It seems like we should just be defaulting that because we're changing it every time.
No, you don't have to change it every time. You have to change it only once when you have created a new database because it doesn't come.
Okay, all right. It just seems we've done it a lot of times today, but I guess in reality that wouldn't be that often. Okay.
No, not often. So we are seeing we are using a new box. We just change it there, right? So then once we have done it, it stays like that forever. Okay. Okay, fine. So basically, what is this? Who is this guy? So he is the energy portfolio manager. So this guy who is on the top. So, this guy is the CEO. So enterprise is managed by the CEO. So what we do, we write here CEO and we put that, right? So then we write here, energy, then you write the word portfolio manager.
All right, okay. Right.
He is the energy portfolio manager, right? And now what the CEO says that we are going to hire three new program manager and who are going to report to him like this, right? You see that? So that he is more free to do business development. He wants him to basically do business development, right? So right now we must check out his responsibilities. You click here, you'll be able to see what he's responsible for. So he is responsible for his portfolio. And he is also basically, doing the basically resource management for 6 projects, right? Do you see this? These are the projects, these folders, they're projects, and those are the WBS. But actually, we don't need to see the WBS here, but there is no way to filter them out. So the WBS are inside. So there are 6 of them, right? So what is the CEO telling you? The CEO tells you that, so basically, I want this guy to focus only on the portfolio and rest of the projects be distributed to the 3 new program managers, right? So let the program managers basically assist the project managers in delivering this business and prioritizing the projects. So now you click on the add button here. Now you shift it toward the right. Now just do this thing. You write the complete, the complete designation, the complete this program name here, and you add the word manager. So it will become Renewable Energy Program Manager, right? You write the same text and add the word manager at the end.
Hang on. Why is it not writing?
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, now you know that you would need more space. So what do? You pull this a little bit toward the right side. Now, we are going to play smart. We will click on the copy and we'll click on the paste, right? So you get a lot of the text and you push it left and you make the appropriate changes, right? Right. And we make the appropriate changes. Yeah, that's right. That's good. So you can see these 3 new positions have been created. Now, if you look at the responsibilities, so they would be nothing, right? We don't have any because this designations, these positions have been created just now. Now, what is the next step? We assign them the projects, right? We make sure that the portfolio manager, he manages only the energy portfolio and nothing else, right? And he will focus on the business development. Now click on the close button. Okay, now I'll tell you a technique. First, you select this program. Now look at the manager. Is it the right one? No, that's not the right one, right? So basically, the manager should be Renewable Energy Program Manager. Now you select no, just wait. I'm trying to first explain the concept, then we will do it. Now, if you look at the project, even this is not the correct. Basically, all these 3, the program and the 2 projects under it, they should be having the same manager, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you a technique. So basically, basically, if you go to any Oracle training centers, they don't teach you experience or techniques. They just teach you the software, right? But I'm going to make sure that you are having an accelerated experience in using Primavera. Now you right click and open the program. You will see the child projects will be also loaded into the memory. Click on the open project. No, man, don't do that. That is dangerous. Yeah, open project. Okay, so then you will be taken into the activities tab, right? Now you click here, collapse all. So you can see that these 2 projects have been also loaded into the memory, right? So the question is that why does the Primavera why does it allow you to load multiple projects into the memory? Now listen carefully. First reason that you may have a common information to update, which we have right now, right? We want to update the program and the projects with the common information of the common program manager. Second reason could be that you have some interrelated activities which you want to link, right? Okay, so we will basically use the first reason. You come back to the project tab. So in the project tab, so you bring your cursor back on the renewable energy program. Now, to change the manager, you click here on this button to get a pop-up box, right? Now, since you are getting this pop-up box for the first time, so whenever you get any box for the first time, you make it bigger and better, right? So you drag this from the corner and then you increase the column width. Then you set the font size, right? You just click here on the triangle option. You set the font size to Vardhana regular 9. Table font and row. Yeah.
Yes. Getting that V.
And click on the OK, right? Now you will select the appropriate manager. I'm sure you know who is the one. And click on the assign button. And then you click on the yes. Okay. Now, once you clicked on the yes, you will notice that it has not only changed for the program, it has also changed for the child project. You just select here, Sunset Gorge.
You Sunset Gorge, yeah.
It has the same manager, right?
Yeah.
You look at the Jonestown, you will see that it has the same manager as well. You select the Jonestown, you see that you have basically applied them at once. So basically, this is the advantage. Just imagine if you had hundreds of projects under the program, then basically this is a great convenience, right? Okay, so this is a technique, keep in mind. Now, what is the best practice? So whenever you are done with a particular data, basically you are done with these two projects, right? You should unload them from memory. So how do you do that? What is the shortcut to remove the project from memory?
Control W.
Control W, yes, use that. So make it a part of your habit. You know, you are going to work like an experienced person.
Repeat that.
Control W.
Control W. We're closing, yeah.
So basically what it says is no current project, right?
No current project, yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now we are going to work upon the next one. You select non-run.
Right click, just select.
Then you right click and open. And do the same thing, right? You come back to the project tab. And then you select the non-renewable program. And then, no, not here. Just wait. So you have to basically click here, not right click. You have to click here to get the box.
That's it, yeah. So it's this guy.
Now you select the appropriate manager, that's right, and you click on the plus button. And you click yes. And then you select the Baytown just to cross-check. So does it have the appropriate manager? Yes, it does. Driftwood, refill out, yes, it does. Good. So we are doing good job, right? So guys, please remember, you must always check your work. Make sure that you catch your own mistake before any other stakeholder does, right? Make it a habit. You are PM. You know who is PM? Perfect man, right? You got to look perfect in just few places. You look perfect to your boss. You look perfect to your team. You look perfect to your client, right? And And optionally, you may try to look perfect to your wife, but that's not going to happen anytime soon, right, guys? Is that clear?
That's
Okay.
true. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
sir, one doubt. For the
Yeah.
non-renewable energy, it is giving me the error. This field will not be changed for any closed projects in this EPS.
Yeah, because you did not open the project, right? Now you just go ahead and check, click on the yes, and you make sure that you check it individually and you change it individually, right?
Okay.
Okay. So because if you missed opening the project at the time of changing the program, then
Okay.
you have to work upon each of the project individually. You select the project if you find that it requires a change, you do it at the project level, right?
Okay.
So guys, you remember the various descriptions of PM.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You're adding some more. You've added some more there. Perfect. And I don't know if you said that before.
Okay, fine. Now we basically unload the projects, right? So what you do, Control W. Now you select nuclear energy program. Now you do the same thing. You right click and open this program first. No, 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 you can't change it because you have no data in the memory, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I knew there was a right click somewhere. Open projects.
Yeah, open project. So you should see that all its projects, they are open and loaded into the memory. So you can see on the top, right? Okay, now you switch back to the projects tab. And then you select nuclear energy program. And then you change it to the appropriate manager. You apply the appropriate manager, you know it best. Who should be doing this job? And you click yes. And then make sure that you check what you have done. Is that done right? Good, good. That's it. So they are okay and they are fine. And then you basically remove them from the memory. Control W. Always do that. Make it a part of your habit. That's what the experienced people do, right? That's it. So basically, whenever you are done with updating any project, so your screen should look like this. No current project, right?
Yes.
Right. So you just don't know what might happen. Your laptop may crash or something. Basically, you know how it works. Basically, your main copy is kept on the server. Basically we can say this is a mirror copy that you are using in your computer, right? So it downloads a mirror copy. You work upon that. It accumulates the changes. When you push it back, the software knows what changes you have done. It makes those same changes in the main copy or kept on the server. But in between, if your laptop crashes or if there is no communication, so then the changes sit here in your computer, right? Till you push them back. So when you push it back, then rest of the stakeholders, they can download a fresh copy and they can see what you have done, right? They can see your updates. That's how this client server model works, right? You are not working directly on the server. You are downloading a copy. You work upon the copy, then you send the copy, updated copy back to the server. The software is intelligent enough to know if there has been any changes. If you open a project and you don't make any changes, you close it, then you will see it goes back very quickly. But just in case if there are any changes, so you will see that if you are having a large amount of data, it might seem that it is taking some time to push the data, right? Okay, because it is finding those changes where it has to make, and then it is doing that. Okay, so the software
So,
does.
Joy, can I ask, does the database keep records of previous versions? So, if there was a major, issue, we made a mess of it. Does it keep previous versions?
No, but I will teach you a best practice to so that you have a backup of the previous version. Your question is right. So I've already so that question has been answered in tomorrow's lessons, right? So
Okay,
keep this
okay.
keep this question on, right? So you write this question into the group. Please send this question into the WhatsApp group.
All right, okay, right.
Right.
Do
So
that.
basically, we are going to answer this question first thing in the morning. And guys, so we are done for the day. Now, I would like to. I'm paused. Right. Now it's time for you to ask me questions. If you have any questions about the question of project management, any other general management question, or any questions about the today's topics, we basically worked on understanding the interface, setting up the interface, and configuring and changing the EPS and the OBS. Right? Any questions pertaining to these you can ask, or if any other questions comes to your mind, feel free to ask. I'm a consultant, right? Go ahead.
So, sir, my question is now, right now, whatever you are teaching, that is basis the standard projects and standard EPS of the standalone file which we have. But if I want to create my own EPS, I can delete everything and I can start creating my own EPS.
No,
Correct?
there's no need to delete. So you can create a new database, right?
Database.
I'll show you right now. So how do you answer that? So what we will do that first of all we will learn another best practice, right? Backup. So first of all, do this thing. You click on the file exit. You also do the same. Hemant, you do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's very, very important. Click on the exit and click yes.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So let me go to the database folder. Okay, so first of all, we get into the window explorer. No, basically, I don't prefer to use the explorer right away because I have devised a method of using shortcuts, right? So I think we have the shortcuts. So here is the shortcut, Primavera.
Yes, we do.
I prefer that, right? That is right. So your desktop looks much more cleaner and better. Yeah, that's good.
Right.
I hope you are taking a backup, right? See,
Yes.
I'll go into the database folder so you can see this is the database, right? So I will do a right click and I will copy and I will paste it here, right? Paste. Okay, so what is the today's date? Today we are on 22nd of May, right? So I'll press F2 and I will do the same thing. So basically, you will see once you click here, you will see that these are getting sorted. You can see the latest backup is always on the top, right?
Right.
So this way, you know that which is the latest backup. Now, if you look at the original backup, which we took when we had installed, so you will see a difference, right? Do you see a difference in file size?
Right.
They may not be big, but
Right.
you know that different contains full 8 man hours of work, right?
Right.
Okay. Now you can take a backup like this. So this will work if your file is corrupted, but your computer works. But this method will not work if your entire computer is corrupted, right? So what you do, you should basically take an external backup. External backups are Google Drive, pen drive, hard disk drive, right? Is that clear?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Make sure that you do it. Now, so this is the database, which is training database, right? So we have created this database for the purposes of training. Now, what your boss says that, okay, your boss says that, Hug, you keep the training and the business separate, right? Okay, now we'll do that. Okay. Now you click here on the P6. Now you click here on the edit database configuration. No, not that right away, man. Just wait. Hold on. Hang on. Listen to me. Click here.
Okay, sorry. Right, click there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Hemant, you are here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Just click on the add button.
Yeah.
Now you go to the driver type and you select here SQLite.
Right.
And then in the name of the new database, you write here business in caps, business. Just write the word business. That's it.
Okay.
And then you select here, add new standalone database,
Okay.
right? And then you click next. And then you write the password as admin and admin. You keep the password same, right? We are learning. We don't have any monies here.
Correct.
Then you click next. Okay, after that, you browse to your database folder. You know it where it is, right? It's in the work area, Primavera database. You browse there. Always keep your database files there. That's a professional way to do things, right? So you can basically, you just do this thing. You should go to your desktop, right? You just click on your desktop. And from the desktop, you click on the Primavera shortcut. And then you get into the database folder.
Which one's that? Oh yeah, database, yeah, silly me.
Okay. Now in the file name, you write here business. Business.
Yes.
And then you click save.
Okay.
And then you click on the save once again. Right? And click on the OK. Now you click on the test and click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, you can see these two. Now you click on the close button here. Process. So if you want to switch the database, you click here on the advanced.
Okay.
So when you want to work upon any of the database, so right now you can click upon the drop down, right? You can see both of them, right? So
Correct.
suppose you want to get into the business, right? Business database, you select business. And then you can, basically the password is the same, it's already entered. You click here on the connect. So if you click here on the connect, you will be taken into the business database. You will find that it is brand new. So basically it has some sample data. So now if you don't want the sample data, you can delete it, right? And you retain only what you did and rest of it you can delete, right?
Right.
But still it is good to have the sample reports because the reports are very helpful.
Right.
But if you look at these projects which are here, these are very good samples. These are very good templates. They're taken from the real life projects, right? And
Right.
if any of the domain matches yours, so basically you will find a nearest match, right?
Correct.
You can. So let me switch off because I don't have the button right now, right? So I'll use this method, hide that. So basically you can see these are the various domains. If you are working in any of these domains, and then you narrow down on the project which you can use and use it as a starting point, right? And if you
Correct.
don't need any of it, so what you can do? So you just select them from the top, right? And you click on the delete button one by one to remove them, right? That's what you can do. You can
Correct.
start with nothing, right? Okay. So, but you should not delete the reports, right? The reports are always useful.
Correct.
Reports are always useful, right? So I'll teach you how to use the reports as well. So this is how you switch, right?
Got it.
Now you exit. So when you log in next time, you will switch to training. So now you exit from here.
Correct.
Okay. And one more thing, guys, one of our friends, Rahul, so he was not able to attend today. He will need an updated database. So for him, so we are going to put a zipped copy in the group, right? We say compress to zip file. So it's going to create a zip file. Yeah, that's good. So, we will give it to him early in the morning. So, okay, you do this thing. Can you drop this file into the WhatsApp group? Right?
Possibly.
Just drop this training file. I mean, you can just copy, right click and copy.
All right, okay, that's good. That's handy. Right click.
Yeah, copy, and you go into your WhatsApp and you select the group and you just paste it there, right? You just press Control V, paste, and send it, right? It stays there and
Thank you, sir.
he can use it in the morning. So you're here, Rahul.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank
So
you.
Rahul, make sure that you are at home, right? This,
Yeah, sir.
yeah, you have to be serious about the training. So you should,
Yeah, sir.
and
Sir, tomorrow
and,
will available in
and I will
place.
connect with you at 9:30, right? Okay.
Yes. Okay, sir.
So that's good, guys. So I'm sure that you basically enjoyed it. You were relaxed. You feel good. So if you have any questions, so if any of the questions they come into your mind, so you just write them into the WhatsApp group. You should not lose the questions, right? And don't think that you are asking me a very big question or a small question, a silly question or an intelligent question. A question is a question. So make sure that you ask them. Okay?
Yeah.
Make sure that you learn all the fundamentals. And of course, the software, of course, the software is a small part of it. And if the fundamentals are clear, so you will see that the software is in your control. If the software is in your control, then the project is in your control, right?
Right.
Okay, great, guys. See you tomorrow. Good night.
I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Yeah, same time, same place.
Cheers.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, where do you live? Oh, he's gone. Okay, fine. Good night. So they might only write that either the WBS group name or maybe it's a small part. He might write the activity ID. So it's not possible to change so easily. So they will keep some gaps in the numbering, right? So basically, if they had any new activity, if there is any small little change in the drawing or any kind of the fine tuning in the execution phase, so basically they will have some empty slots to use, right? That is the purpose. So, it follows the same tradition, but it doesn't keep any empty slot on the screen because if you create another activity, like if you create something like 10, 11 or 10, 12, so that will be automatically inserted here. Okay, fine. Now, there is another option here. So this option is the duration type. So you switch to the number 2 option. You click it from the drop down. So we are going to use the fixed duration and units per time. So you select the second option in the list. Right. So I'll explain to you more once we touch the resources. Basically, it helps you calculate the cost of the resources on per day basis, per hour basis, per month basis. So that is more accurate. So we use that. So once we have set all the values, so you can see that this floppy button is active, right? So this is the button to save the data. Now you click that button twice as a good practice, as a measure of good practice, right? So that ensures that the data has been saved for sure. Now what do? Click on the refresh button. So if it is saved, you will see the same, right? So you still see the same, right? Because the data has gone to the server, you pulled it back from the server, it still shows you the same value. But if you didn't save and you refresh, then you will see the previous data. You will not see the updated data, right? So that is perfect. Now we are going to work inside the project. So we have to open the project. Okay, so once you open the project, we are here. And here we first switch off the bottom details. You click that button so that we have the full screen view. And we also switch off the Gantt chart for a moment. So you click the table button so that we see only the table. Now we see certain columns which appear here by default. There are certain columns we don't need, right? We don't need this column in the planning phase. Yes, we need these columns later in the execution phase, right? So, but we need some other columns. So what we will do, we will basically remove them and we will insert the columns that we need. Okay. So for that purpose, we right click here and then we select columns and we get to see our familiar column tool, right? We know it now very well. Now, remember guys, that the set of columns that you're seeing here, it will be different from the projects. So, every item has its own set of columns. WBS has a different set of columns. It is not the same set of columns, right? Okay. So to make it more helpful, so we expand it. Okay, now we would like to remove the columns that we don't need. So we select the remaining duration and we click this button. And guys, you look at the group it goes back to. This is the home group, right? Duration. So, these columns are very neatly arranged according to the groups, right? So now you send back the schedule percentage complete. Click here. If you click that, you will see that it goes to a group which is called percentage complete, right? Okay, so this is the group it goes back to. So let's use some more space here. So let's use some more space on the right side. So you can see, right, it goes to the percentage complete. Now, the thing is that we would like to insert new column after the finish. So you select finish. Now, I know the column name, but I don't know where it is. The column that I want to insert here is calendar, right? And if I want to insert the calendar, I can search for it. I can find it. I can do a text search, right? So, you can get a column both ways. Either you get it from your memory, you go to the group and expand that group and pick that up, or you find it. So you click here and you click on the find. Now, so I'm going to show you something here. So basically, that's a wrong spelling. Hold it, hold it. Keep it like that. Don't try to correct. No. Don't try to correct because I want to show you something useful. See, basically, it's not like the Google search. In the Google search, if you entered a wrong spelling, that will find you something. You just click here. Click on the find. So it says no match found, right? Okay, now how does this thing work? So we have to smart with the software. So what we do, so usually we do not use more than 4 or 5 characters. So we type like this. So we make sure that the 4 or 5 characters that we type, they have a good chances of matching, right? That's the way to use it. Because if you enter a wrong spelling in the Google, it will internally correct itself and that understands it will get you the result. But here it doesn't work like that. It's sort of primitive, right? Okay, now you click next. So you got that. Now you click on the cancel first to hide this box. Now you will take it to the right side. You click on the send button. That's fine. Now we will find another one. You click on the find option once again. Right? And this time you type here PRED. Only 4 letters. P. Pred. Predecessor P. Starting with a P. RED. That's it. Now click on the find. Yes, you have found the column. First you close the box. First close the box. And then you take it to the right side. We have got it, right? We needed these many columns for now. So now you click on the OK. So we have got these columns, right? Now, after basically getting the right columns, we are going to create activities, right? We will create 14 activities. So you click on that button 14 times. You count to yourself and create 14 activities. Okay, on the last one, you press enter. On the last one, you press enter. Yeah, that's right. So you have created 14 activities. So once you get the data into the columns, then you are able to understand that how you should resize the column, right? So what we can do, we can reduce the white space here little bit, right? We can place it here. We can reduce the original duration column. And then of course, we can expand the start column, right? If you expand it, so you need to create some white space here, right? Similarly, you expand the finish date column and you put some white space here so that you are able to see the adjacent data distinctly, right? They shouldn't be sticking around, right? So that looks good. That is readable. And then we place our cursor on the first activity. And we are also make sure that our sorting indicator is pointed the right way. So that is the right way, right? So it should be always like that when we work. Now, we would like to switch on the Gantt chart. So you click on the Gantt chart button here. So once you did that, so you will make sure that you give them the fair size of the screen, right? To each of them, right? The table and the Gantt chart. Okay, I want to show you something interesting. So here you can see that the timeline is on the 2010, but our project is in the year 2027, right? So does it mean that we have to scroll 17 years? No. The Primavera has got a hidden tool, right? It is neither visible in the menu nor it has an icon. In the Primavera, it is hidden. In some other software, it has an icon, but here it doesn't have an icon. If you want to use this tool, you do this thing. So do you see the stick mark? You see the stick mark? Okay.
Yeah.
You double click on that. You see that? Okay. Now I'm going to basically place the tick mark on another spot. You double click here, right? So I'm sure now you understand what is this tool about. Basically, it is a double click on the Gantt chart. If you double click in front of the activity on the Gantt chart, so that's going to pull the activities timeline, right? Now let us do this thing. This is a red line, which is for the status. Since we are in the planning phase, we don't need it right now. We switch it off. So that would be useful for us in the execution phase. You click on that. No, not that one. Not that one, man. That is the log button.
I can't see the I've got a menu sitting over the top of it.
So you just drag it, man. When you drag it down, you get yourself a clear view. Just drag that box down here, right? You just drag the zoom box here. Yes, drag it. Yes, put it under the bed. That's right. Now you have a clear view to things. Yeah, you should work like that. Now you just click that button.
I couldn't see that last time.
Yes, fine. That's good. You should adjust your screens from time to time. Now we can see that we have got certain elements of the Gantt chart here, right? So let me expand it a little bit. Okay, now, so what is this part of the Gantt chart? What is that called?
I don't know, the date line.
That is the time scale. Remember, it looks like a scale, basically represent the time like a scale. So it's called a time scale, right? Okay. Now, I want you to guess, what is this blue line about? What do you think it represents?
Current time. Oh no, it's the project start date.
Absolutely correct. That's good. Now you think like a project manager. This is the project start date. And what are these? These green bars.
Activity bars, task bars.
So basically, these are activity timelines. So on the project, you have the project timeline. On the WBS, you have the WBS timeline. So this is the activity timelines, right? Okay. So these are called timelines. On the activity screen, they'll be called activity timelines. On the project, they'll be called project timelines. And the WBS will have its WBS timeline. Okay. Now, what is this black bar on the top?
A summary task. Summary bar. Summary line.
Yes, that is the project summary bar, right? So whichever software you use, it has the same structure, right? Because all this was defined by Mr. Henry Gantt many years ago, right? So we still use that, right? So he had a great foresight. So he created something which is useful for hundreds of years ahead. Now, what is this line called?
Project, the project title.
Read that.
Yeah. Project ID.
No, read that. Read the text.
Project summary data.
Yeah, that is the project summary data. It summarizes the duration, the dates, the cost, the resource units, everything will be summarized on the top, right? So that is the project summary data. You can say that is the project summary data line. And that black bar is the project summary bar. It basically summarizes the duration. And those green bars are the activity timelines. And this blue one is the project start date. And of course, that is time scale. So as we come across more, as we are able to see something new, I will tell you that for the timing, you remember these 5 items, right? So basically, these are common across all softwares. So basically, so this is just a very, very standard Gantt chart, right? Okay. Now, now we are going to understand the time scale. So if you looked at the time scale, so it has right now it has got months and weeks, right? So we will understand how this time scale works. So before we go into the time scale, we did quite some work on setting the layout. We should save it, right? Click here. Now you write like this. I will just help you get started. So first of all, you will basically clear this. So you write here activities layout by, then you write your own name, right? Activities layout by, then you write your own name. Correct. So why do you write your own name? So that when you share it, so that people know that if they need to know something new or they want to consult you, they can get back to you. You click on the save and the name appears here, right? So this is the layout which is currently in use, right? So there are many other layouts, but it is basically good for you. You create your own layouts because they are more convenient. So you have the right columns in the right sequence and they have your favorite fonts, right? Okay. Now we are going to understand the time scale. How does it work and what is the theory behind it, right? So we again go back to our documents folder, Primavera documents, and we go back to our whiteboard. So this time I go back to my Excel whiteboard. So we have this time. Yeah, we are here. We are in the right place. So I want you to read this from top to the bottom.
Time scale units, years, quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes.
Correct. These are the units of time which are there in the time scale. But one of these units, that is the quarters. Now, if you read something about the quarters, so what does it say here?
Display only when shifting from month to year or vice versa.
Yeah, you cannot enter this one because the quarters are predefined. So you can see the quarter one is a set of first 3 months, January, February, March, and so on, right? So quarter would be displayed momentarily when you are expanding, when you are actually going from months to years or years to months. So it will appear in between. Now, the time scale units which you can enter, you read them like this: Y for years, MO for months, W for weeks, like that. Read it.
Y for years, something there for quarters,
Nothing.
MO for months, W for weeks, D for days, H for hours, M for minutes. What's that thing for quarters?
Quarters you
Dash,
can't
dash,
enter.
dash.
No, the quarters you can't enter because the quarters are fixed. You can't say my quarter begins today. It's not like that, right? So that is why you cannot enter quarters. Quarters will be displayed on the time scale. That's only for display. You cannot
That's it.
enter a quarter into the duration column because if you enter the quarter, so then can you say that my quarters begins today? That is the 23rd of the May, and it's 3 months from now. Not like that because the quarters are fixed, right? So they are fixed globally, right? Okay, now we
Understood.
will see that how we use the timescale units. Now we go back to the Primavera. First of all, what we do, we will condense the timescale by switching to bigger units of time. So how do we do it? We just click on the zoom out button. Click on this zoom out button repeatedly. Once more, once more. So now you cannot condense anymore because you are using the possibly the biggest units of time. So what are the biggest units of time that you can use in Primavera? That is the year, right? So the time scale stops here. So So once you start seeing years, so that is the biggest unit of time. Now, basically, what is the quarter? Quarter is a subunit of year, right?
Yeah.
That's why it is placed on the second row. So now if you look at this duration, it is a 6 days duration. So when you measure up the 6 days duration against a quarter, it's going to look so microscopic, right? It looks so small, right? So
Yeah.
basically, this may not be an appropriate scale here, but the year and quarter is definitely an appropriate scale if you shift over to the projects. If you are looking at the projects using the scale of the year and quarters, that is absolutely fine. See this, see this, right? So basically, the years spanning multiple years. If you use the scale, so basically, if you are a highway engineer, you talk in terms of kilometers, right? And if you are basically developing a property, right, you will be talking in meters. But if you are working inside the building, if you are an interior decorator, you will be talking in terms of meter, centimeter, and millimeter as well, right? You'll use all these three units, right? But here, since we are talking about the years, so it is appropriate to use the year and quarter. So let me switch this back. Okay, so if I use the scale on the activities, it is too big, right? So we will go to the right scale. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So now we are going to work upon the time scale, right? Okay. Now you click on the zoom button once. Now what do you see? You still see years on the top, but what do you see in the second layer of the time scale? You see months, right? So basically, when you expand it, so you are using smaller units of time. So when you expand the quarter, it reveals months, right? Okay, good. Now you click on the zoom button once more. Now, what do you see on the top?
Quarters.
Quarters, because when you expand the years, it reveals quarters, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you click on the zoom once more. So if you click on the zoom once more, so what do you see on the top?
Yeah.
What's that?
Months.
Months. Oh, your voice is not so clear. Did you switch your mic?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Are you
It's,
using the put?
yeah, the mic's on all right. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's all right. Earlier it was sounding like muffled. Okay,
Well,
now you sound
because
clear.
I was facing my big screen instead of my PC, which is obviously got my laptop, But anyways, not
Oh,
to worry.
okay. Now, what do you see below the months? What are these units of time?
That is,
No, look carefully. Those are weeks. and each of the date that you see is a Monday, right?
Okay, the weeks. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
So
The weeks.
basically, we told the Primavera that Monday would be used as the first day of the week. So we have used the February one. So you remember that first of the February 2027 is a Monday. So all these are Mondays, right? Okay.
So the week can also, yeah.
Now you click on the zoom button once more. So let us get this here, right? We do this tick tick, right? So we get the timeline back here, right? Now, what you see here on the top, what are these?
The weeks.
They are weeks. Now, what you see below the weeks, what are these?
They're days.
They're days. So you can recognize that. So basically, they have the first alphabet of the day of the week, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, like that. Okay. So that looks good. And what do you think these are? These gray shades are for what?
Weekends.
Basically, we in the project management, we have only one word, non-working days. So non-working days includes your weekends and your holidays, everything, right? We say
Yeah.
working day and non-working day, right? So basically, the white shade is for the working and the gray shade is for the non-working. So that could be a holiday, that could be a weekend as well, right? So we are going to make this simpler. Now click on the zoom button once more. So what do you see here on the second layer?
Yes.
Second layer, you still see the days, but instead of single letter, it is using three alphabets, right? So basically, okay, this is all right if you have a bigger monitor, right? If you have a big high resolution a monitor, so that would be great, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we click on the zoom button once more and click on the zoom button once more. Now I'm going to explain this, right? So this has got a lot of details. Look at the Primavera, it's very huge on details. It goes from the small little details up to the enterprise level. So let me show you something. I need to draw some diagram, right? Just give me a moment. So I'll make it easy for you to understand. So basically, we have dissected a day into 24 hours, right? So basically, this is 24 hours. So I put that label here. This is an entire day, right? And out of the entire day, this part, this white part, and there is a gray part, and this is a gray part again, right? So what do we have here? We have non-work,
Non-working hours and working hours.
non-work time, right? So that's also non-work time. That is work time. So it's like that, right? Is this clear? Now,
Yeah. Sujoy, I mean, obviously, there's no lunch break apparent in there, is there? Right. The guys have a lunch break. I mean, no. How do you deal with that?
our lunch break. So basically, the lunch break. Oh, okay. So our lunch break will be 2.5 hours from now.
No. I mean, I don't mean our lunch break. I mean, in the calendar here, there's an 8 hour shift there, right? I mean, it finishes at 4. I mean, if they had a half-hour lunch, it'd be unpaid, so it finish at half 4. I mean, I'm just asking, how do we just assume the lunch break's taken in there and
Yeah.
the work is done, assuming it's a full 8 hours? What's the thinking?
Yeah, so now let me explain this to you. This is an organization which doesn't have that formal break culture. All over the world, we follow that we have a formal break time. This one doesn't have. So now you just tell me what is the start time of this business? What is the start?
0800.
It is 8 a.m., right?
Yeah.
And what do you see as the closing time? You look at where this white shares.
Yeah,
So
1600.
no, it is
4 p.m. 4
4 p.m.
p.m.
We are just going to make it simple. Now, if you look at the work time, basically they have got 8 man-hours. But
Yeah.
this organization, as you pointed out rightly, this one doesn't have a formal break time, right? This one doesn't have. So many of the organizations, they don't have a formal break time. But of course, people do get a break, but they have included it within those 8 hours. They say that, okay, we don't want all the guys to go for a break at once. So some people, just stagger it between yourselves, right? So maybe they work like that. But most of the engineering projects, they do have a break time. They mention a formal break time in the schedule, but people may take it a little bit early or later, but majority of the people, they follow that pattern, right? So we must create some guideline, and then you can have a little bit of the relaxation around that guideline, but most of the people stay around that guideline, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Basically, this organization has only purely 8 man hours of work. It does not have a formal break time, as you rightly noticed. Okay. But 99% of the organizations all over the world, they have a formal break time. Okay. Now, I would like to know from you guys that why is the first hour of the day starting from zero? Why don't they start the scale from one?
Because that's midnight. Midnight's zero. So it's
See,
2400, isn't it? And zero at the same time.
yeah, that's right. But you don't get 1 a.m. until you complete first 60 minutes of the day. So till you complete
Yeah.
60 minutes of the day, the hour count is zero, right? Then you get, after you
Yeah.
complete the first 60 minutes, you get 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 12. Then you have got the 13, 14, 15, 16, right? So this is the 24 hours time display format, right? So do you know that what organizations they use this 24 hours of the time display format? Certain,
Military.
certain
Military?
businesses do. Travel business. If you looked at your flight tickets, if you looked at your train tickets, they would never mention the time in AM and PM. They will write absolute hours, right? If you had a flight at 5, so it will mention ETD 1700 hours, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't want any ambiguity. They don't want to be taken to the court, right? Okay, so if
Yes.
someone missed his flight, he might blame the airline. Oh, you didn't print the PM correctly, right? I read it as AM, right? Or maybe my flight was at AM and I came at PM. So they don't want that. If it prints as 17, if some folk doesn't know, so he will ask his neighbor, right? So what does it mean? 17. He'll say, okay, this is 17 minus 12. This is 5 PM. Your flight is at 5 PM, right? Right. So there won't be any mistake, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
And this is the time which is also used by the military. So military, they also have this 24 hours time format so that they can synchronize all their operations, all this wings. Okay. So basically, this is how the project management is also using the time internally, and it is a very clear. So you can see that Primavera has recorded a lot of details here. So from here, it goes to the activity, from activity to WBS, from WBS to project, from project to program, from program to portfolio, and portfolio to enterprise, right? It is just like an entire planetary system, right? So that's why, organizations all over the world, they love the Primavera and they want the future generations of the workers to use it as well. But people got to spare some time to learn this, right? So you guys spared some time and basically you will have a very good time, okay, in your careers. Okay. Now, this is the structure of the day. So this is how the prime. Now, this structure is coming from where? It is coming from this calendar. That is the corporate calendar, which is creating this schedule, right? So every day starts at 8 and every day ends at 4, right? Now, what we will do, so we will get inside the corporate calendar to study the structure of this, how a calendar is created. Then, after understanding the corporate calendar, then we will create our own calendar. Okay, first we will understand how the existing calendar was created. So this is the structure which is being generated by the corporate calendar standard full time. Now we lay our hands, we get inside the calendar. So, this is the calendar tool. It looks like a month, right? So just keep that in mind. So what it looks like and what it does. Now, once you get into the calendar toolbox, you can see there are three categories. The first one is the global. So global means that it is visible to all, accessible to all, and usable by all. Everybody can see these calendars and anybody can use them. But why these are in the globals? Only those calendars which are useful in at least 2 to 3 projects, they will be placed in the global category, right? Who is going to place them here? It might be done by the Primavera administrator. So he is the curator. So he will basically talk to the project teams, and if some of the project teams they feel that they would like to use a shared calendar, so they will basically ask the Primavera administrator to place it in the global so that everybody can see it. So it can be created only once and it can be used many times. Now, if you really want to see that why this calendar is the default calendar, just click on the use by button on the right side. So you can see a list of the projects, right? And if you scroll down, just click here and you will be able to see the scroller, right? You see that it's a long list. So many projects are using this calendar. Why they are using this? Because it is the most common time. Now you look at this project. Look at the last one. What does it say? Look at the one at the bottom. You still go down. This one.
This one, LSM 1R project.
Yeah, it is also listed here because this project is also using this. That's why. So it is a very popular time schedule, right? Okay, now you close it. Now this is the global. Now opposite of the global is project. You click here. So right now it's blank. It doesn't have. Now what kind of a calendar would be here? So any calendar which will be used only once in a project. So you can keep this here, right? So that it is visible to you privately. So if you create a calendar in this, it will be visible to you. It will not be visible to anybody else, right? Okay. So this is something which you will use, but just in case in the future, if you feel that this can be useful to some other project as well, so what you can do, you can click this button. So what does this say?
The global.
To global, send it to the global, right? Some other colleague.
Trade out, wasn't it?
So right now it is deactivated. You don't have anything to move here, right? Okay. Then we come to the category resource.
Yeah, understood.
So basically, the resource calendar means you have people, those who are not full-time employees. Suppose if you have a consultant who comes 3 days a week, for example, so he can't use the 6 days a week calendar. So for such kind of resources, we create personal resource calendar, right? So let's check for this guy. His name is Frank Shu. So you just select this and you click on the use by. So you can see a human resource icon here, right? So, this is the guy, that's his personal calendar, right?
Yeah.
So he basically doesn't work maybe 5 or 6 days a week. He doesn't work according to the organization. He is an external consultant. He could be working 2 days a week or 3 days a week. So that's why we create a resource calendar for him so that when we assign him activities, so that will be scheduled according to his unique calendar, right? That's it. You click on the close. So this is the resource. Now we come back to the global. Okay. We are going to work here. Now we are going to understand the corporate calendar. What is the structure inside this calendar, right? So we need to get inside it. To get inside, we click on the modify button. So once you click on the modify button, you can see the internal. Okay. Now you click on the time period. So we will see that how this calendar is defining its time periods. And definitely, this is the global default. Since 1919, this was adopted by the ILO, International Labour Organization Convention. Year 1919, they defined that for industrial work, so the man day will be 8 hours per man day, right? So they defined the man day as 8 hours. So that is a global default which stays like that. Now, this organization is working 5 days a week. Do you see that? 5 days a week. That's why it is 48, 5 the 40. And man hours per month, we had checked out. If you divide 172 by 8, so it turns out to be 21 and a half days, right? So a person has to work in a working month 21 and a half days. Okay. And then the man hours per year is 2000. If you divided 2000 by 8, so it would turn out to be 250 man days, right? So it is their work culture. So basically, it's like that. Now, since we had come here to have a look, not to change, we just click cancel. Click on the cancel. Now, we will try to understand how does the work week is scheduled, right? So, the Primavera provides a template which is very simple to understand. So basically, you can create the structure of the week. So I'm going to drag this here a little bit here, and it will now be easier for you to understand. Now, if you wanted to create non-work day, so what do? You just put in 0, right? And if you want
Zero.
to just if you wanted to create a work day, you put in 8. So the work day is 8 hours and the non-work day is 0. That's it. Very simple. This template, once you fill in this template will be applied perpetually, forwards and backwards, thousands of years, right? Because we're inside a computer can compute large numbers, so it can compute this calendar for maybe up to maybe 9,999 years. I haven't checked out, but that is, I mean, whatever it does, it is beyond our lifetimes, right? Okay, fine. So this is the way you set up your week, and this is the way it is perpetuated in the calendar structure, forwards and backwards, right? Okay. Now we click on the cancel button. Now, if you clicked on any of the day, it's going to show up as 8 hours. You see that? Work hours is 8.
Yeah.
But which 8 hours? Because a day has got 24. So out of the 24, which? When are you starting? When are you finishing? So if you want to know that, you have to click this button, detailed work hours per day, right? You select this radio button. Now, to understand each of the day's schedule, you click on the work week. So basically, you are seeing the schedule for the individual day every week. So basically, till from Monday to Friday, these will have the same pattern. Now, let me explain to you how the Primavera is using the 24 hours. So in the Primavera, what these guys have done, they split, the 1 hour into multiples of
30 minutes.
30 minutes, right? You can see the 0 hour of the day, 30, 30, then it makes 60, then you get 1 a.m., right? So now in the Primavera, so basically you can have a starting time in multiples of 30 minutes and finishing time in multiples of 30 minutes. So it's like this. Your starting time can be 6 or 6:30, 7 or 7:30, or 8 or 8:30. And your finish time can be 5 or 5:30, 6 or 6:30, 7 or 7:30 in multiples of 30 minutes only, right? Is that clear? So that's what
Yeah.
it can be. It can't be anything else. It can't be like 8:15 or 8:20 or 9:20. So in some other softwares you can do that, but not in Primavera, because Primavera is used for big engineering projects. They don't bother about minutes. They bother about, bigger chunks, right? Bigger chunks of time. So basically the lowest resolution it can give is 30 minutes, right? Is that clear? Now, if you look at the day, so if you look at
Is that in all Is that in all circumstances? Could you set up your calendar? Say you had a lot of work that was taking place over a weekend, 52 hours, like railway work a lot of the time. Could you have smaller than half-hour chunks then in a special calendar?
Yeah, we will do. We will create our own calendar, right? We'll do that very soon. So this is the calendar, which is an existing one, which we're trying to understand that how it has been structured. Then after understanding how it has been structured, then we will be able to create our own calendar, right? So basically, if you look at their day is starting at 8, and their day is basically the business day is ending at 4 p.m., right? You see that? 4 p.m. So, this is the same pattern which is followed from Monday till Friday. So you check out each of the day. You click Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Check that out. Make it a memory. And if you click on the Sunday or Saturday, it doesn't have any structure, right? Okay. From Monday till Friday, you have a working and non-working time, right? Okay, so this is basically, this is the work culture in this organization. So they have created a calendar like this. Now we just cancel out of here, click on the cancel button and click on the cancel button once again. And you say you want to cancel changes. Yes, because we came here to look, not to change. Right. So now you click here on the close button. Okay, fine. So you have closed it. Now we will switch back to the day-wise time scale, right? Now we just drag this. See, now let me tell you about the time scale. The time scale has got another functionality, right? So it has got two layers. The first layer is used for dragging, as you have seen it right now. Okay. So I would like you to do this thing. You just drag this a little bit left and right a couple of times so that you remember that. Grab it and drag it. Grab the time scale. You just do it a couple of times so that you remember that, right? Yeah, just make sure that you stay within the on the track, right? So that is the track that I have drawn for you, right? So the rail should stay on the track, right? Okay. That's the rail and that's the engine that you are using. Now, if you want to basically expand or contract, so basically it is working from the second layer. So if you grab any of this, so that's going to look like a lens. No, you're still not there. See this. See this. I'll just show it to you. Just wait. If you come to the second layer, it turns into a lens. So if you're using the lens, basically it's going to stretch, right? Shrink, expand, or contract. But if you expand it too much, that's going to be wasteful, right? And if you shrink it too much, that will be unuseful, right? Not useful. So what is useful? You use your wise judgment, right? I think that if you keep it like that, so you can and maximize upon the data, and you can have a comfortable view. So I think a little bit more should be useful, right? No, I'm not able to drag it. Oh, yes, we can just stop here, right? So, oh no, I've dragged a lot. So you just bring it. What is the optimal best for you? You should be seeing a single letter. You just shrink it. You shrink it up to a single letter.
Thought you were doing that. Single letter. There you go. Oh, hang on, Friday.
Little bit more, drop it, right? So you're perfectly fine now, right? Okay, you're perfectly fine. If you're fine, I'm fine. Okay, I'm also using a bigger monitor, so I have no problem. But if someone is using a laptop, then to watch the demo, that person might have a problem. Okay, so we make sure that everybody is fine watching the demo. So we just give it a little bit more space, right? We do have. Right. So we move this thing a little bit toward the left because the data starts here. So if the data starts at the blue line, we keep the blue line very much near to the partition. Now, since we are fine with this layout, we save this layout because we made some significant changes, right? You just click on the save button. So once you clicked on the save, this layout will be saved up to this point. Now, what is the next step? The next step is that we are going to create our own calendar. So to create our own calendar, we need some time, right? So I think we are just very much near to the break time. So let's take the break time for 20 minutes and we come back refreshed and then we create the calendar in details, right? We're going to create a new calendar from scratch. So
You see that? You see that, Sujoy? Yeah.
yeah.
Good.
Okay. Now we are going to create a new calendar. Now we are going to write the specification. Oh, can you just give me the remote control?
You asked for it.
No, I sent you the request. You need to approve that.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm waiting for that then.
No, I'm sending it once again.
Okay.
So you didn't get my request yet?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, hang on.
Okay, fine, got it.
Have you got it? Yeah. What's going on here? On that. Hang on, Sujoy. I don't see. I can see it. I can see your request down here in the Zoom thing. Why is that not working?
You got to click on the approve button.
Yeah, I can see that, but unfortunately, I'm not able to maximize that in my screen for some
Okay,
reason.
just do one thing. So you just drag the zoom bar up. You just you push that zoom bar up and you just click on the approve the button. Then, so I think you can bring the
Okay.
zoom bar up here. So this is the best place right now. So you can place the zoom bar here on the screen.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. There it is there. Right, bloody hell. Jesus. Yeah. Right, okay, we're done.
Okay, fine. I got it. Fine. So now let me show you something. So I will get back into my notes. Okay. So in the Word file. So in the Word file, so guys, I hope that the non-working time is clear, right? So what is the non-working time? The times in which we don't work. The regular weekends, which occur every week, monthly weekends, which occur once a month. So in case there are certain organizations which work 6 days a week, they might have another weekend once in a month, right? Okay. And holidays which occur just once a year. Now, first of all, we are going to write the specification. So I want you to read this. Read this.
Indian
Indian
Standard Time.
Standard Time calendar specification, 6 days per week, Monday to Saturday, 8 man hours per working day, 48 man hours per working week, 192 man hours per working month, 2,304 plus 40 equals 2,344 man-hours per working year. Shift details, first shift 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 4 man-hours. Lunchtime 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., 1 hour. Second shift 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., 4 man-hours. Holidays as declared by the company.
Right. So basically, this is the Indian Standard Time calendar, and we are going to create a calendar like this. So what we do, this is the 8 man-hour per working day. So we have split it like this, right? We have a 4 hours working shift, that is the first one. And then we have a break time, which is 1 hour. It doesn't say man hours because a man doesn't work during those hours, right? And then we have 4 man-hours of the work after this, right? Okay. So this is how we are going to work. Just a moment, guys. I got something urgent here. Now, basically, what we are going to do, we are going to basically use this specification to create the calendar structure. So that will have a 1 hour of the formal break. And break time is not called the man hour, right? Okay. It is just time. Now, to create a new calendar, so we have to start here. We have to click on the calendar tool. So that's the button. So here we come to the calendar toolbox. Since we are going to create a global calendar, so that's right. So guys, just make sure that you are on the global. Now on the global, you will click the add button. So once you click the add, so you will see a box that comes up, right? Now read this. What does it say?
Select calendar to copy from.
Yeah, it is asking you to copy. It is asking you to be smart. So basically, it's not saying that you create a calendar from scratch. It says that you just pick up the one which is the nearest match, right? So I feel that the nearest match would be this one, corporate, right? So I select the corporate. I will use that as my starting point, right? And I click on the select button here, green plus button. So once you do that, you have a copy, right? Now you change it to IST in caps and press enter. So if you press enter, that's going to get sorted, right? So it is now sorted here, right? Okay, fine. Now we are going to use it more often. So you set this as a default one. Okay, so once we have set this as default, now we modify this. We make sure that it is confirming to our requirements. First, we will change the time periods here. We will change the definition of the working day, working week. See, the working day everywhere, it will be always 8. Since we have a work culture of working 6 days, so the man hours per week will be 48. And the man hours per month, we need to do more work here. You click on the time period. Yeah. So, and the man hour per month will be, that would be 48. Now you place your cursor here. So 48 multiplied by 4 will be 192. And the man hours per year we have calculated, it should be 2344, right? 2344. And then you click on the OK, right? So once you do that, then you will set the working week. So basically we want the Saturday to be on. So we write here 8 and we click OK. So Saturday becomes a working day. So you can see that it's a standard, and this dark color, this darker shade of gray is the non-work day. Now you can see that any day that you click upon would be like 8 hours, but which 8 hours? So we got to detail that out. So you just click here on this button. Now you click on the work week. So basically we have to set the structure of the day, right? So what is the structure of the day? The structure of the day, as it is mentioned here, it is 9 to 1. 1 to 2 will be the break time, and 2 to 6 p.m. would be the second half, right? So this is what we got to do. We got to do this for 6 days. So basically we will do it in one shot, right? You will select the Monday. And then you press the shift button and then you click upon Saturday. Saturday here, right? So we have selected the 6 days and then we want to set the structure of the day. It's very simple. You go to the 8 a.m. and you click on the non-work. Then you mark the next half as non-work because every 1 hour is split into 30 minutes. And then your break time is 1 to 2 p.m., right? So that would be the 13 hour, right? So that's an entire non-work. Then after that, we would work 4 more hours. So you make 16 and 17 as work day. Work time, right? No, okay. If you want to select all the 4, yes, you can do it, right? You click on the work button. Oh, yes, that's right. So it is now marked as working time, right? It seems like you have been here before, right, Hug? Is that true?
You're just a good teacher.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so did you attend any training before?
Well, no. I mean, a lot of these are transferable skills, aren't they? I've used project. So I kind of got the concept, and but but no, I'm not. I'm not anything special. I need this training.
Okay, fine. So do you work with Patel?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, click on the OK. Okay, now we must always, do due diligence, right? You look at the Monday, that looks right. Now you click on the Tuesday, you should check here if that looks right. That's right. Check Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There's no need to check Sunday because Sunday does not have any kind of schedule, right? Okay, it's an entirely non-working day. So if all the days are correct, so guys, make it a habit, make it a process. Okay, so find your own mistakes before anybody else does. Now click on the OK. Now this calendar has been created and it's in the global. Now we close this toolbox. Okay, so we basically have created the calendar, but we have to apply the calendar to the project. So for that purpose, we'll go to the project details. You just click on the project tab so that we can get into the project details. So in the project details, we will select the default tab. In the default, we can switch to the IST calendar. You click here IST and you click on the select button, that is the green plus button. Okay, now you just stay here. I want to explain something, then I will move further, right? Okay, now let me show you something which is really very important for you to know. Basically, there are three levels of inheritance. So the first is the global default. Global default calendar. The global default the calendar is preset. So when you create a new project, so it becomes the project default calendar. So when you create a new activity, so it becomes an activity calendar. It's like that. Okay. So right now, what has happened that all the activities which were being created right now, so they were inheriting the corporate. Now, what has happened? So we have set the project day default calendar to IST. So any new activity created thereafter will be having the IST calendar, right? Okay. So let me write this here so that we know what's happening. So basically, right now, the project day default calendar is IST. Now, any new activity that we create will be having the IST calendar. All the previous activity will be having the previous calendar, that is the corporate calendar. So basically, why does the Primavera allow multiple calendar? That's normal in every software. Because if you have multi-location projects, some activities are done in location A, some in B, some in C. So you can use three different calendars for activities, but only one calendar will be the default. So how do you choose your default calendar? Basically, the default calendar will be based upon the location where you are doing maximum number of activities, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that you make changes in those activities which are being done not on the base site. So your base site will be doing the maximum number of activities. So it makes more sense to set the calendar of the base site as the default calendar in the project, right? Okay. Now we will see this thing in action. So you come to the activities tab. You select
Right.
the
Sorry, I was just
yeah.
I was just writing something down there. Right. Thanks.
Okay, fine. Yeah, good. So basically, now we will see this concept in action. Now you click on the add button on the right side and you create a new activity. So once you create a new activity, you just press enter. Press enter on the last one. Okay, now you can notice that the calendar is IST and you can see that the activity is starting on Monday and it is finishing within the same week. So it is finishing within the same week because the 6 days of the activity, it has the opportunity to work all the 6 days of the week. It can work on a Saturday as well, right? Because the IST calendar lets it do so. And if you look at the activity which is being scheduled by the corporate, they're spilling over to the next Monday, right? Okay, because the corporate calendar allows this activity to work only 5 days. Right. The sixth day of the work, the job has to be completed on the Monday. That's how it works. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So basically, from this point onwards, it is the IST calendar which is going to be prevalent. Now, one more thing that I want you to notice in the IST calendar, if you remember, we had set the time to 9 a.m., right? But we don't see 9 a.m. here. Why is it so? Can you guess? Think. Where does it 8 a.m. come from?
The corporate standard full-time calendar.
No, actually, when we had mentioned the project's start date and time, so in the time component of the start date, so basically we had mentioned the time as 8 a.m. That 8 a.m. is superimposing upon the calendar.
Yeah.
So what we need to do, we got to change the time in the start date of the project to match it with the new calendar, and that's going to fix the problem, right? Okay, so what we do, first of all, we delete this defective activity. We don't need that, right? So we can click on the delete button either on the keyboard or on the software, right? Okay, fine. Now we will go and fix the project master data. So we come to the dates tab here. So in the date tab, we can see the project plan start. So we just change the time to 9 a.m. We just use the up scroller and we click on the select. That's it. That's going to fix the problem, right? Okay, so do you see a finished time here? You're seeing the finish time because you have some activity, right? Okay, fine. Then we come to the activities. Now we will create another one. So you click on the add button and you press enter. And then you will see that it is now synchronized with the calendar, right? 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., right? Okay. Now you create another one. You click on the add button, you create another activity. So after that, you enter the duration as 4H in small letter. Always use small letters, 4H. 4H to represent 4 hours. Enter. Now you will see the schedule, right? Is that right? It finishes at 1 p.m. It starts at night and the 4 hours that finishes at 1 p.m. Is that okay, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fine. So 4 hours of the work is finishing at 1 p.m., right? Now you create another activity of 5 hours. You click on the add button. And this time you enter the duration as 5 hours. So once you do that, you will see that it is 3 p.m. But why is it 3? Why not 2 p.m.? You just incremented. Yeah. Yeah, tell me.
It's lunch because of the lunch hour.
Yeah, great. That's the break time. So basically, the scheduling program is factoring that in. It knows that this calendar has a break time of 1 to 2 p.m. So if you have any extra time of work, like 1 hour, right? So that will be scheduled from 2 to 3 p.m., right? That's right. Okay, fine. Now you do this thing, you click on the add button, and this time you write here 12 hours. 12H. Now, if you write here 12H, it converts. It converts it into one full man day and the balance as 4 man hours, right? So every time you write in terms of the hours or weeks or months, so it will be converting it into man days and man hours, right? Okay. Now you create another activity. You click on the add, you create another activity. So this time you write here 24H. So if you look at 24H, so 24 divided by 8 is around 3 days. It doesn't have any remainders, right? Okay. So if you are dividing 12, it has a remainder of 4 man hours. So that's how it mentions like that. So each time you enter a duration, that will be converted into man days. Okay, now you write here, you create another activity and write in the duration 1 week. You type here 1 week, one small w, right? So you can see that it is immediately converted into 6 man days, right? Okay, we will create 1 month. So you click on the add button. Now you write here 1MO. Okay, so it is converting that into 24 man days. But why is it doing that? Okay, I'll just let you know. So basically, the Primavera is used by international teams, right? Big companies. Now, the definition of the day, see, there are 3 units of time which are atomic, right? So basically, it is your minutes, hours, and days. But the week and month, they have different meaning in different countries and they have different cultures. If I say 1 week in the US, so that would be like 5 working days. A person would prepare the resources or list out the task for 5 days. If I say 1 week in Netherlands, so it would mean 4 days of work. So they have got 4 days a week, but the man hours is still 8. But if you say 1 week in India, so basically the person will ask you, so are you trying to say for 5 weeks? I mean, for 5 days or 5.5 or 6 and a half or what? Right? So, different places have a different meaning for the week and month, but the man day is universally and globally constant, right, guys? So that's what the Primavera does. Primavera tries to cut down any kind of misunderstanding by always converting the duration to days, man days, because man days is universally recognized as the same, having the same 8 man hours, right? But the week can having a different number of man days. It could be ranging from 4 to 7 as well. That's why it converts, so that there is no confusion here. Now, one thing that I would ask you, since it is 24 days, why the 24 days of this activity is finishing on the 27th and why not on the 24th?
Because of the Sundays.
Yeah, because of the 3 non-working days. This is a question someone had asked Henry Gantt like 110 years ago. So he drew this diagram and he showed the guy like this. He said, look, this is your activity timeline. As it is moving against the time scale, it has 3 non-working days. So it has to jump over them, right? So it jumps over 3 non-working days and it arrives at 27 to finish 24 days of work. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that's how it works. So if you have more non-work days in any calendar, so that is going to basically push your finish date even further. Now, what is the lesson learned here? The lesson learned here is that do not try to commit any finish date in meeting. So in the meeting, you just say politely, I cannot tell you a finish date, but I can tell you the process days is 24 according to engineering process. And basically the finish date can change if we use a different start date and different months, because the different months have a different number of the non-working days. For example, if you use the 1st of the October in India, so basically this finish date will move to the month of the November because that particular month has maximum number of the holidays here, right? That is so. So basically the finish date is dependent upon the calendar. So if you're working in a 5 days week setting, of course, and then it will be even longer to finish. It will take even longer to finish. So you have to keep that in mind. So it is better to mention only the duration. And you can say that I will send you the schedule later once we decided upon the start date and the type of the calendar that we are going to use. Right? That's it. Now, you add another one. You click on the add button and you write here 1 year, 1Y. So if you write here 1Y, it shows you 293 days, right? So, okay, guys, let me show you that how it is calculating this. So this is our calendar. We go to the modify and then we go to the definition of the time periods, right? So we can see the time periods have been defined in terms of man hours, right? So 1 week, working week has been defined as 48 man hours. So guys, you tell me, if you divide 48 by 8, then what do you get? 48 divided by 8.
6.
6 man days, right? If you divide the definition of the month, which is 192 man hours, if you divide it by 8, then what do you get? You get here 24, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And similarly, if you divide the definition of the year, and if you divide those man hours as we had defined it earlier, it turns into 293 man days. So basically, when you define, so give you a finer definition. So Primavera accepts the definition in man hours to give you a finer control. But when it displays, it will display it in terms of man days so that it is easier for people to use and understand, right? Okay, that's the reason. So basically, the definition is inbuilt into the calendar. It is being taken from there, and whatever you are entering, so whatever unit of time you're writing here, you're writing here basically a day, a week, a month, a year. So that is getting converted into man days. So man days is easy to handle. Fine. Now you click on the cancel button. And then you click on the cancel button once again, right? And click on the close button. Now we are going to understand. So we have seen that how does it do the scheduling, right, according to the unit. But what is the internal process? So let me show you the process flow. We start with the duration, right? And then it goes to this box. So this is the process box, and then the output comes here. That's the output. Now, how does this thing work? Basically, we use our expert judgment to enter the duration. So I'm writing here expert judgment. Expert judgment. So then from the expert judgment, it comes to this box. So in this box, basically this duration is basically combined with the calendar, and then it is processed with scheduling program, which is inbuilt, right? So scheduling program processes it. Then the outcome goes into this box. Now in this box, what is the outcome? Outcome is the schedule.
Yeah.
Right? And what is the schedule consisting of? It is consisting of a start date and a finish date. So that's how it goes. Now, what is an expert judgment? It is your knowledge, it's your prior knowledge, it's your working knowledge, your experience. Expert judgment can be individual, it can be collective, it can be coming from some standards book, it can be coming from the past data of the projects which are completed with some proven data, right? So you can basically use that as an expert judgment. So once you enter, for example, if you know that, okay, I have to do an excavation of 10,000 cubic meters, and basically the man and machine combination I have, it works at the rate of 1,000 cubic meter per day. So you understand that it will take you 10 days if you use one man and machine. So if you say that, okay, what if I use two man and machine combinations? So I can finish the job in 5 days, right? So basically that's your expert judgment. So it can be based upon maths, it can be based upon memory. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
So every engineer has his own expert judgment in his own domain, right? We use this software based upon our. So, many people think that this software is for civil engineers. No, it's for all engineers. All engineers can use it to schedule their project. So there is no separate software for a civil, mechanical, electrical, IT. Because if you are constructing a building, do you think that only the civil engineer is involved? No. The construction of a building starts with the architect. He makes a design. The design is validated and checked by the structural engineer. So once it's okay, then we make a final drawing and design. Then the civil engineer is involved. So when the civil engineer is involved, he needs the help from the mechanical engineer to install the lifts, right?
Yeah.
The elevators and the escalators. That's the job of a mechanical engineer, right? And the mechanical engineer's work is dependent upon the completion of the civil works and electrical supply works in the shaft, right? So basically, they all work together. You need the help from the electrical engineer to do all the electrification and the HVAC, and also the IT engineer is also involved, because these days you have got smart buildings, right? Buildings that recognize you. It let you go into the places that you are allowed to go, and when you enter a room, it switches on the lighting and air conditioning. It switches it off, or automatically when you exit the room, it keeps a record of your entry and exit, right? You don't even have to touch anything at all. You just have to look into certain cameras, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all kind of engineers, they work together. All engineers, they have two common subjects. One subject is the engineering drawing, and the second subject is the Primavera. I mean the project management, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So all engineers use CAD, all engineers use Primavera, MS Project. So just keep that in mind. All the scheduling softwares, they work in the same way. That is the flow chart. You write the activity with your expert judgment. You can add some buffer, and then the schedule happens. So basically, so it means that the scheduling is also dependent upon the calendar. So if I change the calendar, it means the schedule will change, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, let's see that in action. So, guys, you do this thing, you come to the first row and you poke here. Not just touch, just poke it. And it will throw up a pop-up. Poke it, man, poke it. Stab it. Okay, now you select IST. Select IST and click on the plus button. So do you see there is an instant change in the schedule? You change the calendar, you can see the schedule has changed, right? And this activity is finishing within the same week, right? Okay. Now I'm going to teach you another tool, which is the fill down tool. So basically the fill down tool works like this. I'll show you. First of all, you listen to me. See, basically what I want, this, value from the first row to fill down into the rows below, right? Now you press the shift, keep it pressed. With your left hand, you press the shift button, keep it pressed, right? With your right hand, use the mouse and click on the last row within the same column, right? So you can see that it is highlighted here, right? It means that your selection is in this column, right? Now you click this button. This is the fill down button. You look at the right side. So it fills down the same values, right? Okay, guys. Now let me give you some more practice. You fill down here to here. From 1140, you fill down the duration, right? You place your cursor on the duration. No. That's not going to work. I want you to fill down the duration. Here. Look here. Look at the box. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Now fill down. Click on the fill down. Right? You see that? It works on this column, right? Okay, I will give some more practice, right? Okay. I want you to fill down the task in all the activities, right? From top to the bottom. Fill down. Right? So instantly, all the data is changed. Now, fill down doesn't work on one place. Remember that. It doesn't work here. Try this. Try to fill down. Look at that. That is disabled. You're not allowed to fill down because you can't have duplicate IDs, right? You say, okay, I'll do it forcibly, right? So you just go here and you type here A1000. Force it. Enter. It says, what? It's not
If the value you've entered for activity ID is not unique, please enter a unique value.
Yeah. So it says enter a unique value. Okay, you say, okay, fine. I'm going to enter here A1005. You write here A1005. And then you press enter. And you press enter. Do you see that? What happens? Basically, what
Yeah,
you have done, that you have inserted a new activity in between the existing ones. That's why the engineers, they used to keep gaps of, they used to keep 9 slots empty, right? So
yeah,
basically, they would use a lot of paper. Here, you don't have to use a lot of rows to keep them blank in advance, right? So basically, what you can do if you want a new activity to be inserted, you create a new activity at the bottom and you rename it. I mean, you just change the activity ID to where you want it to go, right? So you can insert a new activity in any place where you want to. You just have to give it the right number or the ID. Now, you change the number to A1210 and see where it goes. It comes back to its own position. So, why? Because this is sorted, right? Is that clear? So that's why
yeah,
you this column sorted, right? And you make sure that the triangle points up always so that you have the activities in the right order, right? Okay. Now I'm going to show you a bug which is there for a long time. And guys, you look at this calendar. You know what is the project calendar? IST, you had changed it yourself, right? See
yeah,
this.
yeah,
See. Look at the default. What is the calendar? IST, right? But if you
yeah,
look at the activity, it still shows the old calendar, right? Previous calendar. I'll tell you that why is it so. The Primavera is based upon client and server technology, right? Sometimes
yeah,
the client is not able to pull the latest data from the server. Sometimes it might miss. So you should be basically active enough to pull the latest data from time to time, right? You click this button, refresh. So you're pulling in latest data from the server. So do you see the change here?
yeah,
That's right. So basically, this is the way you can make sure that you are looking at the updated data. But since the project is checked out only to you, see, remember, guys, only one person can work on a project at a time. Rest of the guys, they can see. So if you made any changes, so they won't be able to see any changes until you check in, until you press Control W and send the data back to the server. After that, you might tell them, guys, I have updated the project data. Please pull down a fresh copy, right? Is that clear?
yeah,
Or they might even do it themselves, right? If they're smart enough. Okay. And if they are not, you tell them over the WhatsApp, right? Okay. Fine. So this is how it. Now I will tell you something more. So suppose you have a project in which you have a calendar on a different location. So this is the default calendar, right? You do this thing. You change the first one to corporate. You change the first one to corporate. No, you have to poke it. No, no, not like that. You have to poke it.
oh,
Poke. Yeah, select the corporate and click on the green button. So now your engineers, team of engineers, they say, boss, we are going to do certain activities on a different location, right? So these activity will be using the corporate calendar. So how do you select only them? Very simple. You press the control button. Keep it pressed. Now you click on the activities which are ticked, right? Right? Then you know
yeah,
what to do. You do it. You got to fill down. So that's going to fill down only those, right?
I like that.
Okay. So, this is the way you can basically use multiple calendars. Now, what are these activities? These are the activities which are being done in another time zone or another location, right? Okay. So, which
Yeah,
one will be your base calendar? Your base calendar will be the one where majority of the activities will be done, right? So, because that's convenient. so that you don't have to change in the majority of activities, you change only in the minority number of activities, right? That's how you can do it. Either you can fill down continuously using the shift method, or you can fill down selectively using the control method of selection, right? Okay. Now, what you want, that you want everything to be IST. So what do? You change only the first one, then you can fill down, right? You have to
Yeah.
poke it.
What are we changing it to? We're changing it to corporate, yeah?
Yeah, change it to IST. You change the first one. No, you just change the first one. I'll just tell you. Just poke it. Poke it. No, this one. No, not like that. You change the first one to IST, right? And then you use a continuous fill down. You use the shift button, right? Use the shift method. Press the shift and yes, like that. That's it. That's how you do. That's it. So this is the way basically you can apply the same calendar on multiple activities and make sure that you have the right schedule. Okay, is that clear? Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm done. I'm paused. I would like to hear any questions. If you have any questions, any doubt on this topic, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I
So,
don't think I've
sir,
got
now
any questions.
what is happening with my activities are activity is the calendar is visible at all the activities, but not at the project level. So at the LSN-1,
Mhm.
my
Okay,
calendar
just
is
don't
not
worry.
visible.
Just don't worry. I will come to your screen. So I think we had some question yesterday, right? You had asked a good question. So what was that question? So let us answer that question first. Where is that question? You had written a question.
It was my question, actually. Yeah, it was. Where is it?
Does the database retain previous versions of the program? Good question. No, it does not. Right? That's why you know what we do. I'll just show you that what we do. So just do this thing. You press Control W. First, let me answer your question. How do we work around that? Control W.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll come back to you in a moment. But first of all, before we do this, let me fix his data. So you share your screen. Just go ahead and share your screen.
My screen?
Yes, I think you were talking to me.
Yeah.
Oh, you are facing some problem. You just share your screen.
Yes.
Yeah. So it has the Indian Standard Time, correct, right? Okay. Now you open your lesson number 1. You right click and open. Open the project. Okay, fine.
Yeah, now it is coming. Initially, it wasn't coming.
Oh, you need to refresh. Okay.
Okay.
Now let me help you. There are certain columns we need to set,
Yeah.
right? But you know, Indian Standard Time, it should be showing the time as like, starting from 9. Okay. So
Yeah.
let me check how your calendar is structured. Maybe you missed something. I think you joined late, right?
Yes, I kept it at 8 a.m. So it's
No. Please don't do non-standard things. Try to
yes.
match what I'm showing on the demo. Otherwise, you will be in problem, I'll be in problem, right? We
Yes,
don't
sure.
want to waste time. We want to make sure that we are understanding the same thing at the same time, right?
Correct.
So, okay, just wait. So let me pick the correct columns. Remaining duration, we don't need. Schedule percentage, complete, we don't need. What we need is the calendar, and what we need is the predecessor detail, right? So to find it, I go to the find, I type only the first 4 letters, right? So it ensures that I can match it and I get this column here, right? So try to do only the standard things. Don't try to do non-standard things. We don't want any trouble here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the number that we have? So, okay, fine. So we have these numbers here, 1130. So I think we are up to 1130. We don't need any more activities than
Yes.
this. So it is something which fits on the screen. Let me check your calendar. We'll go to the global and modify, and we go to the work week. So that is the time period. You made a mistake here, right? So 8 hours. No, it
Yes. We should.
everywhere it is 8 all over the world. Make it 8.
Yes. Yes.
Make it. Make it
Yeah.
8. And man hours per week is 48. No, don't close that box, man. One by one. That's also wrong, but I'll fix it. Man hours per week, you make it 8, and man hours per week is 48,
Yes.
and man hours per month is 192, and man hours per year is 2344. That's right, right? Now, the work week is having 8 hours per day. Basically, it is purely man hours.
Yes.
And you click on the OK. Now we come to the detailed 8 hours. We'll tell the timings, right? So basically the timings. So let me do it. So we don't work the 8 a.m. So the entire 8 a.m. is non-work. We don't work the break time 1 to 2. So now we work the 16 till 18. So it's all work time, right? And once we have done that, we must have this habit to check. Looks right. Tuesday okay, Wednesday okay, Thursday okay, Friday okay, Saturday okay, right? We click OK and we click on the close and this thing changes. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
This time has not changed. So what we do, there is a tool here which can change it. That is the scheduling tool, right? So what it will do the scheduling. So I think there is something on the top, right? So
Right.
you just move that zoom box away from the top. And if you click this, so it's going to make it as 9 a.m., right? Okay, so that's going to basically, and your start date should be what we need here. So for the project, I go to the dates, and everybody works using the same dates, right? So we all work, so 1st of the March 2027, and we are using 8 a.m. as the starting time. Now we are using 9 a.m., right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, we are using
It's not first of February that we did.
1st of February. 1st of the February, is it also same? Okay, you shift to the 1st of the March. We need the 31 days day, right? Okay, Hug and Rahul, you shift to the 1st of the March, right? And you shift to the 1st of the March, come back to the activities and click on the schedule button. So, that's going to reschedule all the dates and bring it to the 1st of the March, and everything looks now correct. So I think, so we got to reduce the size here, then we can move this thing a little bit to the left and we can reduce the size of the column. And then we place it here. We don't need this status line. And then we save the schedule, right?
Layout.
Okay, so activities layout by Hemant, then you just click save, right? So once you clicked on the save, everything looks perfect. So except that your screen will be red because I clicked on the schedule button. So we will work on this in the next lesson, right?
Yes.
Okay, so once your data is correct, right? So what we do, so we just switch off the Gantt chart. We don't need the Gantt chart. We switch to the level number 2. We don't want any extra things to come up on the screen, right? We make sure that we look at something that we are working. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce you to the concept of the archive. So basically what happens that when you worked on a project, that data is useful. You don't lose that. Okay. Okay, fine.
Sujoy,
Yeah.
Sujoy. Right, I mean, I'm still. I need to now extend my screen, right, so as I can see these two, because you're no longer sharing on my screen. So can I just do that
No, just
before
wait.
you
Just
get
wait.
too
You
far
share your
ahead of me?
screen. I'm going to use a screen only. I'm back. Okay. You just share your screen. Do not extend it.
Okay. Sure. Right.
Okay, fine. So basically, the question was that does the database retain previous version of the program? No. So how do we work around it? That's what I'm going to show you right now. Okay. So let us switch over to the Primavera and you approve my control.
Yep. Okay. Approve. Confirm.
Okay, fine. Now, so guys, do this thing. So make sure that you are on the lesson number 1. You press Control C to copy this. Press Control C.
Yes.
You have done?
Yes.
Now press
See.
Control V. Press Control V. V for victory. V is for pasting. Right. Okay. Now listen to me carefully. Don't touch anything. So we are going to get 3 boxes like this, right? And we are going to suppress these boxes one by one. So we will suppress the first box. You click here. Do not show this again. No, don't cancel. Click OK and click OK once again. Click OK once.
Yeah.
Now you will suppress the next box. Suppress it, do not show. Click OK and click OK. And you will suppress the third box. Click OK and click OK. Right? So basically what you have done that you have created a copy. So you can work like that. So every week, so when you have meetings with set of engineers, you can basically create a copy. Right? Is that clear, Har?
Yes.
So you make sure that if you have a previously good data with another set of engineers, suppose you had a meeting with electrical engineers, right? And that is absolutely perfect. Now you need to basically, you need to basically knit in. I call it knitting, right? Just like the ladies do with the wool. You want to knit in the new activities with another set of engineers. You save a copy. And then in this copy, you have a previously good data, bring in the new set of engineers and try to link their activities, right? If everything goes right, you make a copy, you create 3, 4 like that. If something goes wrong, you have a previous copy to roll back to, right? Is that clear?
Right.
So we continue to create copies till we get the final copy, and then you may delete the previous copies, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, now we are going to do the same, exactly the same here because we have got the 6 lessons to complete. So we are going to play smart, right? So we are not going to type much in the later lessons, right? So we are going to use the activities which already exist. Now, once again, you press Control V. Once again, you press Control V. Did you press?
Just did that. Nothing happened.
Oh, nothing happened. Okay, just don't worry. You selected the lesson number 1.
Yeah.
Just do this.
Control C.
Control C and Control V. Okay, and you create 5 lessons, right? Okay, I'll be back in a moment. So we have got basically 4.
Sujoy, just before we continue, Right, so we're on mine now, and as I mentioned, it's 1st of February the date. So do you want me to change that to 1st of March and copy it down?
No, nothing.
Okay,
Nothing needs to be.
okay.
Oh, yes, 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 you are right. So, okay, just don't worry. So if we are working with the software, right? So what do you do with the wrong copies? You delete them, right? So you make the correction and you copy them once more, right? Not to worry. So you select the lesson number one. Yes, you are right. Now you notice it. Not to worry. So you come to the dates. You come to the dates here,
It's, yep.
and you select the 1st of March, right? And that's right. And you click on the select. Right? So we have got it. And then you click on the schedule button here, right? You click on the schedule button so that all the activities are shifted to the 1st of March, right? You click on the schedule button, right? Okay, that's right. That's good. Now you do the same thing.
Okay.
Do this Control C, Control V, right? And you create 4 more copies.
Hang on. Why is it not doing that?
Yeah, Control C, Control V. Just touch. Make sure it is touch, not poke. Yes, that's good. That's right. Now, what we will do that we will look at the rules that we want to learn, right? Critical paths. So you write here in this lesson name, you write here critical path and non-working days. Days, yeah, that's right. And now let us look at the third rule. The third rule, what does it say? Oh, I'm not getting that. What's happening here?
This one,
Yeah, that I'm in the Word file, right? Oh, so can you maximize the Word file?
the Word file.
Can you
See
bring
it?
it up?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, third is okay, dependencies. Okay, fine. So in the third one, you write here. So this would be dependencies and relationships. Dependencies.
Yeah,
D P N. You remove.
hang on.
Yeah. D
Dependencies.
and CIES and relationships. That's right. And the number 4 would be date constraints. Date constraints. You got to fix that spelling. You TRAI. After the T,
Okay.
that is RAI. And yes, yeah, that's right. Date constraints, right? And the lesson number 5, let me check here in the rules of what that is. 5 is activity. Actually, 5 and 6 is combined. So you write here the combined name, activity types and resources, right? Activity types and resources. Correct. So press enter. So guys, both of you, please tell me, you are done?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sounds good. Now we are going to work upon our lesson number 2. So you select the lesson number 2 and open. Open the project. Okay, so basically what we have is the data, right? So we have the data that we have created a copy from our lesson number 1. So that saves us a lot of time and trouble. Guys, just give me a moment. I'll be back from the washroom.
Yep.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Actually, I have to drink a lot of water, to keep talking. So that's why I need to use the washroom frequently.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
It's
fine.
good. No worries.
Okay, so now what we do, so there are certain things that we don't need, right? So we are going to get rid of them. We don't need the calendar column. We don't need the time, right? Okay, fine. Okay, now, first of all, we are going to switch off the time. So you click on the user preferences button and you select dates. Okay, so guys, you are here.
Yes.
Good. Now you select this option at the bottom, do not show time. And then you click on the close button, right? So now we also don't need the calendar column. So you right click here and you select columns. And then you select the calendar and then you send it back. You see that where it goes to? It goes back to the general. That's its home. So if you remember it next time, you can come and pick it up from here or you just find it, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
you can do it both ways. Now click on the OK to set this. Now, once you have done that, so it will be useful to basically, optimize the size, right? So you can do it. You do keep some white space, right? So that you are able to see the data distinctly, right? And you can pull this. Yeah, that's right. That's the right measure, right? You just pull this thing here, pull this partition. No, you pull this partition. That is the partition. I'm asking you.
Partition now, the big one.
Yeah, you just bring this here, right? Okay. And you are making sure that you're not leaving any useful space unused. That's right. Right? Okay. Now you click on the save layout because you did a lot of useful job on changing the layout, right? Okay. Now, guys, you tell me what do you think about the critical path? Currently, what's your thinking? What do you understand? What do you think a critical path is? And
It's the tasks that represent the shortest possible time to do the job.
yeah, anything else?
It is the longest path with zero float.
Yeah, it is the longest path with zero fold. How is it useful for a project manager to know about it?
So we can
Go ahead.
means we can track that particular path day to day, because once that path is delayed, then whole project gets delayed.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, there are certain things. Now, I will not tell you any definition about the critical path, right? I'm going to teach you by observation. Just like we learned the subjects of the physics and chemistry. In physics, my physics teacher told me, oh, a sunlight has got 7 different color components, right?
Correct.
So he showed us in the lab using a prism, right? We have also seen that. We still remember those, right? Okay, so we will use our observation because observation is basically going to go into your logical memory, and logical memory is a lifelong memory, right? Okay, except Baba black sheep. You can remember only Baba black sheep without any logic, but everything else requires logic. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Now you go to the last activity and you change it to 12. You change it to 12.
12 days.
Yeah, 12. So just ignore the rest of the activities. Do you see something which has happened here? You can
Yes.
see
Yeah.
that the project summary bar, it extended to match the length of the longest activity. Now, there are two more things that you should notice. So it inherits the duration from the longest activity, and it also basically it inherits the finish date, right?
Correct.
Because we had to use the scheduling tool, so all the activities, all these activities, they look red, but normally it is not so. Because normally the non-critical activities, the activities which have got the zero float, so they are in green color, right? So just ignore that. Just stick to what I'm pointing to, right? Now you go to this activity 1070, change the duration to 18. Change it to 18. And once you change it to 18, so say this, the project duration is 18, the project finish date is 18, and the project summary bar, it becomes equal to this longest activity, right?
Correct.
Now, what happens that in earlier times, the project managers would deliberately take a red pen and they will mark it with red. Right now, the software may be doing it, but in earlier times, it was not so. So, guys, if I draw this red line, what does it show? Just like the blue line, it shows you the project start date. And what does the red line mean here?
Project finish date.
Absolutely right. So now, if you look at this, longest activity and the project finish line, so do you see any gap here?
No.
You don't see any gap here. We say that it has got a zero float or it has got zero room for delay. Now think of it. Think of it. You assign a resource here, human resource, on this activity, and your project has started. And then he takes, suddenly in the middle of the running project, he takes 1 day's leave, right? He takes 1 day leaves. Now, what is the current date of the project, guys?
1 day later. Oh, it says the 20th there, but if he takes a day's leave, it'll be the 21st.
Are you sure? Would you like to work on a Sunday?
No. Well, you could, but
So what will be the new finish date if he takes 1 day leave?
22nd.
22nd. Because if he takes 1 day leave, so it will be extended by 1 day. And since nobody can work on a Sunday, so the newly calculated finish date will be 22. Now you tell your client, I'm going to finish your project on the 22. Your client is going to sound like this. He says, oh, earlier you had said that you are going to finish my project on the 22. Now you're saying on 20. Right now you're saying 22. So guys, remember, what is the impact on the client? 2 days delay, right?
Correct.
yeah.
Can you tell the client that, okay, my team member is taking only 1 day's leave? He says, okay, fine. But to be fair, the impact on me is 2 days delay, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, it's very important for the project managers to know the critical path in advance and prepare for those. So right now, the software is in the manual mode. The software was like that. Okay, so it didn't compute the critical path right away. So I'm talking about the year. So basically, I used a computer for the first time in the year 1988, right? So in those times, we used to have the screens, non-graphical screens, with 25 rows and 80 characters. You can write on every row. And the softwares that we used, you could use only one software at a time. So, Hug, I believe that you might have also used WordStar and Lotus 123.
Yeah, well, Quattro Pro I used in WordPerfect, but yeah,
Yeah,
same thing, isn't it?
right. So you could use only one software at a time in the DOS.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So we used to have that, that batch processing mode. So we'll enter a batch of data, we'll press submit, then the computer will wait for a couple of minutes. It will think, it will process, then we get the answer. We use those answers on the paper, right? We'll update our charts after getting the computation. That was quite fast. It was much faster than the people that used to work before in earlier times, in the era just before the desktop computers came, people with maths degrees, they were very much in high demand. People, those who were basically graduates in maths, master in maths, PhD in maths, they were in great demand in financial institutions, banks, okay, projects, right? So basically, those guys were called computers, right? Okay. So basically, that human computer were replaced by the electronic computer later, right? Just like we had basically the guy who dispenses cash is called the teller, right?
Yeah.
This guy's functionality was replaced by a machine. That machine would be called automatic teller machine, right?
Yeah.
That's
Correct.
right. So basically, now this is a computer which replaces the human being, and it takes just a couple of minutes as compared to hours. That is quite fast, right? So since
Yeah.
most of you may not have seen those computers, so you might feel, oh, that's a very long time. So guys, that was actually saving time in lieu of the people that it replaced, right? Now, what we do, that we will understand that how it used to work in those days. Let's say that we are in the 90s, right? Okay. So you entered a one batch of data. Now you click on the schedule button. So that was the button that would be used to schedule the one batch of data, right?
You want me to do that?
Yes. And then you click on the schedule button once again. So once you do, it says that, okay, this is the activity which is critical, right? And it has a zero float. Why it has a zero float? Because this activity is touching the finish date line of the project, right? And rest of the activities, they have some gap, they have some float. So this float line will be traced by black lines on the paper by the engineers, right? They'll do it. It was a lot of a painstaking work. So those guys, they were called draftsmen. So they will draft the diagrams, all kinds of engineering diagrams and Gantt charts and all that stuff, right? Just a moment.
It's going silent. Hello?
Hello. Sir, you are not audible.
Sujoy, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I guess it's problem from his side. Am I
Must
audible,
be,
huh?
yeah.
Yeah, he's on mute. Sujay sir, you are on mute.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So
Yeah.
basically, this is just one batch of data. Now, let's see that how it worked on another batch.
Sujoy, you are aware you were on mute there, yes? Because we for the last 30, 45 seconds, we didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, no, I was actually, there was someone at the door. I had to rush.
Oh, I love it. Right, great, that's fine. No, magic, magic.
Fine. Now, now you go to the last one and you change it to 80.
18.
Yeah, 1
Was
8.
that 1/8? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see that even though it is a critical path, it is not being marked as such because the software is working in the manual mode, right? We just entered another lot of data. Now you click on the schedule and click on the schedule. So you can see that now it is showing as a critical path, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now let's say that we want to use the advantage of the automatic computation, right? So what we do, we will switch because you know what happened that why the Primavera is providing you a switch, because when Primavera was released, the computers used to work in the manual mode. Later, sometime later, what happened that as the CPU power got, the CPUs got more powerful, we got more powerful operating systems and applications. There was a transition period in which some of the computers were older, some were new. Then the Primavera came up with a switch. So I'm not talking about the MS project. It doesn't have that switch. It is born in the times when the computers were relatively powerful. So MS project is totally automatic. You don't have to do any setting here. So when you install it for the first time, it is in the manual mode. Now you switch it to the automatic mode, right? So let's do it. You click here and then you click on the options. So once you click on the options, I want you to read this line. Read this line.
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Right. So basically, I would like to focus on this word, which is change. What kind of change, right? Now, let me tell you. So, you got to remember this because you might be asked in the interview. Some hardcore interviewers might ask you. I will not ask you if I interview. I'll ask you the normal project management questions, right? Okay. So now let me tell you that what changes would trigger the rescheduling. There are six changes, right? It is for your understanding so that you can trust the software. Read this.
Change in duration, change in relation, change in lead or lag time, change in or of calendar, delete an activity, add an activity.
Right? So change in the calendar means that you make some changes inside the calendar, or you replace the calendar altogether, right? Okay. So these are the six changes you may keep in mind. So it will be good. So if you see some changes, you trust that it is doing the right thing. You changed one of these, right? And it is helping you get the correct schedule, right? Okay. That's it. Now we come back to the software. Go back to the Primavera. Now we want this, right? So you click on the checkbox. Guys, you are done?
Yes.
Okay, now click on the close button.
You leave that other tick box checked, yeah? Use expected.
Nothing.
Yeah?
Nothing. Click on the close and click on the yes and click on the schedule button once again. That's very important. So right now the software is in the automatic mode, right? Okay. So let us look at
Is
one of
there
the
anything that is there anything that indicates that? Right. So as I know it's in
yeah. So basically, you look at this
auto mode or the
change number 2. You read this. Read this. What is the change number?
change in relation.
Yeah, we are going to use that, right? We will see that how does it recompute the critical path. So guys, you do this thing, you will select these three activities. Correct. Now you right click upon the selection. Right click. Right click upon the selection. Yes, correct. Now you look here, it has got link activities, right? Okay. So you select the link activities option and you click it. Click that one. Click the link activities. Now, immediately, these three activities are linked. So it is 6 3s are 18, right? Okay, 6 3s are 18. So it creates a duration of 18 days. Now you have got another critical path, right? Since the software is in the automatic mode, it has scheduled the three activities according to the relationship, right? Okay, it has added the duration. Now, one thing that we observe about the critical path that the critical path is the longest, right?
Yeah.
All these three are equally the longest. And critical paths, they have got zero float. Why they have the zero float? Because they have no room for delay. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Zero float. And now you do the thing. You go to the last one and you change the duration to 20. Change it to 20 days. So if you change it to 20 days, what you observe that the project duration expands to match the critical path duration, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, our another conclusion is that the project duration cannot be less than critical path duration, right, guys?
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Right.
basically, so what do we conclude about the critical path? A project has at least one critical path, right?
Yeah.
A project can have multiple critical paths due to mathematical coincidence, right?
Right.
And
Right.
a project duration is equal to the critical path. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
And critical path has no room for delay, so that means zero float, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Now, these are the observations which you made just right now. I'm sure you are going to remember them lifelong. Actually, all these definitions are mentioned in the PMBOK, in the Schedule Management Knowledge Area chapter, right? Okay. So, if you guys wish, I can share a copy of the PMBOK with you, right? So you can read that later.
Yes.
So that will be good for you. Okay. So this is basically happening here. The software is now in the automatic mode. So, quite advantageous. Suppose you are working on a big project and you made some changes in one of the activities, it is good. The software might, it might basically seem to flicker for a moment, right? It might have a lag time when it is processing a large number of activities, but it will do the job reliably, right? Now what about the rest of the activities which are non-critical? They will have a float bar. So let us activate the float bar, guys, so that we can see that as well. So you right click on the empty space on the Gantt chart, and then you select bars. Okay. So guys who are watching, so are you here on the bars?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you scroll down to the bottom. See, if you click here, you will see a small little triangle. You come down the list, come to the very bottom of the list.
Hmm.
So once you're at the bottom, you will select the float bar. You select this checkbox 2 times. You have to click on it 2 times. And you also select this negative float bar 2 times. Right? One, two. Okay, I'm just holding the screen here. You guys please confirm you are done.
I'm done.
Yeah, done. Yeah.
Okay. No, you have done it because you are here. I'm with you. So I'm asking the
I'm just making sure.
I'm watching you. Okay. Okay, fine. Click OK. Right? So basically, this is what the project managers will do on the paper. Just imagine how their day was, right? First, they would work in a standing the opposition the whole day, and they will work upon huge sheets of paper. Those sheets of paper were as big as dining tables, right? Okay. So that was quite a tedious job. These days, we use softwares. We can use bigger screen. You can connect your laptop to another screen, which might be 43 inches. So that will make you basically the entire width of the Gantt chart in one go. That would be quite good. So you can see the critical path, right? Now, what we will see, you go to the last one and change the duration to 16 and see that what happens. So did you see a change in the critical path?
Yes.
So basically, there is one more line which is mentioned in the PMB. Okay, it says critical path changes while planning, right? So you're planning. So you said, okay, this activity should be rectified to 16, right? You made changes, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, make changes.
see the critical path changes, right? Now you set it back to 18. So you can say that once you change it to 18, so it also becomes a critical, right? Okay. Now basically we know the critical path. Now the thing is that what is the real use of it? Now this is the real knowledge. Okay. So basically once your plan is complete and correct, you will call for a meeting which is called the critical path meeting. So before you call the critical path meeting, first of all, you will apply the filter. You click on the filter. And then you select a critical and you click on the OK. Right? Okay. So guys, you tell me that what is the number of the critical activities? Count from the left side.
A1000s, A1010,
Give me a count.
A102.
No, just give me a count.
5.
5 activities. So what you will do, that you will
Oh,
call
five.
Yeah, so you will call these five resources, these five activity owners to the critical path meeting. So basically, when you conduct this meeting when the plan is completed and corrected, means that it has been looked over, seen by subject matter experts, right? Okay. So these guys, they have said, okay, that's complete and correct. Now you will plan for the critical path meeting. Now in this meeting, you are going to ask certain questions. So let me uh, send these questions to you, right? Just wait, just give me a moment. So guys, this is your first question. Ask.
Do you have any plan to take leave?
Yes.
So now you know it very well if the guy has any plans to take leave. Okay, so that's going to basically delay your project, right? So you have to ask it in advance, right? You have to make sure that you have a substitute resource. Now there are two kind of leaves a person can take. So that is a little bit of people management. PM means people management. So you ask him that, okay, you plan to take a leave. Yes, boss. So what kind of leave is that? So he says, boss, I want to go to some resort and relax. So you say that, why don't you take it after you finish your activities? He says, yes, boss, I'm fine. So that would make more sense, right? So he changes his schedule off and he says that, okay, I would be available. So that sorts your problem. But another person has another reason. He says that, boss, I'm going to get engaged, I'm going to get married, my wife is going expecting during those dates, and I have an appointment from the passport department. You can't change these dates, and you have to be personally present in those places, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
So then what is the solution? Tell me, guys, what will you do if that is the case? So what will be your strategy to deal with this, to mitigate this?
Have a replacement.
Yes. So basically, this is my suggestion to you. If you have something better, you can use that. Read it
Uh, Talk to the HR manager and provide you the equally skilled resource in advance.
in advance. Why in advance? Because you would have them. You will have a knowledge transfer meeting, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So that the equally skilled resource knows exactly what to do, right? Okay. Now we come to the next question. The next question is like this.
Do you have any machine that can break down during your activity?
So you know that's going to delay. So guys, you tell me what would be your approach to deal with this?
Look to have a standby machine available in the event of breakdown.
Yeah, that's right. But you know there is a fine point here. Now you will understand if you read this. Read it.
Standby backup for small machine, do preventative maintenance for big machine.
Big machines, because big machine is going to cost you a lot of money if you have that on a standby, right? So you basically call the subject matter experts and tell them, look, guys, I have to use this machine, so make sure that it works during my critical path, right?
So you might have like some critical spares on hand as well, like like hydraulic hoses and things like that.
Yeah, that's right. So basically, I'll give an example of a standby. If you looked up your car boot, you have a spare tire there, right, guys? You have that?
Yes.
So, because that's a small resource, right? That's why you have a spare. But if you go on a long journey, will you drag another car?
No.
No, you won't do that because that's quite big. So, preventive maintenance, you'll do preventive maintenance. I'll give you the best example of preventive maintenance. So, guys, you must have noticed when you get down from an aircraft, you will see a lot of people surrounding the aircraft and they're checking it, what they're doing. What do you think they're doing?
Looking for any faults that might affect the next flight and with view to fixing them.
Absolutely correct. They are doing preventive maintenance for the next flight because you can't do anything in mid-air, right?
Yeah.
Because the aircraft flies on the critical path. If you want to see it, next time you fly, you book yourself a window seat, right? And if you looked out of the window, you will see a red line, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that is the critical path that is visible to the pilot, that is visible to the airlines, that is visible to the ground crew, that is visible to everybody, right? That's a stakeholder in that airline, right? So they make sure that aircraft flies smoothly on the critical path. And you are the pilot of your project. You will ensure that your project flies smoothly on the critical path, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, this is the third question. Read this.
Do you have any material that can run in short supply during your activity?
So you have man, you have machine, but you don't have a material, right? So how do you deal with this? How do you prevent it? How do you mitigate the number three? Tell me your ideas.
Well, I think you'd have to establish what your lead times for delivery for the material are, right, and have them included within your program before you commit to dates for delivery.
Absolutely good. So let's say that we have a lead time of 15 days, right? So your solution could be like this. I'm not saying that 15 days is a hard and fast rule, but maybe your lead time could be longer than this as per your knowledge, right? Read this.
Yeah. Order the materials used on the critical path to arrive at least 15 days before the project start date.
So why do I want to keep a margin? See, understand this. When the materials arrive, you have to check for that that the quantity is complete and the quality is correct, right?
Yeah.
Remember these two words, complete and correct. It applies in lot many places, just like the 3M plus C. So if you find that it is short of quantity or short in quality, you have some time to replace, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So we are only talking about the materials that will be used on the critical path, nothing else, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you had a long, Sujoy, if you had a long project, I mean, would you know one at 15 days before that activity is due to start?
Yeah.
You said
So
the project.
so you can increase your lead time if you are getting some material from Ukraine. You increase your lead time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now you read this number four, right?
Yeah. Do you have any subcontracted work which requires large cash payments?
Yeah, that's also a problem, right? I'll tell you that why it's a problem. See, basically, the subcontractors usually, especially in the context of India, so they bring you large number of people, right? So that's what they are specialized in. They have got contacts to get these people. Now, these people are very loosely connected to the contractor. Basically, the contractor is able to pay because we are paying him weekly basis, right? So basically, if it is a large cash payment, it will be useful to get approvals in advance, right? So you can take the cash when you need it, right? You don't have to take the cash in advance, but you get approvals in advance. And then, because it's a large cash, it will be going through multiple levels, right? And what is the problem with the subcontractor? He doesn't have any deep pocket, right? Is that clear? He doesn't have much money of his own. So you make sure that you keep him supplied with money and he keeps you supplied with large number of labors, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically, the critical path is a predictable risk. And what is the prevention plan? Very simple, 3M plus C. You have to ensure 3M plus C, right?
So I mean, and I mean, you probably would have to have that cash on hand before you get paid by the client as well, wouldn't you? You know, so you need to have that cash flow sorted out, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. If you need that, you do it for yourself. Because what we do, so instead of taking the cash in hand, so I understand the company has the cash. The cashier can give me the cash, but the cashier needs some approval letter. That's it. I show him the approval letter, he will go and get it from the bank within 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
That's not a problem. The problem is that it must be basically verified because it's a large cash, right? So if there is a some amount of cash that is allowed to the project manager, that's fine. If it is beyond that, so you take prior approval, so which saves time, right? So basically, what is the 3M plus C? Basically, the 3M first, man. Second M is the machine. The third M is the material. And the C is the cash, right? If you ensure 3M plus C, then there is nothing which can delay you on the critical path because critical path is coming under the category of known risk, right? Is that clear? And if you provided the resources, then critical path won't be getting delayed. But if something happens, like if there is a drastic, or change in climate or change in political situation, or basically some other calamities like corona like pandemic, then there might be a problem which can be dealt with the senior management, but the critical path is a total responsibility of the project manager, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yep.
It is predictable, it is preventable. Something, there are certain things which are predictable but not preventable. For example, you can predict rains, but you cannot prevent rains, right? You can work around the rain. So we cannot prevent rains, but we can mitigate. Mitigate means that we can reduce the impact of the rains on our work. So we work around the rains, right? Is that clear? But
Yeah.
on the critical path due to lack of resource is absolutely preventable. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so we must prevent something that we can prevent, and we must be prepared to mitigate something that we can mitigate. Right? You cannot prevent any of your car tires from going flat, but you can basically always carry a full pressure spare tire, right?
Yeah.
So that mitigates a situation. You might require a couple of minutes, maybe 5 minutes to 6 minutes to replace the bad one, right? But you won't be delayed if you are okay. I mean, if you kept some spare time, right? Okay. So you will still look good to anybody that is expecting you to arrive at a place, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Now, this is something that you need to take care of on the critical path. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you that how you can apply the holidays and how does it impact. So first of all, we will remove the filter. Remove the filter.
Okay. Right, hang on a second when I'm a filter. Right.
Yeah, and you click on all activities. Click on all activities on the left side. Select this checkbox. That is the best way to, because in the future you might be using multiple filters. So if you select that one checkbox, so that's going to remove them all. So once you have done that, you click on the OK. So now you can see all the activities. Okay. Guys, you tell me what is the current finish date of the project?
20th of March 27.
Okay. If your calendar had one day of the leave, one day of the holiday on 3rd of the March, then what will be the new finish date?
22nd of March.
Yes, absolutely correct. Now let's see that in action, right? So how to apply the holidays in the Primavera calendar? That's what we are going to learn. So guys, you come with me step by step, right? Click here on the calendar button. You are here.
Yeah.
Hemant and Rahul, you are here.
Yes, yes.
Now select a global. Make sure that you are here. And then you click on the modify. Okay. Now you scroll forward to the month of March 2027. Correct. Now you select 3rd March. And then you click on the non-work. So it will become a non-work day, right? Click on the OK and click on the close button. So you can see the impact of the holiday, right? You can see that the finish date has shifted to 22 March, right? And the Wednesday is marked in shade of gray, right? It's now gray. It is distinctly visible as compared to the white, right? It is distinctly different.
Yes.
Right. Now, there is a drawback in the Primavera. The drawback is that when you write a holiday in the calendar, you cannot name it. There is no place, there is no slot, there is no column, there is no field to write the name of the date, right? It might be Christmas, it might be New Year, it might be a Republic Day, it might be an Independence Day. It's not there, simply not there. I will tell you the workaround, right? So, guys, you come with me. I'll tell you that how to basically take care of the list of the holidays which are applicable on your project calendar. You come to the option projects and make sure that you are selected on the lesson number 2. Right? You are here, right? Now,
Yes.
you select notebook tab here. And in the notebook, you will select add, you will click on the add button. You have to select a topic. Now you select the topic general note. Since it is already selected, you click on the green button, assign button. And now you click on the close button first. First you close the box. Right?
Close, where is it?
Yeah.
There?
Yeah, that is close. Now you're going to write the notes for this topic, right? Click on the modify. Now I'm going to write it, you guys watch so that you understand that how it works. So you'll write a list of holidays. Basically, you are going to get this list from the HR department, right? So you can just paste it here. So basically, what you can do, you can write like this, date. So I'm just creating just the dummy data, right? So basically, you write as many as that is there in your country and company, right? In India, we have got 10, right? So I'm just writing up to the 10. Is that clear, clear, guys?
Yes.
Now you click on the OK. That is the usefulness of notes. So you can write a note about a project, about a activity. If someone looks at the calendar, right? And he says, oh, what is this, holiday for? I don't see any reason, right? You just tell him. You look over the notes, right? You look into the notes. We have a note for that, right? So he would know from the date, he will know the name of the holiday, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now the thing is that sometimes it might happen that you may put the holiday on a wrong date. You want to remove it, right? So I'll tell you the correct procedure to remove it. Many people, many of the trainers, they don't teach the correct procedure. Then people end up making mistakes. So I just want to make sure that you are able to remove it correctly. I'll tell you the procedure. You just follow me step by step. Click on the calendar button. And after that, you click on the modify button.
We're on the IST calendar, right?
Yeah, yes, we are working on the IST calendar, right? Now you move forward to the month of March 27. Okay.
Oh, done it again. What an
Oh,
idiot.
now
Right.
you select 3rd of the March.
Yeah.
Now you select the detailed work hours per day. So you will see since it's a non-working day, all the hours of the day, they are non-work, right?
Yeah.
So if I don't tell you, so instinctively you might click on the work button. You say that, okay, opposite of the non-work is work. So you click the work button. Now look at the structure of the day. So does it look like the schedule of your company? Does your company?
No,
It doesn't work like that, right? Okay. So your
no.
starts at 9, it has a break time, and then it finishes at 6. Now I'll tell you the correct button is the standard button. So keep that in mind, right? Take a note,
It's this, yeah.
right? You
Yeah.
see it, right? Now it matches, now the schedule of this restored day matches the schedule of your organization, right? Daily schedule. It matches it correctly. Now click on the OK. Now click on the close button. And then you look at the finish date. You see that the finish date is restored back to 20th of March because you removed it, because you made a change in the calendar, right? So
Yeah.
you hit one of these rules, right? So what are these rules here? Change inside the calendar or replace the calendar, right? If you make any of this change, it will trigger the rescheduling. So it will basically, the Primavera will go through all the 10,000 activities. If you have them, starting from top to the bottom, it will not take a chance. Okay. It won't say, okay, I'll do this much, not the rest. You made change here. No, it will go through all the data, right? Okay. So it might basically seem to be holding for a while, but it's doing the recalculation. If you have big data, you might have a little bit of a lag time. That's okay, perfectly all right. Okay, so this is how the critical path is understood. So, guys, is the critical path clear?
Yes.
Now, do you
Yes.
know how to use the critical path knowledge?
Yes.
Yes.
That is the main teaching, right? So, anybody can show you a red line, but basically, you got to be PM. You know what is PM? Preventive manager, right? You prevent what? You prevent delays, you prevent risk, right? Is that clear? So
Yes.
now you
Yeah.
see you're doing a lot of work, right? You can go and tell your boss on Monday. You tell your boss, I'm preventive manager, I'm people manager, I'm the productivity manager, right? I'm promise manager. You make the promise, I carry that promise, right? Give me a raise, right? No, don't do that right away, right? First you practice and look good. Okay? Is that clear, guys?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Now I'm pausing here so that you may ask me any question. Please go ahead and ask me your questions. Any doubts, any questions, anything, and if you want any advice which is centered around the critical path. No, no questions, guys.
No.
Hmm?
Mm.
Sometimes that is frightening for me. Did you understand it?
We think so.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else I could.
Okay.
Well, what about things like terminal float?
Tell me again.
Terminal float, right? I mean, that's been a phrase that's been used. I can only assume that the client's date for delivery of the project is after the planned completion date. So you've got a bit of what they call terminal float there. I mean, is that a concept that we consider?
Yeah, yeah. Basically, you will have to use the schedule compression, right? Good question. So let
Yeah.
me answer that. Okay. See, there are basically, okay, so I think I can write it here. It is related to time, right? So there is DD, right? Oh, I want to write something here. Why can't I write? Okay, select label. So they want me to select a label, right? Okay, apply. Now I think it will let me write, right? So basically, there is something called DD. What is the DD?
Detailed design. Delivery.
Delivery date,
Delivery dates. Yeah.
right? So this is as per client, right? This is as per client, right? Then what do you do? There is something called TD. Target. No, there is something called TD. Yeah, TD is target date. So, guys, let's say that the delivery date is mm, just a moment. That's the delivery date. Then what should be your target date? Hmm?
Yeah.
So basically, the target date, it should be calculated backwards. You must create some buffer here, right? So you create a buffer like this. Make sure, right? So then there is something called FD. FD is what? Finish date,
Yeah.
right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
So
Yes.
basically, this is your delivery date, and your finish date may land here. It might even land, basically, I've seen that in many of the project, it lands quite beyond that. It's like this. It's crazy, right? Your finish date
Yeah.
lands as per the initial plan. So what do you do? So you have to be much behind the deliberate. So you have to do plan compression, schedule compression, right? I'm going to teach you that also during the course of the trading, right? So just
Yeah.
make sure that you must do a rough calculation. So you should not accept any finish date which is not possible to compress within safe limits, because when you compress, it increases the risk, right?
Yeah.
It affects the quality negatively. So basically, we can do compression up to a certain level, which is good for the quality and it is safe and it creates a safe product, right? Okay, so we can use the Primavera. So basically, we make sure that we finish around target date. We can finish on 22, 23, 24. What do we do with the leftover time? We do some extra checks on the product, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so a project has many target dates. Each of the milestone date is a target date, right? Okay, just make sure. Okay, now we take the break, we take the lunch break, and after the lunch break, we will continue with the next lesson, right? So, what is the best practice when you are going off for 60 minutes? You will first send your data back to the server. Press Control W.
Control W.
Yes, and click yes. That's it. You may or may not log out, that's okay. But always send the data back to the server, right? So this ensures
Yes.
whatever work that you have done, that is safe in some remote server, which is having a redundancy of internet connectivity. It has got redundancy of power and it has got a redundancy of backups, right? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So we meet after 60 minutes. I'm going to send a message in the WhatsApp group and it will have a timestamp. And during your, that's right. Okay, Hug, you share your screen.
You got that?
Yeah, we can see.
Brilliant. Excellent.
So you approve the remote control for me?
Yeah, okay. There we go. Approve. Sorry, sleeping there. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So guys, have you heard about near critical path? Have you heard this?
What?
Near critical path.
Non-critical. Yeah. Well,
No,
yeah.
let me write it.
Near critical path. No.
No? Okay, fine. I'm going to teach you that before I close the critical path lesson, right? Okay, we will learn about that. Okay, so guys, you do this thing. You go to this activity 1170 and change the duration to 16 days. 1616. Okay, now you go to this activity 1090 and change the duration to 15 days, right? 15 days, right? Now I want you to observe something. If you look at these two activities, they are very much near to the finish date of the project, but they are marked in green yet, right? Now it has been observed by many experienced project managers that you have any such activity which are having very little amount of float, right? Now such activities are unprepared for the emergencies, right? Now what happens that so these are the activities which expand during the execution phase and they expand beyond the existing critical path and they become the cause of delay, right? Now, how to deal with this? So, what the experienced project managers they do, so to deal with these activities, they establish a policy that they set a risk zone for delay. They call it that okay, we set a duration of 3 days from the finish. If any activity comes within this region, so this activity will be also treated as critical path, right? Do you see that? I just marked it manually with a red color, right? So
Yeah.
any activity which is touching this risk zone, if it comes here, so that would be also treated like a critical path, right? Right?
Yeah.
So now how to do this? So you have this policy, but you have to tell the software, right? So you have to tell the software that if an activity touches the boundary line of 3 days from the finish date, so please mark it as critical. So how to do it? You come with me step by step. So even though it is an advanced concept, but I do not consider anything as advanced. Basically, for me, you should know the complete project management. Only that works. Okay. So you click here. Then you click on the options. So in the options, I want you to read it as, let me point this out. You read this.
In critical activities as total float less than or equal to
0, right? So right now it is set to 0. So what do? You in this box, you write here 3D for 3 days, right? You write here 3D. No, you clean it. Then you write 3D in a clean box. Now you click on the close button. Then you click yes. Then you click on the schedule button. Then you would notice that these two activities are also marked in the red color because
yeah.
these activities are touching the basically the danger zone, right? So basically this is your finish date and this has been designated by you that this is the danger zone. So if any activity is touching the danger zone or gets a little bit even inside the danger zone, so they'll be treated like critical path. Now let's see if they're truly critical path or not. The filter will prove it. So you go to the filter and in the filter you select a critical and you click on the OK. So once you applied the OK, you can see that, okay, these activities are also being picked up as critical, right? So then you guys know what to do with it, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So I leave it to your fair judgment. I leave it to your wisdom. I leave it to your understanding the nature of your project, that how much duration would you consider as a danger zone, right? So I leave it to you and your team, your planning team to take care of that. But here is the concept, right? Now we are going to remove this rule. So you come with me step by step. So once again, we click on the schedule button. And after that, we click on the options. Then in the float box, you write here 0. That's 0. Okay, only 0 is 0. Now you click on the close and click on the yes and click on the schedule button, right? So basically, this is the default rule. The default rule says that only if the total float is 0, then it is considered a critical path, right? So it is restored to the default rule. But I think if you consider the danger zone, so then you should also basically tweak it to show you the critical path which are very much near to the boundary line, very much near to the finish date, but they are not touching the finish date, right? So that will give you a lot of safety margin. Now you remove the filter, click here, and you select all activities, and you click on the OK, right? Okay, fine. Okay, now let us close the lesson. So I'm sure you will keep that in mind, right? Near critical path. Close this current lesson, Control W. And yes. Okay, now we will do the lesson number 3. Lesson number 3 is about dependencies and relationships. So you select a lesson number 3 and open this. Okay, now we have the data, right? So basically we have to type less and less. That is a habit that you should develop. Now let us understand the concept. The concept is here. So basically, if you want to establish relationship according to your engineering sequence, then you to establish the relationship, so you need at least 2 activities. So if you establish relationship between them, so one of the activities, it becomes a predecessor and the other activity becomes a successor, right? Now, I would like you to read that what is the definition of the predecessor. Read it.
Predecessor task is the one which controls the start and or finish date of the successor task.
Yes. So basically, predecessor is called the boss because it controls, and the successor is called the subordinate, right? So if you look at any of the activities, it has got basically 2 days, right? And if you want to know the total possible combinations, then it will be 2 multiplied by 2. Now, what is the first possible combination? Read this. Read. What is the first possible combination?
Finish to start.
And what does the boss say?
When I finish, you can start.
Correct. And what is mentioned next to it?
Both common and set as default in user interface.
Yeah, it is set as default in all softwares, right? Including the Primavera. So when you click on the link button, I hope you remember that. You selected 3 activities and clicked on the link. So what it did, it established the finish to start relationship, right? So because that was the default.
uh, we have two activity A and B, sir.
Mhm.
So we can say that key A is a predecessor of B and B
Yeah.
is a successor of activity A.
Yeah, we will see
Right, sir?
it. We'll see it. We'll learn it with the true examples from real life,
Okay.
right?
Okay, sir.
So basically, what would the finish to start look like on the Gantt chart? It would be represented like this. So you can see that the arrow will start from the finish date of the predecessor, and it's going to touch and control the start date of the successor, right? So remember, guys, a simple thumb rule. If you're looking at the Gantt chart, remember the tip of the arrow is hitting the successor, right? And the arrow has been shot by the predecessor, right? Keep that fact in mind. So you'll be able to interpret the Gantt chart. Now read what is the second one.
Start to start.
Next.
When I start, then you also start.
Now, what does it say on the right side?
The predecessor is controlling the start date of successor with its own start.
So it's going to be diagrammed like this. It would be drawn like this. So the arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor. That's going to hit the start date of the successor, right? Okay. Now you read the third one.
Finish to finish. When I finish, then you also finish.
Right?
Predecessor is controlling the finish date of the successor with its own finish date, I assume.
Correct. So it's going to be represented like this. So the arrow will start from the finish date, and it's going to basically the arrow is going to hit the finish date of the successor. Okay. Now you read the fourth one. What does it say?
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished. Start date is predetermined future date on the timescale.
Yeah. So you keep that fact in mind. It's going to be represented like this, right? So here the start date is the controller and the finish date is getting control. But the start date would be a future date, right? So we will understand it very soon with some good examples. Now we switch over to the Primavera interface. Now this time we are not only going to learn the dependency and relationships, we are also going to learn that how to organize the activities, right, into groups, into logical groups. To establish the logical groups, so we click on the WBS summary button. So we are into the WBS tab, right? So in the WBS tab, we do a little bit of adjustment. First of all, you switch off the bottom details. And then what we do, we just pull this middle partition a little bit toward the right side to make way for new columns. Now we are going to add 3 columns. You right click here and you select columns and then you select customize. Okay, so guys, you're here. Hemant, Rahul, you
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Now we are going to add a new column after the WBS name, right? Okay. Now you expand the duration group. Durations group.
Sorry, I was just trying to understand what you meant. Got it. Right.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. It always puts my name here on the screen. That is not good. Now you select this column BL project duration, right? And you take it to the right side. So once you've taken it to the right side, basically what is this BL? BL means baseline. Baseline means planned project duration, right? You want to go with this. Okay. Now you close the duration group. So after that, you expand the dates group. So after you have expanded the dates group, then you select the start group. And then you take it to the right side. And then you select finish. You take it to the right side. Okay. So guys, do you have these columns?
Yes.
If you have them, you click on the OK to basically apply them. So you have these columns, right? So as you have these columns with the data, so what you can do, you can optimize the width like that, right? You can do the double tap and you can bring the screen divider in the middle. Now you can see that, it's basically hanging around the year 2006. You do this thing, the same thing, that is the double tap. You do this double tap here at this point. So what you are seeing is very, very small because you are using the bigger units of time scale, right? So what you do, bring it a little bit towards here, and then you switch over to smaller units of time, right? If you switch over to the smaller units of time, then it will be easy to view, right? You can expand it a little bit more because you have a lot of space here. You expanded it, now it looks good. Now you save the layout, right? You click on this button, save layout as, and you write here in the layout name, WBS summary by, then you write your own name, right? So that's a best practice that you can learn, and that will make you look like an experienced person, right? Now I'm going to tell you a bug. So as you save the layout, you must have seen that the summary bar slipped away. That's a bug. I'll show it to you once again. I bring it here and I click on the save button. Oh, okay. You try this. Click on the save button. Did you see that it slipped away?
Yeah.
That's a bug. That's a bug which is present only in the WBS summary. It doesn't happen in any other tab, right? It works fine in the projects and activity, but here there is a problem. So we are not going to save it once again. We'll just bring this thing back and we will let it stay here, right? Okay. Okay, fine. Now you click on the add button. We are going to create a summary group. So you write the group name here. You write here finish to start. That is the first name of the group, of the first group. You write here finish to start. And you press enter. So just in case if you have the opportunity here, so just you notice that you are using less number of columns and you have more space. So you can switch over to font size 9, right? So we'll do that. Actually, it's not a hard and fast rule that you should be using font number 8. So when you have got more columns to fit in, then you may use 8, but when you have less columns, you can switch over to 9, right? Now, we are going to place our cursor back on the parent. And then you click on the add button on the right side. Then you write the new group's summary name as start to start. Start to start. And you press enter. Now you place your cursor on the parent. And then you click on the add button. And then you write here finish to finish. And you press enter. Now once again you go back to the parent. And then you click on the add button. And then you write here start to start.
You got start to start.
Oh, no, sorry, start to finish. Sorry, not that one. Start to finish. Start to finish. That would be start to finish. And you press enter. So guys, you are done up to here?
Yes.
Good. Now we will switch over to the activities. You will notice this groups at the bottom, right? Okay. Now this WBS is created in the WBS summary tab and you are going to use them here. You can't change them. You cannot rename them, right? If you want to do any kind of changes or renaming, you have to go back to the WBS. This is how the Primavera works, right? Okay. Now you select 4 activities. The first 4 activities you select and cut them. Control X. Control X. And then
Sorry, what was that?
Control X.
Okay. I don't get what that word was there, Sujoy, sorry.
Yeah, Control X.
Oh, Control X, right, geez, yeah.
Yeah, now you select a 3.1 and paste it here. Control V. Okay. Yeah, so that is pasted right here. And if you want to see that it is pasted inside or not, you click on this expand all button so that all the groups will stay expanded. You click here, click on that button, right? Okay, so that will make it visible. Now you select the next two. You select 40 and 50 and you cut and paste into 3.2. Cut and paste into 3.2.
3.2.
Now you select the next two, that is 60 and 70. Control X and you paste it into 3.3. Then you select the next two, that is 80 and 90. Control X and you paste it into 3.4. Right? And the activities which are remaining there, you can just delete them. You don't need them. You select these activities and delete them. Right? Okay, so this is how it is, right? So guys, we are done up to here.
Yes.
Now, I will use an example from this, say, civil engineering. So basically, I spoke to a person who is a civil engineer. I asked him that, how do you construct a building? He says that, look, we have got 4 basic activities which are in finish to start mode. So first we do the excavation. When we finish it, then we do the PCC, which is plain cementing and concreting. And once we are finished with plain cementing and concreting, then we start reinforcement. When we finish the reinforcement, then we start the shuttering. So these are the 4 activities which are essentially in finish to start sequence or finish to start relationship. Now you basically, if you're using less columns, so for you Hug, you can switch over to Vardhana 9, right? So make yourself more comfortable. Because you have less columns here, you have got some space, so you switch over to 9, size 9. That is the next one, yeah. Okay. Now you write the first activity name as excavation. Excavation. And then the next activity will be PCC in caps. And the next activity will be reinforcement. And the next activity will be shuttering. SHUTTERING, shuttering. Right? Double T.
Goodness gracious. I know how to spell this. I mean, it's my fingers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, good. So basically, these 4 activities are finished to start relationship. So we will start to establish the relationship from the first one. Now, once we select the first one, then we will click on the detail button, right? So if you click on the detail button, you can see that at the bottom, you have got 2 tabs, right? So one is to basically establish the predecessor, and one tab is to establish and view the successor relationship. But this was something which was up to the version 14. So in 2015 or maybe before that, we got a better option, that is the relationship tab. So guys, what we will do, we will use the relationship tab, okay? To get the relationship tab here, you right click here on this gray strip. So guys, you're here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now you select customize activity details. So once you click on the customize activity details, right? You just give me the control. So guys, first of all, you remove these 2 columns, predecessor and successor, right? Where you going to use a better one. So we remove these 2. Now you go to the left side and you select the first column, expenses. We actually need some more columns, so we are selecting them as well. After the expenses, you select notebook and take it. Then we come to the main column, that is relationships. You take that. Then you need one more column, that is one more tab actually. These are tabs, WPs and docs, working procedures and documents. Actually in Primavera, you can attach a document to an activity. Yes, you can upload and you can attach it here. Now, what do? You select the notebook and you push it down by 1 step. So guys, take a good look at the sequence and the number of the columns and their sequence and make sure that you have the same. Please do it and confirm to me. You just tell me, talk back to me.
Yes, done. It is done.
Now you click on the OK button. Now you select the relationship tab. So you can see that the relationship tab, it is using the full screen, right? It has got 2 boxes, one for the predecessor and one for the successor. That is much better. So if you would realize that most of the activities are in the middle of the network, and the activities which are in the middle of the network, they will have a predecessor, they will have a successor. So isn't it useful that you can see both? You can apply both, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Only 2 activities, they don't have a double relationship. The one at the start, it doesn't have a predecessor. The one at the last, it doesn't have a successor, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Visualize a train. The engine doesn't have a predecessor and the guard's room doesn't have a successor, right? It's like that. But
Yeah.
all the bogies in between, they have a predecessor carriage and they have a successor carriage, right? It's like that. So that's why it is useful to use this tab, right? So many people even don't know. They claim, I've been using Primavera for 10 years, 7 years, fine. So you know fundamentals, but are you using the software in a productive manner? That is the point, right? That also becomes important when you do a lot of work. So, these small little things, they become big help. Okay. Now you look at this column. What does it say?
Relations.
Actually, it is not relations. Actually, this column is relationship type. If you expand it, you will be able to see the name. You guys, you expand this column. Make sure that you see the full name, right? We are going to use it very soon. And here also, you expand the one on the right side as well, right? That's it. Little bit more. Yeah, that's fine. Now, we are going to basically apply the successor to the excavation. So guys, you tell me which activity is a successor to excavation?
A1010.
Yeah, that is PCC, right? So now you go to the assign successor button, click that. Now, when you get this pop-up for the first time, so it looks smaller, right? And it doesn't have the right font. First, you make it look good. You expand it, you change the font to Vardhana. Change the font to Vardhana.
Jesus, forgot how to do that.
Use the Vardhana 9 font.
Forgot how to do it. Did I do it up there?
No, it's here. Just a moment. So if you click here, now you apply Vardhana regular 9. 9. Yeah. So now it is comfortable to use. You select the PCC, which you have already done. You click on the assign button, this one, only once. And close the box. Close the box. So once you close the box, you can see that the finish to start relationship has been established, right? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now we go to the next one, that is PCC. And for the PCC, which is a successor, which one?
Reinforcement A1020.
Right. So you go to the assign successor button, click that. And then you select 1020 and you click on the assign button. And you close the box, right? Now you place your cursor on the shuttering. So guys, now you tell me from the shuttering's point of view, who is the predecessor to shuttering?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement. So we go to the assign predecessor, and once again we get a brand new box. So guys, you fix it, right? You expand the height and the width, and you set the font to Vardhana 9, right? Vardhana regular 9. Yeah, that is good enough. Yeah, that looks good. Now you select the predecessor, you know who is that? Reinforcement, right? And now you click on the assign button and close the box. Right? So guys, it basically works both ways. So you can assign a predecessor, you can assign a successor, you can assign both. Okay. Now, why is it a finish to start? It's very simple. As you can see in the diagram, that it is the finish date, right? So it is the finish date of the predecessor, which is controlling the start date of the successor, right, guys?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why the arrow is shot by the predecessor. It is controlling and it is hitting the start date of the successor. Now, let us see the dynamics of the relationship. So you go to the excavation and change the duration to 10 days and observe the Gantt chart. So did you observe that what happened? So you know what happened? The excavation, who is the boss to PCC, he says, look, I'm finishing later, you start later. It forces the PCC to start later. Now, PCC is the boss for reinforcement. It says, I'm finishing later. And it tells the reinforcement to start later. Reinforcement says, I'm finishing later. It tells the shuttering to start later, right? So basically, all the predecessors, they are pushing their respective successors. Now, let us do the opposite. You go to the excavation and change the duration to 4 days. You change it to 4 days, and what do you observe now?
Comes back in.
So it says that excavation says, look, I'm finishing earlier, you start earlier. PCC says, I'm finishing earlier, it tells the reinforcement to start earlier. Reinforcement finishes earlier, it tells the shuttering to start earlier, right? So it works like that. Okay. Now you go to the excavation and set it back to 6 days and observe the Gantt chart. Okay. Now, if you looked at the predecessor detail column for the excavation, so why this column is blank?
Because there's nothing before it.
Yeah, so it doesn't have a predecessor, it has got nothing before it, but it has a reference, point of reference. What is this blue line about?
It's the project start date.
Correct. So, this activity, the excavation, it has a reference of project start date. And rest of the activities, they have a reference of their own respective predecessors, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let us say that you want to explain to someone. So let's say this guy is working on the PCC, he comes to you and he asked you that what is the meaning of this? So how do you expand it into plain English sentence? How do you expand it?
I would just say that that is the task that immediately precedes this task. It has to be complete before we can start this task.
That's a very generic statement. Okay, let me give an example. So you tell this guy who is basically assigned to the PCC, you tell him that your predecessor activity is excavation and the relationship from the predecessor to your activity is finish to start, right? That's how you
Yeah.
can explain it. That's what it means. And this is what you should interpret in your mind when you see it. So what are you going to tell this guy who works on the reinforcement? How do you explain it to him?
We've got to tell him that the predecessor activity, PCC, must be completed as we have a finish to start relationship between it and the reinforcement.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so just keep that fact in mind. So this is how you are going to interpret this. It's like some sort of a, shortcut or a short code which you expand into a understandable sentence, right? Which explains things to the people in the team, right? Okay. So there is one more thing that you should notice that basically when you establish a finish to start relationship, the finish to start relationship, it basically establishes the longest path. Do you see that? That is the only critical path, and rest of the activities, they do have some float, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So let us get back the details. Now, I'm sure that this is quite clear, right? Finish to start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, we don't need any further examples on that because I'll tell you why. Because finish to start is something we know from day one. The day one we lay our hands on any project management software. So we use the finish to start a lot because it is logically and easily understood. So I used to do that. So when I first laid my hand on the MS project in the year 2000, so basically I was asked by my project director to act like a project manager. So I started to use the MS project. So I would put most of the activities in finish to start. Then he said that if you are doing smaller projects like 6 months, so that doesn't make a difference. But if your project is going to exceed 6 months, if you use only finish to start, then your projects are going to inflate a lot. Okay. So it is advisable to also use start to start and finish to finish. And start to start and finish to finish, they are called compact relationships. So I will give you my examples, then I would like you to bring in your own onto the table, right? Okay. So basically, what is my style of planning? I always plan with my team members, right? I let my team members tell me what they would like to do. Now my team members are saying, boss, we would like to do software testing, right? So I write the activity, software testing. So then I ask them, how many days do you plan for? They say, boss, we plan to do it for 10 days. And what do you plan to do next after? So, boss, after we have completed the testing, we would have a list of defects and we'll fix them. So the next activity would simply be fix the defects, right? Like that. And I ask them the duration. They say, okay, 10 days is fine. So how would you like to complete them? They say, boss, we would like to complete them like finish to start. So guys, to establish the finish to start, it's not difficult. You select the first one and the next one, right click. You see this link? So,
Yep.
so there is one more place where you can link. If you're not comfortable with the right click, you can find the link button here on the right panel, right? You click that button. You click that button. Sometimes, people are using the trackpad. They are not able to do the right click properly. So you can click this button, right? So you can see that the finish to start relationship has been established. Now, you tell me that what is the total duration in the group summary?
20 days.
20 days, because they're linked in finish to start. Now, what is my working process? So basically, after the planning is over, I basically invite many subject matter experts to have a final review of the plan, right? So I call in the subject matter experts and tell him to review my plan. He says that, look, boss, this start to start, this software testing and fixed defects, they can be start to start because software is not a physical product. You can upload it onto the server and two people can work on it simultaneously. One guy will identify the defect, the other guy will fix it, right? They can work together, right? So basically, what is the what is the schema like? He says, look, there is this yellow box, that is the server. And then we have the green laptop, green box, which is the tester's computer, right? And then we have the blue box, which represents the computer used by the programmer. So the tester will find a defective line of code. Just a moment, let me use the arrow. He will find a defective line of code. He will report that to the programmer. He will fix that. So he'll find another one meanwhile, and he will put it into the working queue of the programmer. He'll fix it. Then he will find another one. He will report it, and he will fix it. So these guys, both of them can work in circles. So basically, the programmer doesn't have to wait for the testing to be finished because he can work on it at the same time, right? Because it is not a physical product. Had it been a physical product, then he would have to wait. That sounds good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is doable, right? So what I do, so it's very simple in Primavera. So first you select the software testing, you select that. And then you go to the relationship type. Actually, it's a drop down. It doesn't look like, but if you click it, it will turn into, no, you have to click on the FS. Right? Now you select SS, start to start. Now, as you select start to start, so now you look at the summary duration. How much is that?
10 days.
10 days, fine. So earlier it was how much?
20 days.
So how much you saved? You saved 50%, right?
Yeah.
So
10
you
days.
compressed it by 20%, right? Now let's see that what was the understanding between the boss and the subordinate, right? Read this.
When I start, you also start.
Right. So now let's see that in action, right? So basically, I'm going to change the date of the predecessor, right? I'll shift it to the next week. So once in a while, if required, I can change the date manually. So I click here, I shift it to next week, and I click here, select, and then I confirm it yes. Now you will notice that I have only changed the date of the predecessor. I haven't even touched the successor. Did you note something? That what happened?
Yeah.
The successor moved along with the predecessor, right? Now,
Yes, because it starts to start.
yeah, I will move it to the next week. It just moves with the, because it says that I can only fix the defects only if I know it. If you're going to start later, I will also move with you and start later. Now the boss says, look, I'm going back. So the boss comes back to the original date and just look that what happens to the successor. It also comes back with the boss, right? Okay, guys, I'm going to ask you a logical question. The logic is that suppose if I cancel software testing, if I'm not going to do it, so can I fix defects?
No.
You can't. Because unless and until you test something, unless and until you know the defects, only then you can fix, right? So you can't fix
Yeah.
something which you don't know. So it means who is the boss? So basically, we can say that the fixed defects is dependent. And basically, to get the schedule right, we establish a relationship. Now, the knowledge of dependency comes from where? The knowledge of the dependency comes from your technical knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And the knowledge of selecting the right relationship, it comes from your project management knowledge, right? Hmm?
Yeah.
So is this clear?
Yeah.
Hmm? Okay. So now, so this example is clear, I'm sure, right? The concept is clear. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this, right? Because that was my example. So I would like you to recall something which is a very good sample of start to start, right? So I'm sure that you have so much experience behind you, all of you, right? I'm talking to all of you. You can find something.
To start.
You can basically recall something you did, and which can be a good example of start to start. Right, guys?
Yeah. I mean, a few of mine have got little lags in them, but we're not talking about lags. I'll come up with some. I can come up with some.
Okay, so you just don't worry. You write a short and sweet name.
Have they got to be dependent tasks?
Yeah, first you write the predecessor, and then you write the successor, which could be a good example of start to start, right? You just write it, and we can understand that's not a problem, right? So these guys are very experienced engineers. They can understand your planning.
I should be able to do loads of them. Yeah. Okay. Right. Oh, I've got one.
So you write something which is short and sweet. You write for the predecessor and write for the successor. Write a name.
Oh, you want us to put it in there? Right.
Yeah, you just write there. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. So when you install the CET pipework, then you can also start the CET units. I'm going to ask you a question. Logic. If you cancel this, can you do the successor? What do you need?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
No.
Well, yes, you can. Yeah, you could. You could.
No. Then they are not dependent, right? No. You find another example. So this one doesn't work.
All right.
It
All
must
right. No.
be
No. No.
dependent.
No. Well, they are dependent, right? Because the CET pipework goes into the CET unit, but it can be connected at the end, so that you wouldn't finish finish the CET without having done both of them.
Yeah, so find something which is more of start to start.
More dependent. Right? Start to start. Okay, now. Suppose installing the. Okay, all right, I'll try this then. Yeah, okay. I think I've got some.
Right, that sounds very much familiar, right? You install the cable trays and then you can install comms table, right? So that's fine. So now the thing is that I will tell you, you can do a little bit of the fine tuning. So the guys who install the comms cable, they say that boss, we will wait for a couple of days, right? So that, the guys who are installing the cable management system, they provide us something to work upon, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's what I've been. That's what I've been struggling with. I've been trying to. Yeah.
So basically, I'm introducing to you guys the concept of lag. Lag is also referred to as useful delay, right? It is useful to delay the successor by 2 days. You write here just 2 and press enter, right?
Yeah.
So you can see that it lets the cable management guys to basically make some portion of their cable management system, and these guys they join from the third day morning onwards, right? And they have something to work upon. They work in parallel for a lot of their time, and then they can finish 2 days later, right? So that's a very practical example. And basically, if you ask about the logic is very simple. So if you cancel this task, then you can't do the other one, right? Is that clear, guys? So you must have a dependency. Now you look at what is the total duration. How much is that? Well,
12 days.
now if you put these two activities in the finish to start, so how much would that be? That would
20
be
days.
20 minus
You're
12.
saving 8.
You are saving 8 days flat, right? So how you're saving 8 days? So it's like this. So I'll show you. So you are basically saving 4 days in the first week because you are overlapping two activities, and you are again saving 4 days in the next week, right? Is that clear, guys? So
Yeah.
that's how you are saving. So basically, we are not talking about the Sunday because Sunday is a non-work days. We don't work on Sundays. So any non-work day which comes in between, that is not counted in, right? Okay. We are basically counting the savings only based upon the working days. We are saving 8 working days. I mean, we are saving 8 working days, as you can see clearly, right? So basically, you can use it whenever you need. Now, who is the dependent? Basically, install comms is dependent. That's why we has established the relationship. So that's what it means. Dependencies and relationships. Wherever there is a dependency, there is a relationship, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it. Now I'm going to give you another example of finish to finish. So once again, I call my team, guys, you tell me, right? So I'm going to basically write what you tell me. They say that, okay, boss, this time we are doing an app development. It's not a full-fledged project, but it's a small app development. So how many days do you need? So they tell me 4 weeks. So I write here 4 weeks. Now, what do you plan to do after that? Right? So we would like to write the user manual. So I say here, I write this activity, write user manual, right? Then you press here, enter, right? So write user manual. So then I asked them, so how do you plan to go about it? They say, boss, very simple, finish to start, right? So what do you do? So you just click here, click that button.
This one.
Yeah, that one. Right? So you establish the finish to start relationship. Oh, you didn't click that button. Actually, you missed it. Just
Is it this one? No.
no. See, basically the button for the relationship, it's on the right side. I'm going to point it out once again. Look here carefully.
No, don't. It's this.
Look at my arrow.
Yeah.
Look at my
Yeah.
link, right? So once you link it, you will see that it adds up the duration of both the activity. In the summary task, you can see that it is 30 days, right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, what is my planning style? So I will always get my plan checked by a subject matter expert, right? Okay. Okay. Now, what we are going to do? So I'm going to call in the subject matter expert. I call in this guy who is the technical writer. I ask him, does it look right? So your colleagues have planned for you. He says that boss, no. I would like to join somewhere in the middle of the application development. I will catch up with the screeds already developed, and on the last day, I will finish the manual. So basically, he says that he would like to work in a finish to finish relationship. Now you change it to finish to finish. Now what changes? So you can see that basically the overall duration is now 24 days. His start of the date is 22 March, right? So he says that, boss, I would need 10 days. I say, fine. So if you need 10 days, so you keep your eyes on the start date and you change the original duration. I mean, you change the duration to 10, right? Okay, is this clear? Now, what happens? You can see that his date has preponed. So it is basically counting 10 days from the finish date of the predecessor, right? The finish date of the predecessor is 27, and 27 minus 10 equal to 17th, right? Is that clear? So basically, it is calculating in the backwards direction, in this direction. So basically, from the finish date, so it is calculating minus 10 days. So when you minus 10 days, you basically get a plan to start on the 17th, right? So the finish date won't change because the finish date is under the control of the predecessor. If you increase or decrease the duration of the successor, only the start date will prepone or postpone, right? The finish date is going to remain synchronized with the predecessor, right? Is that clear? So basically, what is the dependency? Basically, the dependency is that if I'm not developing the app, I won't need a user manual, right, guys? So the user manual is dependent, and that's why I establish a relationship. As I told you, where there is a dependency, only there is a relationship. Is that clear? Okay, fine. So that was mine. So I would like to basically, pull up an example from your memory, which is a very good example of the finish to finish, right? Think, get it. Think of it, guys. Good example of finish to finish. I'm sure that you have got many. You just need to bring one. What about you, Hemant? You have?
Yeah, thinking. I have two, three. I'm just thinking which one
So
can fit the.
you can just use any of those. You write it on your screen, and once you have written, then I will come to
Yeah.
your screen and we will display that. Okay, you write it. What about you? You're here, Hug? So are you on the mute?
No, I'm not on mute. No. Sorry, I thought I'd given one. I thought the other two guys were going to do it, but yeah. I mean, what could I think of? Jesus, it's funny when you put us on the spot like that. A lot of my stuff is sequenced in my world, but I'm sure there's plenty I could come up with. What do you think? What else? Jesus, finish to finish.
You just have to recall, right? You have good many examples behind you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm thinking about handover, and because things that all finish at the same time. A lot of them have got little lags in them, really. But
Okay, you just write it, so we will see. We will just think that out. First, you write it here.
yeah, all right. All right. Well, try. Well, all right. Yeah, all right. Would that work? Track tampering, and nah, not really. Not really. It doesn't really work. Right. Okay. Let me think again. This shouldn't be this difficult. Oh dear, what was I thinking? What happens at the same time? Ballast, regulating. Stress and control. Not really. I suppose. Right. Okay. Right. All right. I see. We're struggling here. Right. Okay. Right. Well then. Well, this is the best I can give you, boys. Right. All right. So track
Okay.
welding that would take 8 hours. Stress restoration would take 2 hours.
So what's that one? What is stress restoration? How does that?
Basically, when railway tracks laid, right, then it's laid in panels quite a lot of the time. So in sections, the sections are welded together, and then the last piece that's welded together
Mhm.
is where they do stress restoration. So what they do is they
You,
measure the temperature of the rail, and then they stretch it right across a length. It could be 500, 600 meters. It could be more. It
yeah.
could be less, but they stretch it, right? And then they hold it in position with hydraulic tensors, and then they do the last welds,
Oh yeah.
right? So you've got all of that.
So you pull that.
Huh?
You pull you pull the last one so that it stays flat and stable.
Well, so that yeah, yes, so as it stays, it's at the correct stress temperature. That's what I could explain it, but I don't want to go into the details. But
Okay, fine.
suffice to say, you might have 12 welds to do in total, right? The last two welds are associated with the stress restoration, right? So there's a different process happening there, right? And it starts about 2 hours before the last weld's done. So you've got guys welding, right? And then they will come up and they'll finish the last welds when the rail's stretched. Right, and then that last weld will go off, and then that's the job finished. So the track welding task and the stress restoration should finish at the same time.
Okay. So anything else?
You're asking me? I'm doing all the work here.
So, so is it so short?
Oh no, well it is short, right? I mean, that's the nature of it. Is that a problem?
No, that's not a problem. So basically, if it is, I mean, good for you, so that's why it is okay, right? Okay, okay, fine. So basically, you guys are using the hydraulic rail tensors to
Yes.
pull pull that.
Yes.
Okay, fine. That sounds good. So I'm getting an idea, right? So that is a good example of the finish to finish. That's right. So if you are doing the track welding, and you should be able to finish the stress restoration at the same time, and that gets the job done, right? That's good.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. You and what about you, Hemant? Do you have any to
Yeah.
share?
Yes. Yes. So
So you just
first is
share your screen. Just don't worry. You just
yeah.
go ahead and share your screen. So we would
Yeah.
like to read that. Okay, now we can see your screen, right?
Yeah. So this is the second coat of paint. So when we talk about any residential building,
Okay.
second coat of paint and the switch plate installation,
Mhm.
it happens together.
Okay, that's fine. So basically, the second coat of paint would be a longer activity, right? Or they are nearly the
Yeah.
same duration. Which one is
So
of longer duration?
second coat of paint will be the longer duration
So
activity.
you may make it like 12 days, right? So that will give it a very good reason to be finished every day. Otherwise, you can make it even start to start. That doesn't matter, right? So basically, you know that the predecessor activity would be a longer one. So you just make sure that you are taking longer time to apply this second coat of paint. You can make it like 10 or 12 or something.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, fine. Change the duration to, yeah. Because the finish to finish would be justified if
Yeah.
the basically, you know, the predecessor is longer. But if they're the same, then you can put even start to start, even that's fine. Right? Okay. So that sounds
Right.
good. So what you can do, that you can reduce the size of the predecessor detail, and I'm sure that you can use some more space in the activity name. This much you can increase, right? Okay. Yeah. Reduce the space and increase the space in, no, yes, in the activity name. Right? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And you can bring the basically the screen divider here, so that you are able to use the blank space, right? And you can pull this, and you can pull the data toward the left side. Yes, you keep this
Listen,
here.
I'm not seeing that, gentlemen. I'm not seeing that. It's still on my screen.
But that's okay. That's okay. Basically, I wanted him to understand his own example, right? Okay.
Yeah, no worry. That's fine. Lovely, lovely.
Okay, fine. Now I'm back to your screen. Now we will learn about the start to finish. So before I explain the start to finish, tell me guys, have you ever missed any exam in your school or your college time?
Missed it.
Not really.
Did you miss any exam?
Missed it. No, I've never missed an exam now.
Yeah, that's good. So you know the start to finish, because the exam date was a future start date. You know it, right? In your school, it is an annual exam. If you missed your annual exam, then you get a chance to go to the next standard only after 1 year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have never missed it. So you knew that when it's going to start. So you finished your syllabus, you finished your revision, you started doing your mock test, and basically on the exam date and time. Suppose if your exam was at 5 p.m., right? So you were
Yeah.
there 1 hour earlier, right? So you were there earlier, always earlier, because what does the start date of the exam say? Start date of the exam say, before I start, you finish reaching the examination hall. Have you ever missed any flight?
Yes.
Well, I have,
How
but
come?
was it my fault?
Oh, so what was that? How did it happen?
Basically, I was flying to Toronto from Edinburgh, and I had to go via Frankfurt.
Oh,
And the changeover time that was allowed was an hour and a half.
okay.
And my plane arrived 20 minutes late, so I had an hour and 10 minutes to get from to get to the most two extreme parts of Frankfurt Airport. And I arrived, and the gate had just closed, so I missed it.
Oh, that's really very tragic. I know the Frankfurt Air
It was.
because I used to work in Lufthansa and I used to fly to Frankfurt very frequently. So it's a very huge airport. It's like a township in itself, right? So you got to know
Tell
it.
me about it.
Right? Yeah. Okay, fine. So basically, we know that basically we must have some extra time margin. Now, I will explain that how it works. So basically, the start date is a predetermined date, right? So let me go back to my document. So in the document, so basically you have already done this. Now what I do is this. So let me explain this. Let me get this. So you see this example.
Yes.
So basically, I have to catch a train that departs at 5. It takes 1 hour, but I will put 30 minutes lead time, right, to manage on the road. Now, what happens that if I start at 3:30 and there is a 10 minutes delay in replacing the flat tire, but still I would be able to catch the train, right? So, that's a lesson learned from our flight. Because the flight says that before I start, you finish reaching the boarding gate, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically, the flight can be booked in advance. Just like you have an exam, a date known to you in advance, you can book your flights in advance, maybe 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, right? So there are certain events which are known to us in advance, but those are fixed. If you reach the boarding gate earlier, so can you make the airlines depart the flight earlier?
No.
You can't. If you are on the way, can you tell the station manager to hold the flight for you? No, he will not, because he would say, "Look, this is a public utility vehicle. It is not for personal use. So basically, it will go at the fixed time. If I depart it earlier, many people may miss the flight, and if I depart it later, so that's going to cause problem to a lot other people, those who might have a connecting flight on the next airport, right? Is that clear, guys?"
Yes.
Okay, so that can happen. So basically, these are the dates and times which are predetermined and fixed. Now, I'm not going to ask you for an example because you haven't used it yet, but I'm going to make sure that you understand it very well enough. So if you basically haven't missed any exam, so that is good enough for you to understand this, right? That should be good enough. I'm going to share my example. So basically, like 4 to 5 years back, so there were many telecom companies, they were upgrading the mobile towers from 4G to 5G. So one of the task was activate 5G frequency, right? Activate a 5G frequency. So this is a task which required the use of a highly experienced and knowledgeable subject matter expert. So basically, for the subject matter expert, since this was a constrained resource, the boss said that, look, only one subject matter expert would be serving or taking care in 5 projects. So the constraint was like this: one subject matter expert for 5 projects. So it was like this. So if you needed the subject matter expert, so what you need to do? So you need to call him up. So he will give you an appointment. So you can basically, then you can plan from that date onwards. Now I called up this guy. So he said that I can come on this particular date. So guys, can you read me the date on this Friday? As I'm pointing it out with the arrow. So you can read it from Monday onwards, right? You can count forward from
19th March.
March 19th.
okay. So basically, it is the 15th of March, right? So he gives me an
19th.
appointment for the 15th of March. It means that I have to shift this activity because he is not flexible. So I have to be flexible because he is constrained resource. He is a high value resource, right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to use constraint as a prop, as a help to basically illustrate my example. But constraint is my next lesson. So what do? I go into the status, then I pull this thing up a little bit up. So then I select a constraint which says mandatory start, right? Compulsory start. On which date? So he gave me a date on the 19th, right? 19th, which is a Friday. So I click on the select. So you can see this activity has shifted to the Friday, right? You see that, guys? Because that's the appointed date, right? You see that? Now, I asked him that what would you need prior to your arrival? He said that before I come, you should make sure that you should install the hardware and you should have the new chips, the microchips, which is called firmware, and you should have the software for 5G, right? Which matches up to 5G requirement. I say fine. So then I call up my engineering team and ask them, guys, how many days do you need for this activity to be done? They say, boss, we are fine with 6 days. Then I tell them, guys, he has given us an appointment for 19th. I would like this activity to be finished 3 days earlier. Try to be having a lead time of 3 days, right? Okay. So you should basically finish 3 days earlier. So that's what I tell them. So guys, you tell me what is 19th of March minus 3 days?
16th of March.
16th of March.
16th. So basically I want them to, but first of all, I have to establish the relationship. So first of all, we will do that. You select the relationship tab here.
Relationships, yeah.
Now you click on the assign predecessor because we are on the successor, right? And who is the predecessor? 1080, right?
Yes.
You select that and click on the assign button once and you close it. So once you close it, you can see that that's a default relationship, right? So you switch it to SF.
FS.
SF.
SF. SF. Aye.
Yeah. And then you want to have a lead time, right? So what do? You write here -3. That's it. Okay, so you can see that this activity has been scheduled to finish on the 16th so that you have a buffer. So that's your first target. Your first target is to finish it on 16th. But if for some reason you can't, then you can try finishing it on 17th and you have the 18th. Because on the 19th, your subject matter expert is coming to your site and he says that very clearly, if I don't get all my inputs, right? So basically, so I'm going to give an appointment after 30 days. So is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah, it's clear, yeah.
Okay, so because we have to make sure that we don't miss our appointment, we should be sensitive as much as we not to miss our, high value international flights, right? So you have done one, so I'm sure that next time you are going to be extra careful. Okay?
Yeah.
Right?
Just on this one, I mean, it's like it's a reverse finish to start, isn't it? It's a finish to start, but in reverse. It's just because we're working our way down. Because one would assume generally that as you go down the program, then the time's advancing, and that's the case here. So this is a reverse relationship. Is that a fair way to think about it?
Yeah. So basically, it is start to finish because the start date is the predecessor. It is predetermined and it is fixed. So you have to plan backwards. It is just like the way you catch your flight. The flight says, look, I'm going to fly on this particular date at 5 p.m. So when you should target to reach the boarding gate, you should target to reach the boarding gate at least 1 to 1.5 hours earlier. Suppose if you arrive at the boarding gate at 3.5 p.m. So is that going to hurt you if you wait that much?
No.
No, not at all. So you remember the hurt you felt when you missed your flight to Toronto?
I had to stay overnight somewhere else and then come
And,
back the next
and
morning. It was a nightmare.
and then you got stranded at Frankfurt, right?
Mm.
So did you have any friend at Frankfurt? If no, then
I
you
know they put me up. The airline put me up. It was there. I mean, they booked it. They booked the transfer. I mean, I booked a through flight. They booked it all. So it was their consideration that one could transfer in an hour and a half from one end of Frankfurt to the other. I ended up staying 20 miles outside Frankfurt in a hotel. It was very pleasant.
okay, fine. So actually, these guys, I know these guys, they are professional. So fine, they accepted that they were at fault, right? So they helped you
Yeah.
make sure that you were comfortable before you got your next flight. I worked in Lufthansa for 7 years in their back end, right? In the IT systems mainframe. Okay, fine. So that's good. So I believe that you still feel good about Lufthansa, as I do.
No,
Okay.
no, I do. But here's the good thing. I actually booked my flight on the Saturday, right, just in case. So I actually had like 24 hours, float, right. So if anything went wrong, my flight the Saturday, then I would land on the Sunday because I started work on the Monday. So yeah. So there's a wee float story for you.
Okay, fine. So, basically, these things they teach us a lot. We bring that into the project management, right? So basically, we make sure that in the future, if we come across any situation, so we know what to do. So now let me tell you something interesting about start to finish. Basically, the start to finish won't come calling, right? It won't announce itself to you, but the rest of the three, right? So, these three, the finish to start, finish to finish, they can be derived from your engineering process. They're very easy to find. The moment you apply your engineering process sequence, oh, so they will announce themselves. But this guy is very difficult to find. So it is rare, but it is there. So how do you find it? First, this is the current example. First, if you have the usage of a, high value constraint resource, high value constraint resource. So if you have that, then of course you have a situation for the start to finish. Second, you might have a special request from client, right? Right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes, it was. Yeah,
So,
that helps.
a high
Yeah.
value constraint resource, if you have that, you will need start to finish. If you have a special request from client, you will need this. So keep that in mind. So try to find start to finish before it slips out of hand. Because if you don't apply it, that's going to cause a lot of trouble. So how do you find this special request from the client? You look into the contract. You can find it in the last pages of the annexer, right? And you can find it in email and you can recall any minutes of the meeting, right? Or any chat. So even if the client mentioned it informally, you can make it formal. You can send a mail to him with CC to your boss and ask him to confirm it, right? So once he replies to that mail, it becomes a formal request, right? And then you plan that into your project like that. So start to finish. So you might not have an example, but are you sure that you can use it?
Yes.
Good. So I'm very glad to hear that. Right? I want to hear this. Good. Now we are done with this lesson. Do you have any questions before we close this?
Not really.
Not really. Fine. So you can close this lesson and we can enjoy a 20 minutes break. Right? Okay, fine.
Is that Alt W? Is it Alt W?
Okay. Now, Hug, you share your screen.
Right, okay. I never closed it down because it went black too quick, but anyway, we'll get it in a minute. Is that working? Has it come through? There you go, share.
Okay. Now we will close this lesson.
Yeah, Alt W, Control W.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing there. Oh, hang on, I've got to preview first, confirm, right? Okay, sorry about that. Control W.
Yeah.
How's that not working? Right.
Okay, fine. You got to focus your cursor on the Primavera, right? Sometimes your cursor is not on the Primavera. Now it's going to work.
Indeed. Right, well, okay.
Okay, now we are going to learn about the date constraints. You select the date constraints and open this lesson. You just touch and open. Touch. Okay, so we are going to learn about the date constraint. So what is the date constraint? Basically, the date constraint means that limitation of dates, right? So we are going to learn that. Fine. So first of all, we are going to set up the groups and we are going to put the activities in the respective groups, and then it will be easy to learn. Now to set up the groups, so you click on the WBS. So you will get into the WBS tab and then you click on the add button and take your cursor to the right side and you click that and then you write here in the name, you write here start on or after. So, every word will have a capital. Starting letter would be capital. O capital, A capital, right? So like that. That's right.
Here's my French. Right. Oh, jeez.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Pretty good. And you press enter. And then you place the cursor on the parent, right? You should create it from the reference of the parent. And then you create another one, you add. And then you write in the name, finish on or before. So the first letter in caps. Okay. Now you go back to the parent and click add. And you click on the add button. And then you write here primary and secondary constraints. Primary and secondary constraints, right? Constraints. So you can use more space for the WBS name column. Yeah, that's right. And you go back to the parent and you click on the add button. Now, in the next one, you write here as late as possible. As late as possible. And then you go back to the parent and click on the add button. And you write the WBS name as mandatory finish.
Mandatory finish.
Yeah, mandatory finish. MANDA.
Yeah.
Finish.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that.
Right. You can basically remove that A. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. Good. So, we have created these groups and then we go back to the activities tab. You will find them at the bottom. Now we are going to select the first two and we will cut and move them into 4.1. Cut. Move into 4.1. And then you select the next two, 20 and 30. Control X and you select 4.2. Then you select the next two, that is 40 and 50. And you cut and move that into 4.3. Okay, so this time you will select only one. Only the 60, right? Only one. Control X and you paste it into 4.4. Then you select the next 8, right? You select 8. Yeah. And you delete the rest, right? So this is how you prepare your data quickly, You keep this habit as well, right? So basically, just make sure that you can recycle your previous data as much as possible, right? So that saves time, that increases your productivity, that reduces your mistakes. Now you rename this as like a task 1 and 2. You write here 1 and the next one will be 2. Yeah, that's right. Okay, now you select the 1, then 2, then you join them.
Join them.
Yes, join. Join means link. You can right click and link.
Oh, yeah, link. Yeah, I'm with you.
That's okay. So whichever option is good for you, you use that, right? So now, guys, you are going to notice that after you basically link, you can see the task 2 has a different start date, right? It is now taking the reference of the finish date, right? It is starting on the 8th. Now, what you do, you assign a resource here. Now, let me tell you that you are working on the networked version of the Primavera, right? So the Primavera is basically running on the server. Now the Primavera would generate an email and it will send an email to the resource, and the resource would know the project name, activity dates, project manager's name, right? So he comes to meet you. He says that, boss, I have a concern to share here. So he says that I have taken the permission for leave from the current project manager. I would be on leave during these dates. So he says that I can start on or after 22nd of March, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
You see the green patch?
Yeah.
So he's going to join on the 22 after his leave is over. And he says that I can basically start on or after 22. So you say, fine, so I will get another resource. That's what you should do to save your time, right?
Right.
So you contact the HR manager and you tell the HR manager, so I have this kind of technical requirement and this is the resource profile. I would need a resource of this profile. So the HR manager responds to you after some time, says that, this is a constrained resource, right? So since this is a constrained resource, so every project can have one, but not more than one. So you'll have to wait for him, right? So you say, fine. So you say that, okay, the difference is not much. So I can basically schedule my activity to match his joining date, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because it's a high value resource, you are not going, if you hire another one, it might not be possible to use him in another project. So the company has a policy. We don't keep too many of them so that we don't have much idling time. And if we have much idling time, then it's going to cost us a lot of money, right? So we will just make sure that we shift our activity to match his date of start. So for that purpose, we will apply the constraint. Constraint means there is a limitation of date that he can join from 22 onwards. That is the limit, right? Okay. Now to apply the constraint, we will click on the detail button. After we clicked on the detail, so we go to the status tab here. So in the status tab, we can see that there is a primary constraint, right? So in the primary constraint, so you select here, start on or after. So if you scroll down a little bit more, you can see it. Scroll down more. Right? You have it. Yes, that's here. Now you set the constraint date. Set the constraint date. So he's going to join on 22, right? 22, which is a Monday, right? Now I would like you to notice certain things. When you applied a start date constraint, it put a star there. So guys, remember, the star indicates that this date has been adjusted with a constraint, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
So just remember this fact. So if you're looking at a plan created by someone else, not yours, so if you see a star, right? So you should understand this date has been adjusted for some reason. Now, one more thing that I want you to notice is that this activity has been shifted to 22, right?
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, whenever you apply a constraint, you should write a note about it. Right? What is the reason? A constraint deserves a note. So you come to the notebook. So in the notebook topic, you click add. And in the add, you select constraints. You have a reason for that, constraints, right? And you click on the select button here. And then you close this box, close it. So after you close this box, you click on the modify button to write the constraint. Reason, you write here the resource assigned on this activity. The resource assigned on this activity will be available from 22 March 27 onwards. That's perfectly all right. Okay, so that looks good. Now you click here on the OK. Now, so when you use the word resource, so guys, let me tell you, this also represents machine and material, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
You have to wait for any of these three resources. You will have to basically schedule your task to start later, right? So that's why we use start on or after. So basically we can start this activity if it requires all the three resources, man, machine, material. If any of those is missing, so you'll have to reschedule to match the arrival of resource. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to notice something more. So first of all, I'm going to switch off the bottom details. Now look at the plan in entirety. So guys, so why is that one activity is in red color? Why is that one marked in the red color to indicate the critical path? Why is that so?
Because there's no float on
Because
it.
it is the longest duration.
It is not the longest, but this is the activity which has been pushed away to the boundary line, right? And that activity itself is defining the finish date of the project, right?
Right.
Okay. And this is the activity which has got a zero float because it has no gap from the finish date. So this activity has a zero float. So I can show it to you. Just a moment. Let me pull this back, right? So do you see that it has a zero float because it is defining the finish date of the project itself, right?
Correct.
And this activity, which is the predecessor, that is the task one, so it has got 12 days of float. So 6 days here and 6 days here, right? Do you see that it has some float?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest of the activities, they have a float of good 18 days, right? From here to here. And this one has no float, right? So because this one has been pushed away. So when you push it away, it creates a gap between its predecessor. So it has a gap of 12 days, so which is a float in between, right? Now, guys, I'm going to ask you something. Think logically. If I increase the duration of task one, so is it going to push away the task two right away, or is it first going to consume the float? Think of it. Visualize it.
No, it will consume the float.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Animate it in your mind, right? Okay.
Yes.
So use more of your right brain too. Okay. Okay. You make it 12. You change it to 12 days.
Sorry. Yeah. Right.
See,
12. Right.
see what happens on the Gantt chart. You see that it is consuming the float. So as it is consuming the float is getting reduced here, right? Okay, now you make it as 18 days. So if you make it as 18, so what does it look like? The float is totally consumed, right? And once the
Yes.
float is totally consumed, it has a zero float. And the definition of the critical path says if any activity has zero float, it would be critical, right? So right now it is critical because it doesn't have any more further float. And if you increase it any further, it is going to push the finish date of the project, right? Okay. So if you want to check this out, do this thing. Change the duration of task 1 to 22. You see that it has pushed by
Yes.
4 days, right? Right. So
Yeah.
that right now these two activities are back to back. They're back to back because the task 2 can work at 22 onwards. So there is no gap here, right? So if you basically reduce the duration of the task 1, so let's say that task 1 is coming back 21. It is still back to back with task 2. 20, still back to back. And then 19, still back to back. And then you say 15. So the task 1 says, okay, we are good friends. Please come to my home. So the task 2 says, no, I would like to stay up to 22. I can't come with you all the way, right? Is that clear? Because
Yes.
it says that I have a constraint, I have a limitation. I can start on or after 22. I'm waiting for someone to join, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So just keep that in mind, right? Now you come to the next one, finish on or before, you rename it as 3 and 4. And just like before, you link them. Select 3 and then 4 and you link them. Link them. So as you can see that the task number 4, it acquires a finish date. So once again, you assign a resource. So that guy, he gets a message generated from the system. He says, boss, I'm here to share a concern. So he says, look, I'm working on the notice period and my notice period ends here. So guys, do you see this red line?
Yes.
Yes, that is my last date. So that would be 20th of the March till 6 p.m. He says that I can help you till the 20th of the March till 6 p.m. Just ensure that my activity can finish on or before 20th of the March. It should not go beyond that, right?
Correct.
So you say fine, you say fine. I'm thankful that you came and informed me. I'm going to set up a constraint for your activity till that date, right? So you click on the details. So in the details, you go to the status. So in the status, you select the constraint finish on or before. Yeah, that's right. And then for the date, you select as 20th of the March, which is a Saturday. Click select. Now, once you do, I would like you to notice certain things. First, you applied a finish date constraint, so you will see a star here. Let me expand it, right? Do you see the star?
Right.
Yes.
So you applied a constraint on the finish date, so that's why you will see a star here. And you applied the constraint for 20th, so this activity is limited to 20th. And you see that all its, all the float it had is gone, right? So there is no float. It is limited up to here. So because that is the constraint date, so this activity is now limited up to this, and its float has been trimmed to 6 days, right? So if you look at the total float column for this one, so let me make some way for this, right? So you can see the total float column is 6 days. It is left with only 6 days of the float, but rest of the activities they have float going till the end of the project, right? If you look at the rest of the activities, they are float going till the rest of the project because they don't have any finish date constraint, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's see the dynamics. Suppose my guys are still planning and they change the duration of task 3 to 12 and observe that what happens. So what did you observe? So basically, you know what happened that it pushed the task 3, it pushed the task 4 to touch the finish date, and both of them lost their float. Their float becomes and if it is 0, if the float is 0, that matches the definition of the critical path. So both of them had been turned red. The software says that okay, these are a critical path, but critical path has a definition. What? If any path has got 0 float, that's a critical path. And these paths they have a 0 float in reference from their finish date constraint. because the finish date constraint limits them from going beyond the 20th of March. And if they touch 20th of March, they don't have any float. If they don't have any float, so they are automatically defined as critical path, right? And who gave this definition? Henry Gantt. It has logic, right, guys?
Right.
Yeah.
It's critical because it can't move beyond the finish date. But what if you try to move it, right? Okay, so let's do it. Let us learn something even more interesting. So you go to the task 3 and change the duration to 16. You move it 4 days beyond the zero float. So if you move it 4 days beyond zero float, then what do you see here?
Yellow bar,
Yellow bar.
negative float.
Negative float. So did you hear about it before? Negative float?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
I
Yeah.
heard about it. But now let me tell you something very important. There is nothing negative about a negative float, right? Okay. So now, what is the benefit if you're looking at a negative float? Basically, the negative float tells you, okay, see, you're still planning, so it will tell you it's a friendly advice. Basically, what the Primavera is trying to tell you is that you move back by 4 days, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So it's
Yes.
giving you an advice. It's not a warning. It's just an advice that you move back by 4 days, but somehow by mistake that you have exceeded your limit date by 4 days. And the negative float is represented by the yellow bar. Okay. And the positive float is represented by the black bar. And you will see something more. If you look here carefully, so you will see a twist. Do you see a twist here? See this. So
See
basically,
what?
this twist, this like a toffee wrapper.
Yeah. I see that. Yeah, the little.
So
Yeah.
basically, that date means that that's your limit date. You should come back up to this point at least, right? So what do? You tell your guys, I'm going to give you more men and machine, reduce the duration of task 3 to 12. 12 days.
That's 11, 12 days. Yeah.
So once you reduce it to 12 days, it mathematically it looks fine. So guys, you tell me mathematically you are fine, but are you practically fine? Would you plan like that? Think of it. Suppose you had a flight at 5 p.m. Would you target to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. or earlier than that?
4 p.m.
Right? Basically, use the same feeling here as well, right? So you tell your guys, basically we can't plan like this. I will give you more men and machine. You reduce the duration to 10 days, right? And you tell me the extra quantity of men and machine you need to speed up the work, right? We basically plan for 10 days and we keep 2 days float as buffer, as a safety margin, as a safety padding, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is the benefit of finish on or before constraint? It lets you set finish date limits, right? And this thing applies on men and machine. This thing doesn't apply on materials because we assume that once you've received the material, they are quite sufficient enough to complete the activities, right? Okay, is that clear? Men and machine, they have a ease over date. Okay, so men have basically they have a basically notice ending date, right? They might be consultants, right? And their contract finishes, so you got to make sure that you get all the jobs done by them before their contract period is over, right? Okay, fine. So keep that in mind. Now we come to the next one. So first of all, you change them to 5 and 6, rename them to 5 and 6 and link them, right? Link them. Right click and link activities, right? And you change their duration to 4 days each. Yes.
Hmm?
Okay, fine. Just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. So basically, you can see that the task 6 has a start date of 5. Now, let me tell you something about the task 6, that what's going to happen here on the task 6. On the task 6, you basically are using you need a big machine, right? You write here 100 tons crane. You need that 100 tons crane. Now you take this plan to your resource manager, because it's a big resource, so only he can provide you that. So you tell him that, sir, I would need this 100-ton cranes on the morning of the 5th of March, and I will need it till 9th of March till 6 p.m., right? That is the end of the business day. You will need it on the beginning of the business day on 5th, and you will need it till the end of the business day on the 9th. That is till 6 p.m. So he says, look, it's a big machine. Let me check, where is it? So he checks his register, and then he says that, look, this machine can be provided to you in this fashion. So guys, do you see the green patch here?
Yeah,
Yes.
So when does it start?
it starts on Monday the
8th
8th.
of March.
8th. And when does it finish?
14th.
20th of March.
No, 20th, correct.
20th, right? So he says that you can get it on the morning of the 8th March, and you can keep it till the 20th March till 6 p.m., right? You can use it flexibly between these two dates. You say, fine, I'm perfectly all right, right? So that's okay. It's a big machine. I understand it has to be shared, right? So I will set up constraints. So in the Primavera, you have the facility, only the Primavera provides you to set up two constraints, primary and secondary. First, we will apply the primary constraint. You select here, start on or after. Start on or after. You scroll down, and then the start date will be 8th, which is a Monday. Click on the select, and then you apply the secondary constraint, which would be finish on or before. And the date would be 20th, which is a Saturday, right? And you click on the select. Now, once you click that, I want you to notice certain things. If you looked at the start date, it would have a star. So let me expand the column. So you can see that the start date has a star, which indicates a constraint, and this time even the finish date has a constraint, right? Because you applied the constraint on both dates, start and finish. There's a Primavera only feature, right? So only Primavera has got certain features after all these years. So that's why you guys become very, very valuable, right? Okay. Now, there are more things that you should notice. The activity has shifted to 8th, and the float of the activity is trimming at 20th. So basically, what it does, it is creating a sort of a date bracket. So the constraint is bracketing the activity between 8th and 20th, right? Is that clear? So you can work on this activity between these two date ranges. You can use 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, or any number of days. You can even use 12 days. But you make sure that you finish on or before 20th. And you are going to get it ready on your site on the morning of 8th, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that's how the big resources are shared. So guys, remember one thing, it will be there in every project, because if you're using a big resource, do not expect the resource manager to assign it to you and forget about it, right? Because the big resources have to be shared, they have to be time shared so as to be productive, and the company has to maximize on the returns in the from the cost of the resource, right?
Correct.
Okay, fine. So I hope that this is clear. Okay, great. Now you come to the as late as possible, and you rename this task as project closing process. You rename this to project closing process, right? Process. And you press enter. So once you do, so basically let me explain to you what is the concept. Basically, you have got certain activities which are non-engineering activities. They have to be done as a checklist. So we do not create any WBS for them. We use them as a checklist and we assign them into a task with a lump sum duration, right? So basically this activity has to be done toward the end of the project. So we have to align this activity with the finish date, right? So what we do, we select from here as late as possible constraint. And we don't have to mention a date. There is no need. It will automatically jump and align itself with the finish date. Do you see that?
Mm.
Now, what are we going to do with this? So, you go to the notebook. So in the notebook, you click on the add button on the topic and you select constraints. And then you select the plus button, the add button. And then you click on the cross button. First you close that box, right? No, first you close that box, right? Okay. Now you click on the modify button. You click on the modify, right? Okay. Just stay here. I'm going to send you some text in the WhatsApp, right? Just wait till I send it to you. Okay, guys, you got the text? Okay, so you just go to the WhatsApp group. So if you scroll down, you will you copy this much, right? You just copy this text. Okay, now you paste it in that box. Now you take care to write the C.
Yeah, I spotted that. Yeah, thought I'd get it there.
Now you click on
Right, okay.
Yeah. Okay, now you got this, right? Now you click on the modify once again. Because right now the text is now saved. Now you read this, and I'm sure it will sound good. It will make sense, right? Read it. Read this.
What reading it? Clean up project site, get the QA certificate from the client, raise the final invoice to the client, get the final payment from the client, make final payments to subcontractors, release resources, internal and external, gather up unused materials, remove temporary structures from site, hand over maps and drawings to client team, hand over spares for long-term repair and maintenance, landscaping, green compliance, exit gracefully.
Right. So these are the tasks which are not based out of any engineering sequence. Rather, these tasks are opportunity based. They're based upon opportunity, right? So if you get the opportunity to do something first, you do it. You assign it a lump sum duration, right? Now you click on the cancel button. Now, one of your team members says, who is a subject matter expert on the closing process, he says that, boss, we need 10 days. So you change the duration to 10 and you observe the start date. So did you see that? The start date preponed, right? Because the software says, okay, if you need more days, then you start earlier because we have to finish with the project, right? And guys, remember, if any of your team member is desirous of starting it on 15th or 16th, let him do so. Let people stay ahead of their activity plan dates, right? It doesn't hurt. So if you get any opportunity to stay ahead of your plan in any of the activities, or do it. If it doesn't up the risk and it doesn't lower the quality, right? Okay. So if you save a couple of days in any activity, you will realize that same couple of days are consumed in some activity down the line, down the timeline. And you still finish your project on time. It happens in projects, right? It's a normal occurrence. So always look for the opportunity to save time first, so that if you need some extra time in some activity due to some unforeseen delay, so you still look good to all the stakeholders, right?
Yes.
Okay, now I will show you that how this thing works. Basically, it works automatically, right? Okay. Now you go to the duration and change the duration of task 2 to 12 days. And you will observe that if the finish date shifts, so this activity realigns itself with the new finish date. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? It just realigns. It's not a finish to finish relationship. It knows that what is the finish date of the project. If the finish date of the project changes, like this, uh, right? It realigns. And it counts backward to tell you that, okay, you can get started on the 17th at least. But if you start on 15, 16, and if you have the opportunity to do any of the closing checklist, you do it. That's fine. Absolutely all right to stay ahead of your plan. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's good. I'm sure that you will use it. It is something which is absolutely there in every project, right? Okay, now we will learn about the mandatory finish. So what we do, first of all, we collapse all the data so that we can focus on the mandatory finish, right? Like this. Okay, now you rename these as A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? Rename this. Yeah, that's right. Okay, good. So you guys are done?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sounds good. Now I'll explain to you the concept of the mandatory finish. So I'll go to my whiteboard, right? So that's my whiteboard. And I'm doing this project, right? So I have got basically a building which I have to basically finish, right? So I have an arrangement with the client. So the client says that you complete one deliverable, one milestone, you get paid. So basically, my commitment of the first milestone, it starts from the 1st of the April 27, right? Okay, it's like this. So now, what is the commitment? The commitment is that if I complete the basement minus two parking, because the building is constructed grounds up, so I made my plan like that. Okay, so to match with the floor, if you complete the basement minus two parking, so you will complete the milestone one, and that should be done by 1st of the April. And if you do that, you will get 10 million units of money. And that's why it is mandatory finish. It is compulsory because it is noted in the contract. So that's why it is mandatory. So basically, my total payment is 70 million. But I'm going to get it upon measurable progress. So measurable progress would happen if I complete minus two parking, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So now you read this. You read the last column, that is advisory.
Which is combined with a finish milestone.
Yes, it is combined with a finish milestone. Now we learn about the milestones because the milestones are something which were brought in into the project management by the civil engineers, right? So what they brought in, so let's have a look.
Well,
So do you see this milestone here? Oh, where am I going to? Just look at this one. Do you see this?
Yeah, I see the milestone here.
That's a milestone, right? So it is indicating two cities. So let us look at this one. So basically, it's a milestone which says that if you travel 153 miles in that direction, then you are going to reach this city, Indore city. And in India, so basically we use the yellow color for the national highway. So basically you are on the national highway 3, right? So they pass through multiple states, and if you travel in this direction for 153 miles, and you are going to reach this city. That's the name of the city that you are going to reach. Okay, so it's like that. Now, this milestone basically in the project management, so it was brought in by the civil engineers to mean progress, right? So in the earlier times, so people didn't have any vehicles. They didn't have any vehicles which had odometer, which counts the miles, right? So basically, they would travel on foot, they will travel on horsebacks, they will travel in carriages, and once they reached a particular milestone, they will know what is the progress of the journey they made, right? And then they will have a very good idea. So, where on which milestone they have a safe house, so where they can stay for the night, and then move on further ahead, right? So basically, milestones told them the progress of their journey, also the safe places, right? Okay, so that concept of the milestone was brought in here to tell you the progress and also that where you would be safe to get your payment, right? Now you write this thing, you write here basement -2 complete. You change the name. That would be a milestone. Basement space -2 complete. And you press enter. Okay, now we will convert that into a milestone. First, you click on the detail button. So after you complete it on the detail button, so you select the general tab. Okay, guys, you're here. Hemant and Rahul, you're here.
Yes.
Now you select finish milestone because
Yes, sir.
now let me tell you, in Primavera, you have got two kinds of milestone. Finish milestone is used to mark the achievement, and the start milestone is used to flag off a start of activities, right? Now, once you selected milestone, there are certain things which happen. First, a milestone has a zero duration. Since it is a finish milestone, so it has only a finish date. Since it is a milestone, it would look like a milestone. A milestone looks like this. That's a diamond symbol, right? Okay, so there are three things which changed immediately when you selected the finish milestone. So is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so you have three things: zero duration, finish date for the finish milestone, and the milestone symbol. Now, the thing is that this milestone has a date constraint. It has a mandatory finish on the 1st of the April, right? Till 6 p.m. So now we will switch over to the status tab, and we will select the constraint mandatory finish. That's there. Then you go to the date and you select 1st of the April and make sure that you are using the entire day. You scroll the time up to 18, right? You up scroll it because you have the time till evening, right? So then you go to the notebook as well. You have to write a note. Why this? And then you click on the add and you select constraints. Select the reason constraint that's at the top, right? And you click on the add button here. Now close it and you click on the modify. Now you write here, very simple, as per contract. That's it. If someone wants to know, you just refer to the contract, right? As per contract or refer to contract. Now click on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, that's fine. Now, so after you have applied this, so basically what happens is that then you call for your team members, right? You tell them that, guys, so I have basically, put this milestone on the 1st of the April. So now you guys tell me that how you plan to finish these activities. What is the sequence? Definitely, these just can't be, all the activities can't be in parallel. They must be having some dependencies, right? They say, yes, boss. They say that, boss, that's very simple. First of all, you go to the first one, that is 1070, and you select them all. So they are asking me to select all this, right? After selecting all these, they say that, okay, you link them. That's very simple. And that will work. Now, what is the problem? Do you see this yellow bar? So what does that mean?
Negative float.
Negative float. So basically, here is negative float of 14 days. So what does it mean? It means that you have exceeded your time limit. So what is your time limit? So basically, your time limit was the 1st of the April. You have gone beyond by 14 working days, right? If you go beyond 14 working days, then if you jump over 3 Sundays, you land at the 17th April, right? So basically, what you need to do, you need to learn schedule compression, right? So we will learn the schedule compression, then we will come back, right? So we go back to the subject. Okay, read this.
Right, schedule compression.
Reducing.
Reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities. 1. Fast tracking. When the finish to start is replaced with start to start or finish to finish to put the activities in parallel. Crashing. When the fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resource to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Correct. So we have got two options in the schedule compression. So fast tracking. So fast tracking means when you're replacing the finish to start. And why is it the first one? Why is it the first preferred? Because if you look at this, you aren't asking for any resources, right? You are using the same resources. You are only changing the relationship, right? Is that clear? So, but if you are going to crash, so crashing is an sort of American English. So basically what they mean is crushing. So crushing the duration, how do you crush the duration? You add more man and machine resources. So, but it is to be done only when fast tracking is not possible, right? So you can read it like crushing the duration. So they call it crashing. So when fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resource to what kind of resource? Man and machine to individual activities, right? But nevertheless, we will learn both. We will use both. We will learn both. We make sure that we learn the finish milestone. We learn the milestone. We learn the mandatory finish. We learn the fast tracking. We learn the crashing, right? So a lot of learning in just one example, right? Okay, fine. So what we do, we look at the relationship between A to B, right? So I look at the relationship between A to B, then I recall that I did something 10 years ago. So such kind of activities I recall that can be done safely by start to start. So I change it to start to start. You change.
Well, this one.
Yeah. No. Here. Look at my arrow. Look at my arrow. See,
Oh, shit, man. It's freaking. Sorry about that. Start. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that.
So you will notice when you changed it to start, these two activities came in parallel and that reduced the total float, right? Now you select the C, activity C, and then you again recall something, and that something is your expert judgment. You say that, okay, guys, we can do that in finish to finish. You change the relationship type here to finish, right? So once you change it to finish, you can see that the total float is now reduced to 2. Now your guys are asking you, boss, can we change the relationship here? You say no. It's not possible because the process says that outcome of E has to go to F and outcome of F has to go to G. So what do? So we do crashing, right? So we can safely add more resources and we reduce the duration to 4 days each. 4, 4, 4, right? 4, 4, and 4. So we end up with a float of 4 days, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
So basically, we pledge to ourselves as a team, right? Okay, that we will do everything possible to finish by 27th of the March, right? We will not lay our hands on the float unless and until something catastrophic happens, right? Something beyond our control, right? Okay. So what to do with the remaining float if that is left? If you are left with a couple of days, you conduct extra checks, right? So guys, keep in mind. So never try to call the client before the appointed date. What is the appointed date? 1st of the April, right? Is that clear? Why?
Yes.
I'll tell you. The clients have a special divine blessing to find your mistakes right away. Is that clear? Hmm?
Yeah.
Not that's a special advice, right? So do not call the client before the appointed date because he will cancel some of his appointment to see you, and if he finds your mistake, that will not be good. It is better that you let him come on the first. If he finds a mistake, he will say, "Okay, guys, you fix it. I'm fine. I'm cool." Right? Is that clear? Don't rush the client and
Yes.
look at something that you haven't completely checked. So maybe you have completely checked, but if you're left with some extra time, so remember my advice. Is that clear?
Yes.
That's something, that hasn't gone into the PM box yet, right? But you can take a note. Okay. So if many of the project managers confirm it, then it might go into the PM box one day, right? Okay. So that's a wisdom I shared with you. Okay. Now, so we have these constraints and everything is laid out here. Now, before we close this for the day, I would like to hear questions. Now, you come up with any random question? You have any question on this topic?
I mean, obviously, the conversations around, converting to finish and, start to start. I mean, that's a conversation you'd have at the beginning of the program, right? You'd be looking to get those efficiencies at the very beginning. The chances of you being able to look at that retrospectively midway through the program is pretty slim, yeah?
Yeah, basically, what happens that when you are doing the planning, sometimes you are busy, sometimes you tell your team member, guys, you do it. So, the young guys have a tendency to put finish to start most of the times, right? So basically, it requires a subject matter expert to look into that and compress the duration. So this is called schedule compression. In the schedule compression, there are two techniques. So those two, which I have highlighted with yellow, that is called fast tracking, and so these activities which are highlighted with pink, they are called crashing. You are crushing the duration, right? You in your mind you read it as crushing, right?
Yeah.
How do you crush the?
And the other thing, the other thing would be that when you're doing the start to start and finish to finish, I think in reality that you're probably going to have lags, aren't you? Really, you're going to be parallel tasking, but there's going to be, in all likelihood, you're going to have to start one before you can begin to pick up with tasks falling behind. Is that the reality, really?
Yeah, so there is a possibility. I'm just giving you the concept. You look for that, right?
Yeah. Aye.
That's a possibility.
And the other thing, of course, when you do the crashing, then what we didn't pick up on is the
No, no,
cost
no,
impact of that.
no, just a moment. Let me label that correctly. So the yellow thing is fast tracking. That is crashing. So if you looked at the crashing, we could not change the relationship, right? So what we did, we reduced the duration of individual activity by adding more man and machine resources, right? Is that clear?
It is, but that's costing us money potentially, isn't it?
Which one?
The crashing.
No, that's not, because if you're using the resources for less duration, you get the job done quickly as well, right?
What if you decided to run an overtime shift on the Sunday, for example? You're going to have to pay a premium for that, right?
So basically, it depends upon what is your commitment. If you got a $10 million payment waiting at the milestone, so don't you think that would be cheaper?
Yeah, I
So
do. But
remember, projects are
yeah,
always cheaper when finished on time. Note it, right? So
yeah,
if you have
yeah,
a commitment, you have a commitment. You have to make sure that you look good on your commitments always, because you are PM. PM what? Promise manager. The first promise
right,
that you keep to the client, I will finish your project on time. I will finish the project within agreed price, and I will give you a product which matches your quality acceptance criteria. Right? Is that clear? These are
Yeah.
the three greatest promises you keep. So basically, for the time we do fast tracking and crashing. But who is the guy who is helping us? Actually, it is the milestone, and the milestone he works in combination with this constraint. What is that constraint? Finish. Mandatory finish. What does the mandatory finish do? It pins down the milestone, right? So it pins the milestone down onto a particular date, and it becomes easier for you to reference that date and make sure that all other activities, they finish within their limits. So that guy that sets the limit here, right? So what is the limit here? It says that your limit is on the 1st of the April till the 6 p.m., right? So till 6 p.m. Do you see this 18? So if you finish before on or before the 18, so and you have an appointment with the client, you look good. That's it, right? And if you finish it earlier,
Yeah.
so what do you do with the remaining time period? You make extra checks, right? Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, what happens, this is just like a lighthouse to the ships, right?